Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to kick off the weekend by listening to, well, in this case, total strangers talking for the next several hours. And so we're going to begin this stream by talking with my father for about 2 hours, maybe three. And we will be discussing the Arab Gulf states, the whole situation, the whole fiasco, the whole quagmire, really, with Iran, and we will be talking about the end of really the end of the Gulf Arab states and the end of Israel and the problems and the evils and really the antichrist spirit of uh, Christian Zionism. So it's going to be a very interesting stream. And then after that, I will be discussing current events and just giving you guys my thoughts and just reminiscing with you guys like I always do. So I need to. My dad is not in the room right now. I need to call him on Discord. And also, I want to apologize for being late. I know I said 4:15, but had to do something real quick and still had to refreshen myself up. So that took a little bit of time. So I apologize for that, but I will try to make up for it by giving you guys a good stream. And so here we go. I'll say hi to you guys first. Hello, Jacob Glowsticks. Happy Friday. Hello, James. Hello, Alexis Corral. Hello, Rudy Carrera. Hello, Noah. Prince Zachariah. Ortho Christos. Short Farrell. Nick Talks. Miriam Yusuf. Alex Munyalov. And everyone else. K70. And let me see here. 1 second. Let me see. Okay. A7. All right. Audio's good. Everything's good. All right. I'm going to give my dad a call. Hello, Circa. All right. I'm going to give my dad a call on Discord. Hello, hello. Okay. So let me just do. My dad is here. And
What?
1 second. Hold on.
1 second, hold on.
How can you put the split screen?
I'm going to get the split screen. Hold on. Um, Discord. Here we go. The split screen on Discord. Share your screen. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you fine.
Okay. I'm just going to share your... Hold on. I'm going to do the split screen on here. Okay, hold on. And... Where are you? Are you there?
Right here, Don. I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay. You kind of disappeared for a second. You keep disappearing for some reason.
You don't.
Oh, God. I didn't anticipate for this. Hold on. I thought it would be simple to
Here,
just... What?
it's split. I see it split.
Okay, hold on. Grid view, show my own camera. What's grid view? Oh, there we go. How's that?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay, but for some reason, OBS doesn't want to show it. Hold on 1 second. You guys can't see that. Why? God, just one thing after another. Um, Close, share screen, share your screen. No, I don't want to share my screen. I don't know why it's not showing. Disable. I think it should work now. God, I'm so sorry. I thought it doesn't want to show it for some reason.
I see you. We're talking.
I know, but the Discord doesn't want to show it. The OBS system doesn't want to show it.
See if any of your audience knows how to solve it.
It's just. I thought it would work. I mean, it's just they can hear you. They just can't see you. Share windows with empty names. Sure. Discord.
Share your screen. Maybe that's what I should push.
No, they're just gonna share the screen with you. That's it.
Uh-oh.
Just don't do that. Don't do that. Discord will not show on OBS. I don't know what to do. I thought it would just show the screen and that's it. Can B quickly turn on and turn off his camera? No, it's not. I can see him when I'm looking at Discord. It's just, hold on. Nothing. I've done this before with Discord and it works. And it worked before. Hold on a second. Let me try to do it. Let me just add something here. Mac OS. Screen capture. Let me do application capture. Discord. Let's do Discord. Okay, this should work. Hold on. Okay, I got it. I figured it out.
Yeah, but I can't see you here. I pushed a button I shouldn't push.
It's like nothing. What are you talking about?
In my screen, I see you in the background, but you know, it's I pushed a button that I shouldn't have pushed. I don't know how to get rid of it.
They can see
Oh,
you,
okay.
and I can see you.
Okay, I see you now.
All right. I think there's a. I need to get this. Let's see. Grid view. Show my own camera. No. I wish there was a better split screen than this one, but I guess we just gotta work with this one.
Is it too small?
No, it's fine. You know what I can do is. This is not good. I think what I can do is do something here. Grid view. Show my own. No, I think we'll just work with this. All right, I think we're good. We're just gonna work with this. I think we're good.
Yeah, but we look like small. It doesn't show big. Cut the screen in half, does it?
Let me see. Show my own camera. I think this is the best we're gonna get for now. I think it's the best we're gonna get. It's big enough. I mean,
Okay.
let's do full screen. How was that? How's that? Is that better? Can you see? Is it better?
Do you have a full screen?
I have a full screen.
Yeah, well, tell me how to get that full screen in my end.
You see the three little dots? No,
Okay.
you see on the right hand underneath you see
Yeah,
pop
little
out little arrow coming out of a square.
there's forward, there's reply, and there is
No,
more with the three dots.
no, you'll see on your right side, you'll see a little square with an arrow kicking out. You'll see full
Oh,
screen,
okay.
full screen.
Okay, that's the full screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think there's a hold on.
I got it. I got it. Full screen. Okay. I'm fine, then.
All right,
I'm fine.
all right. I think we're good to go. I think we're gonna. I don't know what else to do. I can't.
It's
I
fine.
think that's the best we can
Can
do.
they
All
hear
right.
you?
Yeah, they can hear us.
Okay.
All right, so I have with me here my father, and he is going to be talking with us about really the current events that are taking place with Iran in light of what Scripture says, in light of what the Bible says, what the prophets said, what the prophets foretold about Iran and the Gulf Arab states and Turkey and Israel, and of course we can talk about the evils of Christian Zionism and how Christian Zionism has influenced all of this. So we see the news that occurred just recently. The Iranians have hit the biggest natural gas exporting plant in the world, which is in Qatar. I think it's called the Ras Safan. And the Iranians hit it. And they damaged about, I want to say, what, a good percentage of it. And so now that has skyrocketed gas prices, of course, and everyone is terrified of this. And so the Iranians, they're saying, well, Israel hit our gas facility in the Pars gas field, which is a part of the biggest gas field on Earth. It connects with Qatar's gas field. And so this has caused this whole ripple effect. So the Gulf Arabs are terrified. They're getting pounded. They're getting slammed. The Israelis are getting hit. So what do you make of all this?
Well, first of all, we have to look at everything in light of righteousness before anything. Was Israel right by killing, striking the embassy in Beirut, Iranian embassy? You're not allowed to strike embassies, yet they flagrantly kill Iranians who should have protection under international law. The Christian Zionists seem to think that he can break international laws. International laws are man-made agreements between each nation, between all nations, is supposed to be upheld. This is the right way. If you don't uphold a agreement between nations, and then you go and you strike an embassy and you kill Iranians, who struck who? The whole argument is that because they read Israel in the Bible and they think it's the state of Israel, that gives them a blanket allowance to do whatever they want. It's the policy of the thug. But the Christian Zionist seems to misunderstand how he reads the scriptures, because the scriptures are set up in a way where they are allegorically interpreted. In other words, it's not always where you read Babylon, this means Iraq. It's not always when you read Tyre, this means Lebanon. It doesn't mean that if you read Sodom, it's by the Dead Sea, or if you read Egypt, it's Cairo. That's been the dilemma of the Christian Zionist, because he's ultra-literalist. So the ultra-literalist approach to the scripture is what blinds them. And that's a warning Christ talked about. He gave the warning, I speak in parables that they do not see. In fact, that is very clear also in the Old Testament. It doesn't say, I told parables. It says, through the prophets, I speak in parables. So through the prophets, that is all of them, God speaks parabolically. That means that when you read names, doesn't mean the same ancient geographies at times. You have to decipher the text from the window or from the projection of how St. John deciphers it. He calls the city of Jerusalem, where Christ was crucified, as Sodom and Egypt. Was Christ crucified in Cairo? Was he crucified by the Dead Sea? No, he's speaking very clearly of a harlot mother. He's speaking of the harlot mother that in her hands, or she basically shed the blood of all prophets, So all the prophets were killed in Jerusalem. In fact, the two witnesses who are killed are killed in Jerusalem. So this they try to escape this title for Jerusalem, and that's been the dilemma for the Christian Zionist. But it's inescapable. Why? Because the same rendering that we find in the New Testament, the New Testament, the question that really cripples Christian Zionism is, show me where did the New Testament speak of anything great than the great city Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. So you can't go around this. Even in the Old Testament, prophets, in Jeremiah, it's very clear. It talks about escaping Babylon. It talks about escaping Babylon. Why? Because he says, for it lives in sin. This is not talking about Babylon, Iraq, or ancient Babylon, Iraq. It's talking about the Babylon St. John is talking about, which is Jerusalem and also Christendom in the bigger picture. So once we take a look at all these prophecies, and I would love to read them all, it becomes very clear that the prophecies are set up so when the tear reads them, they generate an optical illusion. And this is the optical illusion that we see. So somebody like Huckabee watches TV and he thinks that Israel striking Iran is a good thing, regardless that Israel was the aggressor. That if Iran negotiates and says, okay, you want to talk about this nuclear capability, in the middle of this discussion, they strike, Operation Epic Fury, and very aggressive. And they think that this aggression is allowed because they believe that Persia in the Bible is to be destroyed. However, if you have a Babylon status, which is very clear that Jerusalem gains a Babylon status, and in fact a Sodom status. Whenever you have a Babylon status, in this case, there is a regional Babylon status, that is the Zionist world order in Jerusalem, it's struck by Persia historically. So what we are really seeing is Persia going to punish Israel. Even if, let's say, Epic Fury succeeds in dismantling the regime, or if they get Iran to its knees, makes no difference. If Iran, as you said before in your programs, if Iran becomes NATO, we have NATO Turkey. Is NATO Turkey going to hesitate in striking the mother harlot Jerusalem? So to escape this mother harlot, they have to apply it to anything else but Jerusalem. They have to say, well, this is only speaking of Rome. But this is bankrupted. Because if you take a look at all references to Babylon in the Old Testament, you will find that it's broken into three parts. In fact, St. John very clearly says, an earthquake strikes the great city and it's broken into three parts. What are the three parts? As you comb the entire Old Testament and the New Testament, the Apocalypse, you'll end up finding that those three parts is the Zionist world order, the Wahhabist world order in Arabia, which Isaiah 21 very clearly references this same phrase as St. John, Babylon is fallen, is fallen. Okay, well, let's take a look at Babylon is fallen in Isaiah 21. It includes my people, Isaiah here is speaking, which is under the threshing floor, struck. That's the Jews. Nobody can deny that my people, even Daniel, in Daniel 12, verse 1, what does the angel tell Daniel? Your people, okay, who will be rescued, who are they? In Daniel 12, verse 1, who are written in the book. What happens to the ones who are not written in the book? Well, they are struck. They actually exiled. The concept of dispensationalism doesn't have any room for any additional exile of the Jews. Is the scripture void of predicting that the Jewish people come to the land? Far from it. It does. But what it's saying is that they enter the land in sin. In other words, you do not find anywhere in the Old Testament or the New Testament where God all of a sudden allows the Jews to enter this land in sin. So that's why Jeremiah the prophet says, escape from Babylon, though the land is filled with sin. Who's he addressing in Jeremiah? He is addressing very clearly Judah and Israel. Who is this Israel? Who is this Judah? We all know who Judah is. But the question is, who is this Israel? This Israel is defined as St. Paul defines it. Not all descendants of Israel are Israel. What does that mean? The genetic makeup of the Jews does not define the biblical Israel. This is impossible to avoid. And it's not just only impossible to avoid in the New Testament. It's impossible to avoid also in the Old Testament prophets, where they all address and separate between Judah and Israel. So they try to apply Israel genetically. So that's why you find many programs they have, oh, look, we find the lost tribes and so on and so forth. But what this is ignoring is that God promised Jacob, Israel, who is renamed to Israel, that from him God will spawn many nations. Well, where are those nations? The problem with Christian Zionism is that if you ask them, where is St. Paul's definition of Israel? He says, not all descendants of Israel are Israel. That's very clear. So how does St. Paul define the church? One word, Israel. He defines it as Israel. There's no escape from that one. So then, how does the Christian Zionist answer? Well, where is the church that Christ promised in the Old Testament prophets? This they cannot do. This is why they have to conjure up this idea of the rapture. Why? Because the church is not in any of these prophecies. So that means they cut themselves off because they don't have the genetic makeup. They are not of the better pedigree. So that's why their entire structure eliminates the church from the entire prophets of the Old Testament. This is a big problem. If you're not in the Old Testament prophets, I'm talking about the prophets, the prophecies, then why do you have Sunday school classes? What for are you having studies of the Old Testament? You're not going to be there anyway. Why study Jeremiah, Isaiah, Micah, and you're not there anyway. You're raptured, right? And so the whole thing falls apart by playing this gymnastic. When they read Israel here, that's the Jews. When they read Israel in the New Testament, well, that's the church. You can't do that.
So then, Christian Zionism obviously is evil, it's destructive, it's also extremely belligerent. You know, all these pastors like Jack Hibbs and his ilk and Hagee and all these guys, they love war. And it makes
That's right.
you, yeah, they love war. And so it makes you wonder what the connection is between evangelical Christianity and the US government. Because you see, evangelical Christianity is a tool of the American empire. I have no doubt about this whatsoever. It is a tool of the American empire. Because anytime you see a Catholic people or an Eastern Orthodox people converting to evangelicalism or some kind of American Protestantism, they will always become pro-America, pro-NATO, pro-Israel. I saw this in Mexico. I saw this in Spain. You'll see this all over the internet. Anytime you see a Catholic society or an Eastern Orthodox society becoming evangelical, they all of a sudden support American foreign policy. So it's a tool, and you yourself have seen this. You told me that you saw many years ago, you went to a church somewhere, I think it was in Alabama, I don't remember, but you saw James Woolsey, the former head of the CIA, at this church. And you were wondering, James, what are you doing here? What's the former head of the
Yes,
CIA
exactly.
doing at a church?
Yes. My problem was that while I came to the United States, I just became 18. I was young. And so in the United States, I was Muslim. And then I ended up, listening to a lot of these Bible prophecy teachers. And they equated Israel as the genetic Israel.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem was, as I converted to evangelical Christianity, I still understood the difference between righteousness and unrighteousness. So when I saw, let's say, I used to get on Fox News and I saw what happened in Iraq, and I was opposing the war in Iraq, what happened in Libya. I was opposing the war in Libya. I was opposing what the United States was doing. They were in bed with all kinds of terrorists, Al-Qaeda, you name it. They just installed Al-Qaeda in Syria, ISIS in Syria. So I began to question why this grand support for the Islamists. And I was so vocal about a lot of these things. And I always, I met Woolsey and I said, what's this hatred about Russia? How do you attribute Russia being Gog and Magog? Questions like this. So I began to see and understand that they didn't like my other part of my message. And so they began to disinvite me, and then they began to slander me. CNN started saying that I was never a terrorist. They went to Manger Square, and I never
Oh, by the
planted
way,
that bomb in me.
for those of you guys who don't know, my dad was once a Palestinian terrorist. He was a part of the PLO back in the 70s. So
Yes, right.
70s and 80s and all that. So you were a part of the Intifada movement.
That's right. And so CNN started to attack me and saying that there was never a bombing in Manger Square and so on and so forth. Until the archives showed up. That was the headline news that day, the bomb I planted in Manger Square. It was in the New York Times, Washington Post, and almost every major newspaper in the world that talked about that event. And so I began to ask, what is this? Why are they slandering me? Because I was not conforming to US policy, because I began to understand that this has blood on its hand, this Christian Zionism. I began to see, sort of like Charlie Kirk, began to see, once you start taking the red pill, you began to open your eyes. I started asking myself those questions. How much bloodshed do you want? You're responsible for the bloodshed in Libya, the bloodshed in Iraq. Syrian must kill Syrian. Libyan must kill Libyan. Iraqi must kill Iraqi. Iranian must kill Iraqi. Iraqi must kill Iranian. And it's not enough. And then Gaza, the massacres in Gaza, that wasn't enough bloodshed for them.
Nope.
There was more bloodshed to be had.
It's never enough.
So then Never enough. The kings of the East, that must be China. Well, guess what? We have a problem with China here because China is going to take Taiwan.
Mhm.
So Taiwan now has to be in this prophecy circle somehow. Somehow China, even though China, it was always interpreted in Isaiah 49 verse 12, they come from the land of Sunnim, which even as an Arab, I know Sunnim, Sin is China. So here God redeems China. So all of a sudden, China can't be this China. This got to be Sinai, or, the Sinai. Everything was kind of like reinterpreted. China, 200 million man army, they have to come and be grounded in this little spot called Israel. So the Chinese, and it's not also the Chinese, it's called the Oriental Confederacy. That includes all noodle-eating people, have to be all grounded in Armageddon in Israel. It's not only the Chinese, but also the Russians and the Iranians and everybody else. They also come together and they have to be, how much bloodshed do you want? So the whole thing was filled with blood. And in her hand was what? The cup of wine. She has in her hand the blood. In essence, what you begin to understand is that the very movement I was involved with is part of that harlot, because she is the mother of harlots. Harlots is in the plural form. In other words, all the nations that support this infrastructure, all the Zionist world order, are seen and are viewed by the prophets as the daughters of such harlot. In fact, the kings of the earth, they commit harlotry with her. But why is it only the kings? What about the people? The people are mad at their kings. You take a look today. What do you see? You see in England, you see all over Europe, you see everywhere. The people themselves are angered. They go, why is my country supporting this state of Nazism?
Yep.
And rightfully so. So you see even in the United States, you see in universities, students being beat up. In America, and they're trying to make it illegal for people to even express their view. And so it is the kings that sleep in bed with her, not the people themselves. This is why when it's destroyed, alas, that great city, the world rejoices and heaven rejoices.
You see that already with Iran bombing Israel, by the way. You see it already, people praising Iran.
Correct. And people, the evangelicals don't understand this beast system or this, even when the beast burns the mother harlot, it is the beast that must destroy this regional Babylon. When it destroys this regional Babylon, the earth rejoices. The beast rejoices. In fact, heaven itself rejoices. This is the only point of agreement between heaven and the beast who burns the harlot. So, in essence, this idea of this beastly system, comes to destroy the harlot. It sounds righteous in the beginning, but it ends up doing also manifesting violence and demanding the mark of the beast, so on and so forth. But this is why we need to be kind of keen to understand the symbolism of the Bible. Through the prophets, I spoke in parables. It's not through the prophets, I told parables. So the whole prophecies of the Bible is parabolically interpreted, just as the church fathers taught. So this is why they focus on being ultra-literalist. If they say Eber is destroyed, they think it's Iraq. I'm referring to Numbers 24:24. But in Numbers 24:18, it says Israel does valiantly. Mm-hmm. Well, why is Eber so different from Israel? Why is Eber destroyed, the Hebrews, while Israel does valiantly? Obviously, Numbers 24 separates between the Israel of God's purpose and Eber of the generic purpose. Mm-hmm. And so, but Eber had two sons. The Ishmaelites also, are related to Eber. So the destruction of Eber is not just the Jewish people, but the Peninsula Arabs as well. When you go to Isaiah 21, that's one prophecy they cannot refute. Babylon is fallen, the burden against Arabia. My people also, you see, are under the threshing floor, the Hebrews as well. So here the Peninsular Arabs with the Hebrews are no more. Who's rescued? The one who joins the Israel of God. And that's who is rescued. And now we understand what the angel was telling Daniel. The ones whose name are written in the book will be rescued. They will escape. And so what happens when you become an ultra-literalist is that you begin to see the prophecies in an optical illusion, in reverse. And it's designed this way on purpose. That's why Isaiah, Jeremiah says God sets up what's called stumbling blocks. And they will stumble over them. Mm-hmm. And so all the tares run into those stumbling blocks where Israel doesn't necessarily mean just Hebrews, mm-hmm. where Babylon doesn't necessarily mean Iraq, where Tyre doesn't necessarily mean Lebanon, but a global Tyre, a thalassocracy. Even the Antichrist, whoever studies the Antichrist in Habakkuk chapter 1, 2, and 3, study them. You'll see how God describes the system of Antichrist. He does not stay at home. He's always involved in other nations. He accumulates tremendous debts. Mm-hmm. And then his debtors will come and will destroy him. Well, the United States seems to fit this profile more than anything. Russia doesn't fit that profile. We're close to 40 trillion in debt. And China, it's all this money. And so what we're saying is the fall of the petrodollar. That's coming. It's not going to happen overnight. But the petrodollar, in it they trust, not in God they trust. And so the nations, they have to buy everything using the greenback. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Iran is pretty smart. Now, you want to pass through the Hormuz, you got to use the yuan. That's the real issue. Mm-hmm. That's the real issue. It's not God, it's not righteousness. It's all about power. Mm-hmm. And so, that's why the great city, she flexes power throughout the whole kings of the world. This can't be just Jerusalem. It's the whole conglomerate, the great city. Defining a great city. People think a great city is a singular city, but if you take a look at Babel, Babel, Akkad, Erech, mm-hmm. Nineveh, that was the great city. All these cities, or each of these cities is called the great city. So Arabia is a great city. Jerusalem is a great city. The United States is also a great city. It's the whole complex, Babylon complex, that the global Babylon complex that the scripture is talking about. At the head of it is the mother. That's no question, is the Zionist world order. So Zionism is racism is correct. It's not incorrect when the Palestinian carries and says Zionism is racism. That is absolutely true. It is racism. There's no question that it's racism. Shall we sit here and quote day and night what these, thugs in Israel say and how they treat people and all the olive groves and all the raping and the mayhem that they do? You think God just did not address all these issues? You think he did not address it in Isaiah chapter 1? Kings of Sodom, people of Gomorrah? Who are these? They parade their sins Sodom does.
Now the Sodom. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, you just mentioned a verse. What was the actual? What was the book that says that in the chapter and the verse?
Isaiah chapter 1 and Isaiah chapter 3, where they parade their sin like Sodom does. Isaiah chapter 1, he addresses Jerusalem. You rulers of Sodom, you people of Gomorrah. But that's also not just Jerusalem, earthly Jerusalem. It's also not just Jerusalem, but earthly Jerusalem as well. Because the literalist reads Jerusalem all the time in the prophets, and he thinks it's just downtown Jerusalem. No, that's why Jerusalem is a mother of harlots, other nation, harlots nation. So they really worship the kind of a mamacita harlot. And Christian Zionism actually is at the helm of this. It's not just an innocent bystander. It is the promoter of this movement.
And so when you look at, so we have the harlot city, the woman that rides the beast. She is the whore that manipulates the beast. And she rides the beast. She controls the beast. So then you look at the news and you're seeing this war, and the Americans are trying to make it out as if, well, this is just a purely coordinated effort between us and the Israelis and Washington and Jerusalem. Everything is fine. And Trump is trying to make it out as if he's the boss. And he's saying, well, I'm the one who calls the shots, and I'm the one who told Israel what to do. And I'm the one, he even said, I am the one that pulled Israel into this war. But Trump said that because Rubio, I guess the cocaine got him a little bit too honest. And he said, hey, Israel was going to attack, and we knew that our bases were going to be under threat, so we hit the Iranians. And so the Israelis were the ones who pulled America into this war. And now we have Joe Kent leaving his position as the director of counterterrorism intelligence, and he is saying, no, Israel pulled us in. So now the Zionists, the lobbyists, all of these acolytes of Jerusalem, they're having to do damage control and say, oh, actually, no, it's a coordinated effort. But then Israel hits the Pars gas field, which is a part of the biggest gas field on Earth, and it borders right with Qatar's. Iran's section of the Pars gas field borders with Qatar's section. They share it in a certain way. And on Qatar's part, you have the biggest gas processing export plant on Earth. It's literally the size of 1/3 of New York City. It's called Ras Laffan. And the Iranians were able to destroy 17% of this plant's liquid natural gas output. And so this explains this precipitous sudden rise in gas prices, etc. And so Iran says, oh, you guys hit the Pars gas field? Okay, we're going to hit Qatar's part of the gas field now. Boom, they hit Qatar's biggest and the world's biggest natural gas refining, processing, export plant. And so Donald Trump has to come along and say, well, we weren't a part of this. That was Israel. That's the harlot that's riding the beast. It's Israel. And then Israel comes along and says, well, actually, no, we told you. So now there is this confusion going on. Did America and Israel coordinate this, or was this just Israel? And so the Iranians hit the Qatari gas field. The Iranians hit the Iranians hit the biggest, I think it's the biggest oil refinery in Kuwait. They hit Riyadh as a response. So now the Saudi government has come along and said, well, we might have to militarily respond to the Iranians if this continues. So I'm looking at this situation, I'm thinking, I think this is what Israel wants. I think the Israelis hit the gas field because they knew that the Iranians would hit the Qataris. And they want the Iranians and the Gulf Arab states to be at war, to weaken both of them. And the Americans are now having to do damage control, and they're trying to stabilize this situation because it's bad for America because of the rising gas prices. And the Americans have made it very clear that they want the oil and the natural gas to be protected So I'm looking at this whole situation. I'm thinking, okay, the Arabs are about to go to war with the Iranians. And you have brought this up many times. There's a verse in Isaiah, I believe, wherein God says, "Rise up, Elam, go to war."
Isaiah 21.
Right. And so is that war against the Gulf Arabs and the Israelis? And are
All
we
at the same time, yeah.
do you think we are actually seeing the beginning stages of the end of the Gulf Arabs and the end of Israel because of this?
That's right, but it's going to take time. And I remember even decades ago, I used to always talk about the Arab oil, and I said, all go up in smoke, because it says it becomes burning pitch. Look that up in the Bible. It becomes burning pitch. This talk about this Edom structure, And also I heard the noise of her destruction at the Red Sea. It's not just the Gulf, but also the Red Sea. So how do you hear the noise of her destruction at the Red Sea? The shipmasters at the sea will even hear the noise of her destruction. Eventually, Iran will going to get nuclear, and eventually they will destroy the oil. And so the whole Babel syndrome is what? Ancient Babel. Let us take what? Pitch and brick, and let us build us a city. Well, this pitch has something to do with this. This pitch is how mega cities are made. Without this pitch, the world collapses. So we have to look very deep into this text of the Bible to understand the allegoric usage of how and why it's called Babel or Babylon, why all people, foreign people, must leave Babel or Babylon. It says everyone must go back to their own country, referring to Babylon. This Babylon is also a Babel syndrome, and that's why it's called the Great City, same as ancient Babel is called the Great City. And so eventually all her lovers must abandon her. Well, apparently the United States is a lover of Israel, isn't it?
The biggest.
It's a lover of Jerusalem, isn't it? Yes. So all her lovers must abandon her, must include the United States at some point in time, will abandon the state of Israel. And so we're seeing it already happening. In the Gaza affair, this massacre, the Holocaust of Gaza, the support for Israel in the United States fell, 47, 48%. After the attack on Iran, now it's 38%. It's even worse. In other words, even many Americans are beginning to see, wait a minute, we're not used to this. You just attack an embassy, destroy it, kill. You attack some holy figure in Iran, you kill him, you kill everybody else. Why isn't Iran allowed to have weapons for self-defense? So they say, bad, Israel, death to Israel. Who doesn't say death to Israel?
Everyone's
in the Middle
saying
East?
People in America are saying death to Israel.
Yeah.
You got white boys saying death to Israel.
So if you want to use that as an argument, then go bomb Turkey and bomb Pakistan and bomb all the Muslim countries and say, okay, they all say death to Israel. Bomb everything, So, this thing about death to Israel, death to, well, the Bible itself says death to Israel. It doesn't say long live Israel or the state of Israel. It's very clear in the scripture. There's no way around Babylon is fallen. The only place in the entire text of the Bible you find Babylon is fallen, which St. John talked about, is only found in Isaiah 21. And then the golden cup, that's another issue. The golden cup that the mother harlot holds in their hand is passed by God to her. That is very clear in Jeremiah, that she holds a cup, she holds the cup in her hand. God, he has this cup, and it's the golden cup. So the only golden cup in the entire Old Testament is found in that prophecy. So now we begin to put together basically how St. John understood the Old Testament. So he says, where their Lord was crucified. Don't confuse that one, guys. Why did he say, where their Lord was crucified, was also crucified? This, by the way, was, where also their Lord was crucified has a reason. Why does it say also their Lord was crucified? Well, Jerusalem was part of the Roman Empire. Jerusalem became a Roman province in 6 AD. When St. John wrote the Apocalypse, Jerusalem was part of the Roman Empire. And so we're also, so the two witnesses officially die in the Roman Empire, in what used to be the Roman Empire, but specifically Jerusalem Roman Empire. That's why it says, where also their Lord was crucified. So this basically harlot, or the conglomerate of the harlot, with Jerusalem being the mamacita, if you will, encompasses the Roman Empire as well, East and Western Roman Empire. So it's a huge conglomerate. This is, there's no way to escape that the entire prophets were talking about the revival of a Roman Empire. This has been the theme by the church fathers. It's been the teaching also in the Protestant circles. No one can escape that this beast and harlot mechanism encompasses the Roman Empire. Well, the Roman Empire doesn't include Russia. You had to put Russia somehow there. The Roman Empire didn't include China. Somehow you had to stuff China in there. And so you cannot stuff these other entities that are innocent into your Roman Empire paradigm, which composes East and West. This is why someone like Philotheus of Russia that talks about the two Romes. And, in the United States, they go, that's a myth, And there's a third Rome, which is Russia. And so, but we do find Russia in the scriptures, unlike what they say, because look, no one here is calling for the hatred of Jews or the hatred of Arabs. It's the issue of Zionism. Why? Because even the decent Jews must escape this entity. Even the decent Jews have to escape. But the question is, where do these decent Jews go to? There's only one place in the entire scripture to find these. There's two places, actually, you can find them. In Jeremiah chapter 3. Now, Jeremiah chapter 3 is a very interesting prophecy. It's impossible to avoid it, because in Jeremiah 3, when the Jews go to Jerusalem, or the homecoming, if you will, you do not find anywhere in the entire Bible where God ordains a homecoming without repentance. It doesn't exist. And so for the Christian Zionist to make his case, he must show a verse or two somewhere where the Jews are commanded by God for a homecoming without repentance. That's impossible. And so here we find in Jeremiah 3, the escaped Jews are where? In the land of the north. Then they head towards the throne of the Lord, a Jerusalem, which is the new Jerusalem, it's obvious, in repentance. Well, that did not exist in 1948 or 1967 or during Perestroika or as we are talking right now. That event is future. There's no escape from it. So, but how do they come from the land of the north, Russia, to the New Jerusalem unless there is another exile? And in fact, you find that exile even in prophecies like Ezekiel 38:39, which they fancy themselves to say this is a war between Russia and Israel beats Russia. If that is true, why do you find in Ezekiel 39 that they were exiled and all of them died by the sword? All of them died by the sword, as every one of them. Who was saved? Only the one who see that I am the Lord. I mean, the evangelical reads this, that I am the Lord, the Holy One of Israel. They think, oh, okay, this is just the regular standard theme. No, that I, Christ, am the Lord, the Holy One of Israel. So it's talking about that from that day forward will they know that I am the Lord. From that day forward. Well, that day forward, that day is the same day as in Jeremiah 3. Jeremiah 3 is definitely cataclysmic. It's definitely the end of the world. And in fact, when you read the Old Testament, you read, let's see, the Psalms. You see Psalm 48, Mount Zion in the far north, the city of the great king. And there you find the daughters of Judah rejoicing at your judgments. What judgments? The judgments that happens to Mother Harlot, Babylon. In other words, By then they converted. And even in Jeremiah 3 says that God will give them teachers to teach them after my own heart. So even the teachers that they gain occurs in the land of the north, in the land of Borscht. That's, you know what Borscht is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the
Very
Slavic
familiar with it,
world.
yes.
And so you cannot escape the land of the north. It's a major, major issue, and it's all over the biblical north. So the biblical north has always been stuffed under the rug. Why? Because if people study the land of the north, or they understand the land of the north, Zionism falls apart. And guess what? It's no longer Russia that's Gog and Magog. Why? Because God himself asks a question. Are you Gog, not the one I spoke in the former days by my prophets? Prophets is plural. Servants is plural. Where is Gog in the prophets? That question destroys the concept that Russia is Gog and Magog. That question destroys Christian Zionism, because by then we begin to understand the forensic of Ezekiel 38-39. Gog from Turkey, he goes up north to fight the mountains of Israel. Who are the mountains of Israel? Who is Mount Zion on the far north? In every single reference in the Old Testament prophets, every single mountains you read is nations, kingdoms, powers. God promised Jacob, i.e. Israel, that he's going to spawn from him many nations, many mountains of Israel. So the whole Old Testament prophets is addressing the church. So when you ask the Christian Zionist, where is the church in the Old Testament prophet? He's bankrupt. Completely bankrupt. The whole system is bankrupt. The whole thing is a farce. It's a lie. And so Israel does not equal the Zionist state of Israel. End of story.
Now, I have a couple things I want to say, but I'll start with this one.
Go ahead,
Going back to, you say you brought up Isaiah that talks about Elam. Elam is Iran. And
Yes.
it says, go to war, O Elam. And it talks about this destruction that happens in Arabia, but it also talks about this ferocity that comes from the south. I think you say that's Yemen, the Houthis, going against the Saudis. But looking at the current situation where you see Iran and Qatar going at it, and the Israelis hitting the major Iranian gas field, the Pars gas field, and then the Iranians retaliating by hitting the Qataris and also hitting the Israelis and the Saudis and the Kuwaitis. And America is saying, well, you know, this is kind of getting out of hand. Israel, you shouldn't have done that, etc., etc. When I say eventually this harlot, Jerusalem, is going to be abandoned, people don't believe me. The vast majority of the people who comment on my live streams and in my videos, they don't believe me. They say, oh no, America will never abandon Israel, as if something can last forever. But then you look at the current situation, and you see Joe Kent leaving his position as director of counterterrorism intelligence, and you look at all that, I can totally foresee America saying, we are tethered to Israel, and we have been tethered to Israel for too long. It is an uncontrollable, destabilizing country, and it is ruining our relations with other countries. So I think it's time to cut Israel off, because you see how Israel acts. Israel cannot be controlled. I mean, last year, Israel bombed Qatar. Israel bombed Iran after the Trump administration brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Israel still hit Iran. And the Israelis found a loophole by saying, well, we hit the Iranians before the ceasefire was supposed to be put into effect. So technically, we did not beat the ceasefire. But Trump was very pissed off about this, and he dropped his infamous F-bomb that day. He said Israel doesn't know what the F it's doing, etc. And that really exposed a crack on the American-Israeli alliance. And then you see the Israelis bombing the Pars gas field, and this is after the Israelis hit a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. Sorry, the the Israelis hit a major oil refinery in Iran, not Saudi Arabia. They hit a major oil refinery in Iran. And then Lindsey Graham came along and said, "Oh, don't hit the oil." He doesn't care about civilians getting killed, but don't hit the oil. And the Americans told the Israelis, "Don't do that." And the Israelis hit the biggest gas field on earth. You can't control them, no matter what. So I think eventually the Americans are going to say, "We've had enough of this." And I think Joe Kent, I just want to say, I think Joe Kent leaving his position is another sign of that.
I have a little scenario that I suspect. The question is, I remember the days of the war in Iraq. The United States struck Iraq, but wanted Israel completely out of the picture. Why? Because they know and they understood that once you have an American-Israeli axis versus Iraq, that the whole coalition will crumble. Bush Sr. and even Bush Jr. knew and understood this. You don't see this is an American-Israeli joint effort in the war in Iraq yet. Here we have openly an American-Israeli joint effort in front of the Arabs, who are the, strange bedfellows secretly laying with Mother Harlot, Zionism, because they needed the help of their cousin against the other spiritual cousin, which is the Shiites. But now America comes and says, this is an Israeli, American-Israeli joint effort, epic fury, so on and so forth. Do you not think that the Pentagon doesn't understand that this will cause the rift between the Peninsula Arabs versus the Peninsula Arab Muslims versus the whole Muslim world? Of course they do. Do you think the Pentagon does not understand that this will see the Arab Peninsula as in bed with the Zionist entity, and that will cause the end of the Arab regime? Of course they do. Is it perhaps that the United States knows what it's doing and will make this skirmish, and they still want their petrodollar, but they understand that Israel is going to be doing this war by itself? The United States will pull out. Iran and Israel will have at it. Iran will hit, Arabia. But the only problem for the Americans is that once the Arab, because the whole agreement between the Arabs and the United States is, you take care of us and we will, buy and sell using only the dollar. That's the deal. Once that deal is broken, that's when the United States is afraid. That's why you see United States going to South America and want to secure, this is why they began oil in California. This is why they're expanding their oil program, because that was a plan way ahead of time of striking Iran and causing this rift. So I think that it could be valid to say that the United States is, has crafted this, where the Israelis know that that's what America is interested in, and the United States knows also what Israel is interested in. They both spy at each other. You have the Mossad, and so it's not about the nuclear program at all. This has nothing to do with the nuclear program. Pakistan has a nuclear program. This is just an excuse to start the skirmish in the Middle East, and where Israel has to fend for itself, and it cannot fend for itself, because right now they see, even if you dismantle the mullahs of Iran, you have Turkey. In fact, what's his name from Israel said, "I'm afraid of Turkey. We have to have the Americans also fight the Turks." Will the Americans fight the Turks? Impossible. You know very well that the United States will never go against the Turks. So eventually what you're causing is a unification between a Turco-Iranian, even if you remove the regime, there's still some time to go. This is not going to happen tomorrow, but we're beginning to see the beginning fracture in this whole apparatus, and clearly revealing this woman called the harlot of Babylon has blood in her hands. The Gaza massacre, all the children, all this killing. And now we begin to understand Amos 1:4, God speaks of Gaza and he destroys Gaza. And the evangelical reads how he destroys Gaza. They think that's the Palestinians. No. It says he destroys Gaza. Why? Because they extradited an entire population. That can't be put in any historic context.
No.
An entire population, And so, in other words, the people who take over Gaza, i.e. the settlers, i.e. the Zionists, who throw the people out of Gaza to Edom, to Jordan, God punishes them because they threw an entire population. But the Christian Zionist or the evangelical reads this, he goes, oh, that's the Palestinians. He reads Babylon, he says that's Iraq. He reads Eber, he says Iraq. So the problem with these people is that if it's uncomfortable to their narrative, they will always sweep it to a historicist reference. Always. This is always the modus operandi of the evangelical Christian Zionist. If it doesn't fit his agenda, that's must be Iraq. That was history. But wait a minute, you're using this prophecy as if it's future. So you sit there and you decipher these prophecies and you parse out what you think is history and what you think is future. That doesn't work. So you have the same concept even in Ezekiel 38:39. The exile is future. It's not, history. So the Jews, we're already seeing this. In fact, I was talking about this 4 years ago. And we're already seeing the brainstorm of Israel. Many people from Israel, decent Jews who don't want this kind of country, they're leaving. They're leaving the Zionist state. And they end up going to Cyprus when Isaiah very clearly says you will go to Cyprus, but you will not find rest there. The only place they will find rest are the decent Jews. Even take Bugia alone. I spoke alongside Bugia alone. I shared the same platform in John Hagee's church. Bugia alone, alone. They call him Moshe Bugia alone. He was in charge of the Israeli military. He was the chief, the guy, okay? And he very clearly, publicly expressed that this state of Israel has become a racialist Nazi state, and he abhors it. Okay, so here's a Jew who recognizes the big problem. We got a Nazi Israel here. But why doesn't John Hagee reflect what Bugia alone is saying? Why doesn't he say, Moshe, hey, what are you talking? No. He will go against that thing. So in other words, the Christian Zionist or the evangelical Christian Zionist, he's the one that's telling the Jews to hold down the fort. Why? Because by their destruction, that's how he's going to get his rapture. So in essence, the Hagees of the world, the Jack Hibbs of the world, they claim to be the people who love the Jews, when in fact, they are the very people who hate the most the Jews. Because if they truly love the Jews, they will follow the scripture, say, get the hell out. But who is telling Jews to leave that land? The Palestinians. So who's doing God's will? Come out of her, my people, lest you suffer in her sins. What sins? What sins? The same thing Jeremiah's prophecy says. Though their land was filled with sin, flee from Babylon. He calls Judah and Israel Babylon, So it's very, very clear that if you take a look at Jeremiah, Isaiah, all the prophets, including the New Testament. So the New Testament is the foundation. The only great that the New Testament talks about is the great city, Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. This is the foundation that we build the entire structure of all the prophets. If you don't want to do that, that means you divorce the New Testament from the Old Testament. That means you're a hireling and a heretic.
So, just to add to what you said about the beast, really the lovers of the harlot abandoning her, and then the harlot being devoured by this beast. It reminds me of a CIA report that came out in the 1980s, and it was written by a CIA analyst by the name of Hal Ford. This guy was a major figure within American intelligence back in the Cold War. I mean, he passed away some years ago. But he wrote a CIA document that I believe was declassified in 2011. And he wrote in this analyzation why America kind of needs to stop being so emphatically pro-Israel. And he listed all these reasons. And some of the reasons pertain more to the Cold War, so they're not really as relevant right now. But a lot of his reasoning pertains very much so to today. And he says Israel is going to become more and more uncontrollable. And we are tethered to that. Anything reckless that Israel does, we're going to be blamed for it. This is what he says. And I'll show you guys this document later on. I have it ready for you guys. I outlined the certain excerpts that I want to read to you guys. But he says anything that Israel's going to do, anything reckless that Israel is going to do, we are going to be blamed for it. And it's going to ruin our relations with the Arab states. So then you see what's happening now. Israel hitting the oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, I keep saying Saudi Arabia. What is wrong with me? Israel hitting the oil refinery in Iran against the interests of the United States. Israel hitting the Pars gas field in Iran, which is also against the interests of the United States. And then causing the Iranians, provoking the Iranians to hit the Qataris. And this is getting all of these moderate Arab governments to say to the Americans, we really don't want for you guys to have your bases here. And so what Hal Ford, the CIA analyst, said in the 1980s was that there's going to come a point where America's going to have to really question this hardcore, really indiscriminate support for Israel. And so you see what Hal Ford was warning about coming to life. And you're seeing this American-Israeli alliance beginning to show its cracks, beginning to show its gaps, its erosion. And so you're seeing this rise in Iran. At the same time, you're seeing support for Israel really being in a minority status in American society. And the anti-Israel sentiment is increasing tremendously. And eventually, this is going to be translated into the political realm of the United States, of the American empire, and it's going to affect foreign policy. So we can see how Israel will be abandoned. But not just Israel, but the Arab Gulf states as well. You see the rise of Iran, and at the same time, you're seeing this rise in Turkey. And right now, Turkey has been very quiet. Very quiet. And supposedly, you have these reports of Iranian missiles heading towards Turkey, and then NATO shooting them down. But the Iranians said recently, in fact, the Iranian government just said this today, that we didn't fire those missiles at Turkey. We didn't do that. And the Iranian government released a statement, I want to say today or yesterday, that this is Israel. This is Israel firing missiles towards Turkey, trying to make it out as if it's Iran, because they want to pull the Turks into a war against Iran, because the Israelis are terrified of the Iranians and the Turks. And so they want to weaken both sides by sicking them on each other, sicking Turkey and Iran on each other. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And so do you see in the scripture a Turco-Iranian alliance? Is that in the Bible at all? Because
Absolutely.
just to seal off what I was going to say, America leaves its position as the protector of Israel. Israel is abandoned. The Gulf Arab states are abandoned. And then in the midst of that, you have this rise of this Turco-Iranian alliance.
Yes. And in fact, there's a couple of points that are very crucial here. First of all, when you have a joint effort, an Israeli-American coalition against Iran, it's angering the Muslim world. Mm-hmm. That's going to cause revolutions all over. you're going to see a Muslim spring in Turkey.
Mhm.
In other words, while Erdogan is a very smart, politician, he still works with Israel. You're going to have opposition to Erdogan. You're going to have opposition. If you think Erdogan is bad, wait till you see what comes after Erdogan. This is why killing the head of the Ayatollah Khamenei or Ali Khamenei, what did that do? That got his son, the father had a fatwa against nuclear, bombs. But Erdogan, you're going to see the dismantling of many of these leaders. So in Turkey, you're going to have a revolution. You're going to have an issue with the current regime that's silent about what the Israelis are doing. And so this is going to usher in what the issue called, the Bible calls, or Ezekiel calls, Gog. And this is the problem, because the Christian Zionist, when he reads, let's say, Ezekiel 38, 39, he says, oh, Persia is with Gog. Therefore, Persia must be defeated. That's true, but not in the scenario you understand it. Because if Persia is defeated by the state of Israel, as you understand that prophecy, then why is Persia victorious in Isaiah 21? You see? And so Isaiah 21 is speaking of a regional Babylon, which is Arabia and Israel, defeated, okay? But eventually what will happen is that you have a Muslim spring that will rise. And Iran and Turkey will unite. They will destroy two regional Babylons. There's another Babylon in the north, which is Europe, Rome, if you will. But that culminates in something that has to squash a Muslim revolution. There's no question that the Gog and Magog war, Persia is a Muslim country, North Africa, Foot, Kush, Sudan and Somalia, those are Muslim countries. Gog is from Turkey, Muslim country. Persia is Muslim country. So Turkey has a way of uniting the whole thing, because the Turks are Sufi Muslim, Sufi Islam. They do adhere to Hassan and Hussein like the Shia. So there is, an ambiotic relationship between. And let's not forget that Azeri Turks is what rules in Iran. They're Azeri Turks. And so Israel, with its thinking, they say, we don't care. Let the Arab, Iran destroy the Arab oil. Let the Arab destroy the Iranian oil. We don't give a damn. We're going to get our oil from Azerbaijan. Mm-hmm. Really?
Yeah, Israel doesn't care.
Azerbaijan. That's a puppet of Turkey.
It's an extension of Turkey. Really.
Yes, and once you have a revolution in Turkey, which is going to be happening, and you have somebody take over in Turkey, he's not going to have the same mercy as Erdogan. Mm-hmm. Just like Iran. Iran never really struck Israel in a way with missiles, and the 12-day war, they said, okay, fine, where do we sign? Let's end this scrimmage. And then they go again, strike Iran again, you see. Now, Iran is looking like the champion. You can't have a void of a Shiite champion in the Sunni world. Mm. Palestinians love the Shia now.
They do.
Even Arabs love the Shia now. They're going to convert all the Sunnis to Shiism. It's not going to happen. So you're going to have creating major voids in the Muslim world. So the Sunni world has to find a way to unite the both elements of Shia and Sunni together to thwart the threat called Israel. Go ahead.
I will also add that Azerbaijan is majority Shiite. So
That's
Azerbaijan is an extension of Turkey. And the Azeris themselves will tell you, we are the same nation. We're two different governments, but we are the same nation. And the slogan in Turkey and in Azerbaijan is Turkey and Azerbaijan are one nation, two states. That's basically the official policy of Turkey in regards to Azerbaijan. And the vast majority of Azeris are Shiites. And so here we already see how Turkey can work directly with the Shiite world for its own ends. Yes. So we can totally see an Iranian-Turco axis deepening and getting stronger against Israel. There is, go ahead.
The harlot, she says, do me favors, I'll give you sex. Mm-hmm. Okay. So she's having sex with the American king. She's having sex with a European king. She loses all her lovers. She says, "Oh, I still have Azerbaijan." That's how she's working.
Mhm.
She doesn't care about losing her lovers, because in the way the Israelis think is that they want to somehow get rid of America from the scene. Why? Because America really is an obstacle for greater Israel. It's an obstacle because it says, hey, don't do this, don't do that, do this, do that, don't do this. We'll cut the funds. It wants to become an exporting power for military.
Mm-hmm.
So it says we can sell our, military power to Azerbaijan. We can, deal with this and that. We want to create a greater Israel. Eventually, she will run out of every single lover, including maybe Azerbaijan will be the last lover she sleeps with. And that, when all ends, they have no one looking at Israel as, oh, you know what? We'll do you some favors for sex. It's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Your screen is frozen. They can hear you just fine, but your screen is frozen. I'm wondering what's happening.
Yeah, I see me freezing sometimes. I see me freezing sometimes. I don't worry about it.
Okay, whatever. It's not a big deal. Turco-Iranian axis. Okay, so you brought up a verse from the Bible about how the destruction will be heard from the Red Sea. That's really interesting because right now Israel and Turkey are vying over, and the Iranians also. They're competing over who's going to dominate the Red Sea. And this is strategically important, especially for Israel, because Israel has its biggest port on the Red Sea, the port of Eilat. It's right there on the Red Sea. If you look at a map, you go from Israel southwards, eventually you reach the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which lies pretty much in between Yemen and Somalia and Djibouti. And the Iranians have their very powerful proxies in Yemen, the Houthis, and they have been quite effective against the Israelis. It's quite interesting because last year Donald Trump said, okay, we're going to have a ceasefire with the Houthis. And the Israelis told Trump, no, don't do it. And Trump did it anyway, I found that pretty interesting. And even after the ceasefire was agreed upon, the Houthis struck the airport in Tel Aviv. Another sign of cracks forming on the American-Israeli alliance. So the Iranians are in Yemen through their proxy, the Houthis, which is right on the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on the Red Sea. The Turks have their biggest embassy in Somalia, which is also right there on the Red Sea, and it is around that area of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So you have the Turks already there in Somalia. And the Turks also have a major naval base, and they have a substantial military presence in Somalia. The Turks are probably the biggest investors into the Somalian infrastructure. And the Israelis are working with certain forces in the Horn of Africa. They're working with the RSF. Can you hear me, by the way? Are you still there?
I can hear you, but I don't know what happened to my screen.
It's frozen. But the Israelis are backing the RSF in the Sudanese civil war. And the Iranians and the Turks are backing the Sudanese armed forces against Israel's and the UAE's proxies, the RSF, in Sudan. So, looking in light of that verse in the Bible that says, I heard her destruction from the Red Sea.
Yes.
Is this predicting a major war front on the Red Sea between who, you think? And show us in the Bible show us how you concluded that this is really the end of Israel.
Yes. Well, basically, most people who read, let's say, the harlot, they restrict their learning from the book of the Apocalypse. The shipmasters at the sea and the weep and the wail, alas, alas, that great city, this Babylon is destroyed. And I think, they don't look at the Old Testament, and I believe it's in Jeremiah 49. It talks about this Edom entity. People don't understand when they read Edom. Isaiah 63, for example, it addresses this entity called Edom, and they think Edom equals Jordan. No. Edom includes the same conglomerate of mystical Babylon. For years, they've always talked about mystical Babylon, mystery Babylon. Well, it's a mystery. Mystery is not solved in your time. Mystery is solved when the time is ripe. So these things were sealed. So Edom encompasses the same kind of entity. And by the way, in Isaiah 63, it's pretty clear, he's addressing this Edom. When the Zionist Jews or the Israelis, they say Amalek, these are Edom, they keep saying about us. But if you take a look at Isaiah 63, it's very clear that he's addressing this Edom as were God's people at one point in time. And then they remembered God when he rescued them, when he parted the Red Sea. That's the story of Moses. So why are the Jews called Edom? And the Arabs also called Edom. I heard the voice of her destruction at the Red Sea, in Jeremiah. And so so now we understand that the shipmasters here is talking about the global thalassocracy, if you will. Now we begin to understand why the scripture is always addressing what is called the coastlands. The coastlands heard it. The coastlands this. The coastlands that. The coastlands this. Tyre in Isaiah 23 is also the coastlands, the ships of Tarshish. This is a mega Tyre. This is a global thalassocracy. It goes against Mount Zion in the far north, Psalm 48. What's the ships of Tarshish? When did ships of Tarshish or Tyre ever have a war history against Mount Zion, if Mount Zion is indeed the state of Israel or even Israel? Mount Zion in the far north is Orthodox Russia. How do we get to that point? That's a different story. What you asked me about is to define this basically entity, Arabia. And not only that, we also find in Isaiah 13, the Arab will no longer pitch his tent in Arabia. Well, you think when you read the word tent, or the evangelical reads the word tent, and he thinks that's a tent made out of camel hair, that's a Bedouin on a camel, No, a tent is a major issue. Japheth entered into the tents of Shem. Shem, basically, he broke the lease agreement with God. Christ used the same kind of metaphor. And so the master evicted Shem, and what was supposed to be for Shem, the tents or the tabernacles, churches, went to Japheth. The Roman Empire was converted. So even the Arab will no longer pitch his tent there. That means the end of Mecca, the end of Medina, and not only that, the end of the whole coastal power, or the coastlands, which is the ports, the export ports. This is why if you talk about even the Antichrist in Micah 5, the Antichrist is called Nimrod, and God destroys his entrances. What entrances? Those are these entrances of this thalassocracy, the global thalassocracy of all the powers of the world. So those are destroyed. So this is why it says the shipmaster at the sea, he's in the sea. He sees the destruction of, Mecca, Medina, the major ports of Saudi Arabia, and he weeps and cries, alas, alas, that great city, and nobody will buy their merchandise anymore. Whose merchandise? The ship's merchandise. They can't do any exporting anymore to that conglomerate that is basically an import, entity. Who is the major import entity in this world? Consumer entity. So this is why it says that neither the creditor nor the loaner nor the lender, everything will fall apart. And so we're beginning to see the paving of the way for the falling apart of this Babel syndrome. And what holds these bricks together, this building together of Babel? It's pitch. Let us take pitch and bricks. And so it becomes burning pitch. Very clear in Jeremiah. And so Isaiah 13 addresses Arabia. Isaiah 21 addresses Arabia. So Arabia is the cousin, that is Ishmael, is the basically brother of Ishaq, or the cousin of the Jews. So in essence, God is saying, do you think, the evangelical always thinks in his mind, that this is Ishmael and Isaac, God chose Isaac over Ishmael, and this and that, but they ignore that God was interested historically in Ishmael and Isaac, and he blessed Ishmael. But he says, you got it so confused up that I'm going to obliterate both Ishmael's descendants and Isaac's descendants, because this is not what God has in mind. God has in mind is the end of the city life as we know it. This is why even in the oldest prophecy in the Bible, Numbers 24, that is the oldest foundation that tells us God's plan for the coming of Christ, the second coming of Christ, how God ends the nations. And what does he say there? It's very clear, and the Messiah will be one who is called what? The star will come out of Yaqub. A star shall come out of Jacob, and he will destroy the remnant of the city. Hello. Why is he destroying the remnant of the city? What happened to the people who didn't remain there? Obviously, they fled. Who remains behind is destroyed completely. So at some point in time, we're going to see major problems in the world. And some point in time, the Almighty will send the two witnesses, and they will tell us, you must leave and you go there, and so this is coming. And what happens to the rest who remain behind? They're all destroyed. So this whole thalassocracy called the Tyre, and by the way, even the Antichrist, Ezekiel, which chapter? Well, I forgot. He calls the Antichrist the Prince of Tyre. Why is the Antichrist called the Prince of Tyre? And then the Antichrist, what does he do? He defiles his sanctuaries. You defiled your sanctuaries. Excuse me, that can't be speaking of ancient Tyre. If he's speaking of ancient Tyre was pagan. Why is God angry at this Tyre for defiling your sanctuaries? The sanctuaries are holy. So the evangelical reads Tyre, and he parses these prophecies as historic events. They're not historic events. They're speaking of the global thalassocracy that we see today. It's speaking about the oil that we're speaking about today. So unless they have the infrared of the allegoric way of looking at the scripture, they can never find it. So through the allegorical lens, we are able to see a lot more in the dark, much clearer in the light. So this is why, lest God shortens these days, no flesh will be saved. No flesh will be saved. So in yesteryears, we saw Scud missiles landing, missing the spot. Everybody was laughing at the Scud missiles. Now they perfect the missiles where they land in Tel Aviv, they land in Jerusalem, they destroy the American bases over there. We're beginning to realize that this armada, USS Lincoln, USS Ford, is just big, huge elephants. And that's why it had to pull back 1,100 miles. Why? Because it could be struck and sunk. So there's no longer this elephant war. You get this gigantic elephant to fight, because the smart guys now are using arrows to destroy your elephant. And this is why the Bible talks about the arrows. The arrows is a whole different subject. It's in Jeremiah, it's in the Psalms, how even the Antichrist's arrows will not work, and basically it'll go against him. And so now we have technology that could send a missile and shoot all your eyes. In fact, years ago I wrote about this. Even if Babylon has even if Babylon builds its fortresses in the sky, God will bring it down. How is he going to bring military fortresses in the sky? Obviously, this is satellite. What was the first thing that happened in the war? America thought it had ears and eyes. 1.1 billion equipment here, and billion equipment, and 500 million equipment. The Iranians knocked them out in no time. And the Americans were blind, and they were hitting all their bases. Now they're going to send the Marines. God forbid we see American boys coming back in boxes. God forbid Americans die for the sake of Israel and the oil. God forbid. But that's what's happening. Sorry, Ted, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Well, speaking of America sending troops into more troops, that is, into the Middle East. Last week, it was reported that thousands of Marines were going to be sent into the Middle East to supposedly combat Iranian drone attacks on tankers that benefit the American economy. And then today, it was reported that the United States is going to be sending another set of several thousand troops into the Middle East. And there were some anonymously reported, oh my God, what's wrong with me? Anonymous American officials reported to the media that there is serious discussion about sending ground troops into the Kharg Island to take it over. And one of the officials who reported this said that if the United States government, the Trump administration in this case, wants to invade the Kharg Island, it will do so. But if it's going to do that, it needs to bomb more of Iran's military installations on the Kharg Island to make it as safe as possible for American troops. I mean, do you think that's possible? Do you think it's possible that America is going to be so reckless that they're actually going to do a ground invasion into Iran's most important transit location for its oil? I mean, that's where 95% of Iran's oil goes through the Kharg Island.
I doubt the Americans will destroy the oil field, but I mean the mechanism, because it's going to take. They could. You don't know. I mean, nobody knows.
Not destroy it, but invade it with ground soldiers, ground troops.
Yes, but I mean, the first thing that Trump claimed that this is going to be just airstrikes and come home.
Right.
Of course, that was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it a lie? Because Americans need to understand the Arab oil, if it goes to the power to be China, Iran, to control that region, that's the beginning end of the petrodollar. And in it they trust, not in God. So it can't afford to survive the way it hinged everything, all global commerce, on the dollar. No more gold. Okay, that's the end result that we see it. And so if they tell you we're not going to be sending ground troops, think the reverse, and the reverse is true. They're going to send. They have no choice but to send ground troops. They have no choice but to send. And they're going to tell you, it's only 2,000. No. They're lying to you. It's going to be American bloodshed in this war. And the Americans are going to be like sitting ducks over there. It's not going to be easy. No war has ever been won by Air Force alone.
No.
It's impossible. It's never happened throughout any of recent history. It just doesn't happen. And so you have to send boots on the ground. Now, you're not talking about the flatlands of Iraq. Iran is 4 times bigger than Iraq, and it's got the Zagros, and it's got caves and all kinds of things. It's got a 1 million-man army over there, And even if you topple the regime, do you think all of a sudden the Iranian people are going just to love Israel?
No.
Did the Iraqi people love Israel in America? Remember the purple thumbprints?
With the Syrian people.
The Shiite. Yeah, the Shiite got to vote, and they knew they got rid of the Sunnis, and they were very happy, and the Americans understood it. The only one who didn't understand it is the American watching his TV set. He said, "Oh, they must love us." No, they don't love you. So who strengthened Shiism in the Middle East? It was the Americans. You thwarted Saddam Hussein, and what did you get? And so this opens the road. Iran can also control Iraq. You see, and so does the United States have the stamina to go to another Vietnam War? Absolutely not. Iraq War, they bamboozled the Americans and told them, well, look what Saddam Hussein did to your twin tower. Saddam Hussein says, I'm innocent, I did nothing. Saddam Hussein wasn't even, these people, Saddam Hussein fought terrorism. Iran fights terrorism. Who's fighting Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and all these things? Isn't it the Shia?
Mhm.
So, if anything, you would think that the United States will hold hands with Iran to fight ISIS, but it's the other way around. The United States, the moment ISIS took hold of Syria, what did the United States do? They removed the status of the man who was put in Syria, and they took the reward out. No longer reward if you catch this guy Giuliani. So who's putting ISIS in power? The United States. Who's fighting ISIS? Shia Iran. So why are we not holding with the Shia Iran to fight ISIS? Because it's not about ISIS. No. It's about the petrodollar. That's the bottom line. And in it, do these people trust? Not in God.
So you foresee America actually being reckless enough to send ground troops into the Harg Island?
They have no choice. They're going to send
Well, they
troops.
do have
but whether they do
have a choice, though, I think.
What's the choice?
Pull out, and that's it. End this insanity. Or else you're going to have more destruction and more chaos.
Okay. Let's play this chess game. Pull out and end this insanity. Mm-hmm. Then China, now through Iran, and by the way, Russia, because Iran is the underbelly through Azerbaijan to Russia. Mm-hmm. And so Iran has to be weakened by the United States because the idea is to weaken also Russia. So now Russia and China have control of the Hormuz. Now everything that's bought and sold is through the yuan.
I see.
Now the Arab regime looks at the United States and says, you promised to defend us, and now we have to go to the Chinese to defend us. Now the United States lost the whole plot. Mm-hmm. So knowing this, you're the president of the United States. What is your move in this chess game?
I would just pull out and say we're done. Because if you continue with a war, you're just going to have a big fat meat grinder. I know. I know, but the alternative is an entire meat grinder. The alternative is more political instability in the United States. The alternative is more national distrust towards our governmental institutions, the U.S. government, the U.S. military, et cetera, more fragmentation within America. It'll be the alternative is much worse. I would much rather just do trade deals with the Chinese and with the Iranians and with the Russians and just live life as opposed to doing wars, causing more chaos. And I think that just pulling out and having cooperation, some sort of cooperation, is much better than war. Because war is just death and mayhem.
But they don't think that way. They don't think that way.
Well, you're dealing with the synagogue of Satan. I mean, that's...
Yes. We're number one, the hurrah, hurrah, this is America, this mentality, if anybody thinks that, hurrah, hurrah, America, okay, go ahead, join the military, go and fight, and come back in boxes. All power to you, but I don't suggest you do this. This is insanity. Why? What are you dying for?
This is going to increase. Right now, the Jewish media, whether you look at Haaretz, whether you look at the, what's the name of that one? I forgot the name of it, but it's the religious Jewish Arutz
Sheva.
You have Arutz Sheva, Haaretz, Jerusalem Post, and then you have I think it starts with an F. I don't remember what it is, but it's a religious Jewish publication. It's pretty big. If you look at all Jewish media, they're all talking about the same thing, and that is the rise of anti-Semitism in the Western world. They're all talking about it. All of them, without exception. The Atlantic last week put out an article talking about how there is this revival in anti-Semitism in the United States. And then within the last couple of days, we've been seeing all these articles coming out talking about how Joe Kent, blaming the Iraq war, the Syrian civil war, and the current war with Iran on Israel is a sign of this rise in anti-Semitism. Well, if you don't want anti-Semitism to get stronger and to rise even more and to become even more intensified, then don't do this war. I 100%, this is what's going to happen if America does a ground war against Iran. The Jews are going to be hated even more. 100%. And I'm not saying that this is a good thing. I think this would be a bad thing. Anti-Semitism will increase a gazillion-fold if America sends ground troops against the Iranians. 100% it's going to get much worse. And you don't want to see that.
Man, yeah, if I can comment, I mean, do American evangelicals really understand how Muslim prophecies work? Do they understand that even the devil is wiser than Daniel? So the devil understands those mysteries. He says, you're wiser than Daniel, no mysteries hidden from you. And so the devil understands these mysteries in the Bible. That's why he basically sets up his chess play in accordance to also, what's going to happen in the scripture. Why does Islam say things like, the trees and the stones will cry out, there is a Jew hiding behind me? Obviously, somebody understood the scripture, that the Jews will be hunted down from New York to Papua New Guinea. All over the earth, they will be hunted down. In fact, who remain in Jerusalem? It's very clear in Ezekiel 15:16. In fact, St. John's Sodom is in Ezekiel 16. Ezekiel 15 is addressing Jerusalem as Sodom. See, 15 and 16. Then God says what? If you have a Sodom status, the Jews are very, very proud that we pushed marriage equality in the United States, Tikkun Ulam. They call it Tikkun Ulam, and how Jews influenced America for marriage equality. Who's pushing this aberration, this sexual aberration, but the Jews? And so in Ezekiel 15 and 16, in 15, he says, I'm going to bring you like doors like metal. I'm going to melt you in Jerusalem. Though you came out of the fire, you will enter it once more. So, let's read Ezekiel 15. So, how many Holocausts are there in Ezekiel 15? 2. The final one is in Jerusalem. There's no escape from it. So, all who remain in Jerusalem will be destroyed. All who go to the land of the north, i.e., the borscht world, will survive in Putin's land. Apparently, Putin's land is the safest place to be because that's a nuclear power. They have Muslims there. They have Christians there. The Jews are doing fantastic in Russia. There's no anti-Semitism in Russia. And so this is, a third of the Jews, a third of Israel, let's say, are holders of Russian passports. So Putin wants those back. Who's going to flee? The brains. Who's going to flee? Who would flee from Nazism? The brains. So Russia is going to get all the brains of the Jews. Russia is going to get blessed. It's already getting blessed. People say, oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. Take a look. Who's being blessed right now? China, Russia. Just like I said, the kings of the East aren't bad. They say kings of the East are bad. Where does it say the kings of the East are bad? It doesn't say that anywhere. They came to fight the war through the Euphrates. Who are they fighting? Gog and Magog. Mm-hmm. They come to destroy Gog and Magog. Gog goes up. I will put a hook in your jaw and you will go up north. Up being north is not foreign in the Bible. And so there's no escape that the battle of Gog and Magog, in the end of it, is going to be an invasion of Russia, which Persia, Iran, temporarily joins that effort. Then it's pulled out of that effort later on. So it follows in the Turkish line because the Turks and the Russians have an old vendetta, it's called Byzantium. Why is Gog come out of Meshech and Tubal? And where does he go? Daniel 11 is very clear, where is Gog in Daniel? Remember, he's in the prophets. If Gog is in the prophets, the scholar must answer, where is Gog in Daniel? You have to find him in Daniel. Mm-hmm. All scholars will be corralled in one spot in Daniel. Daniel 11, he's called the king of the north. He gets a threat from where? The last 2 verses. The threat comes from his east and his north. Mm-hmm. What is east of Turkey? Armenia all the way down? to China. What is north of Turkey?
Mhm.
Russia. And so here we have the Chinese and the Russians come as a Russo-Chinese alliance, and they will end the Gog problem. They will end all the problems. In other words, while the West makes the mess and it goes to the East and the West and all over the world, while Israel causes all the mess, it will be the Russians, as usual, come to save us. Who saved the world from Hitler? The Russians.
Mhm.
Is it the Americans who liberated Auschwitz? Look at your history. It was the Russians. And so, again, who invaded Russia? Napoleon. The West will never give up on trying to destroy Russia. That's the problem. The problem is a spiritual problem. The devil knows.
Mhm.
He sets up the game the way he wants to play it, but God is victorious in the end, and that's how we have to see it.
You're frozen again. I'm thinking about calling you back so we can get rid of the frozenness. Also,
Okay,
I
go
really,
ahead.
I really, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna try to call you. Give me 1
How
second.
about if you take 5 minutes? Take 5 minutes.
Okay, I also have to use the restroom.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes and then call, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you want to try to do a callback real quick?
How do I do this?
I'll disconnect.
How about if I
Okay.
hang up?
Okay, you can hang up.
Hang up?
Yeah, hang up. All right. I'm still connected to the call. So I'm gonna hang up and then I'm gonna call him back. Yeah, he's not picking up. Hello? Hello, hello? I think there's something. Okay, hold on. I think there's something wrong with his internet connection. I think he's gonna have to reset the internet. I am going to take a bathroom break, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll play some music for you guys. Let me see here. Why? Yeah. Internet. Also, guys, if you have any questions, you can put your questions in the chat, but I will ask you, please make sure that all of the questions, make sure that your questions pertain to what is said in the discussion. If it's something about where is America in the Bible, Venezuela in the Bible, or I mean, it's just, I'm probably not going to address it. So the question has to pertain to what is actually said. not a question that is outside of what we talked about. So just make sure everything is pertaining to the discussion. Is it work? I think it is. Hold on. It should work now. I reset the internet. Yeah, yeah. The internet should work. All right, hold on. Let me get the double screen real quick back up. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right, but you're still kind of frozen for some reason.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just okay, give me 1 sec. I'll call you back again. I don't know what the issue is. Hold on. Something's off about his internet connection. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. Let me go try to help him out real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm going to try to see if this is going to work or not. It should work. It's not reconnecting. Hello, hello? No? Hello? I'm going to reset. I'm going to reset Discord. Hello, hello? He's just not. I don't know what's going on.
What's going on?
All right, there you are. There you are. All right, let me get the screen back up here. Let's see. There we go. All right, we're back. Okay. Yep, we're back. So we were talking about the end of Israel, and we were also saying, you were saying that you think America is reckless enough to actually send troops into the Kharg Island, which to me would be absolutely insane, and it would be political suicide for the Republicans to do that. But you actually foresee that happening.
Well, name me a single venture from the Operation Euphrates Shield to the Iraq War to the Libyan War to the situation in Syria that America ended up succeeding in creating peace, harmony, and any of that stuff. Syria was destroyed, Libya destroyed, Iraq destroyed. So the track record tells me that this is a failing attempt. The whole Western world is not even agreeing with the United States. You have to arm twist the Europeans to even join this operation. This is not clear cut like what you had in the Gulf War, in the Iraq War. So if all the previous, Operation blah didn't work, what makes us think this is going to work? The only reason even World War II worked is because the Russians were there to help the United States. Did the Vietnam War work? What's the war that really works? You had Iranians, the Shiites, when in Lebanon, when they blew up the barracks, the Marine barracks, killed over 200 American Marines. You had Reagan had to tuck tail and pull out because it's the United States.
Hold on. There's a buffering issue in the internet, and not from you. We got your side fixed. Now there's a YouTube problem now. Oh my God. Hold on. I think it's all right. It's working. Hold on. I think we're working. Hold on. I think we're Hold on. I think we're good. Let me just check the connection real quick. All right. I think. Are we back? I think we're back.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just the YouTube is acting up. Hold on. Hold on a second. I don't know what this is. It's good now? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, you can make an argument and say, oh, look, they did this to the Marines. But they can have a counter argument that's better than your argument. Well, they're Muslim countries. Therefore, that gives us a license to kill Muslims. Mm-hmm. That's insanity. That's not scriptural. That's not Bible. Mm-hmm. That's the devil. So in essence, the United States was not able to try to make peace like you're talking about. Okay, so let's have a deal. Let's sit down, have a deal. Let the yuan get strong. Let us build cooperation with China. No, China is viewed as an enemy. Mm-hmm. Question: when did China invade nations? When did China do what the United States is doing? Did the Chinese come and mess up Libya, Syria, Iraq, and now we see the Middle East, we see Arabia, we see all of this? Did the Chinese do this? Did the Russians do this? So the problem with America is that it's failing. It's looking at the zit on the other side, but it's failing to look at the pandemic zit problems in its own face. Mm-hmm. And so, it's coming to haunt them. This whole idea that you're going to live in comfort and the whole world is your slave and your servant is not going to take you anywhere. Pretty soon, God brings what has been brought low up, and he will bring what was up to bring it low. And that's the process that you're going to begin to see. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I thought. Oh, sorry. I was just checking the connection.
No, I paused. So this way,
okay, that's fine. So you were saying, also earlier that you think that Iran will take part in the war against Russia, which is kind of shocking for people to hear because Russia and Iran are such close allies. So if Iran is going to turn on the Russians, would that
That's at
then?
the tail end.
What's
At the
that?
tail end. You're talking about Armageddon, the tail end of the world. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Yes. Go ahead.
So then that would imply that there will be regime change. So there'll be a massive change in the government somehow.
That's one scenario. But let's not forget who Gog is, who the king of the north is. Most people don't pay close attention. They think this is Antiochus Epiphanes. In fact, the saints and the fathers of the church, most scholars know that Daniel 11:40 to 45 does not fit Antiochus Epiphanes. And by the way, that prophecy of Daniel 11 from verse 21 all the way to the end, when he has the horrifying news coming to Gog from the east, from his east China and his north Russia, you see, that whole portion is the only portion in the entire scripture that gives you a sequential order to how the world enters Armageddon. And in fact, even Daniel tells you, and the end is not yet. That means it's the beginning prelude to Armageddon. So the beginning prelude to what you call the wars of Armageddon, it's not just one war. There's a southern front. The southern war is basically the Turkish hegemony increasing with Iran into the south. In other words, Iran is going to win against the South, the Arabs, all of this. You're going to see the strengthening of Iran, even if the regime falls. And so that whole war ends up in a global northern war. The northern war is what you got to worry about. There's going to be more, a war in Egypt. Let's face it. I mean, if you take a look at that portion in Daniel, it seems to match perfectly the geopolitics of today. Because you have Egypt warring with Turkey, Egypt looking the other way in the massacres of Gaza. They're going to have to pay the price for doing nothing about the massacre of Gaza. And so North Africa is involved. And by the way, the coalition of Gog is established after this figure came named the king of the north, i.e. Gog, because he's in the prophets, he's in Daniel. The coalition is made after Israel is conquered. So Israel being conquered is one of the first things that happens. It's out of the way, no more. And the coalition is established. Remember, this is the sequential order, the only place in the Bible that gives us the sequential order. Then the coalition is established with North Africa, Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritania, which was part of the Western Roman Empire. And of course, Sudan and Somalia, so Africa joins him after Israel is dismantled. So if Ezekiel 38 is about an invasion of the mountains of Israel, i.e. the hills of Judea, why is this coalition established after Judea is done with? So therefore, this war of Gog and Magog is going against, finally in the end, going against the Israel of God in the north. And that's the Chinese convert. Very clear in Isaiah 49 verse 12. So it's going to be the Russo-Chinese Christian coalition coming together. How does China convert? People don't think about those things. God opens up the heavens and he sends his, he sends the Spirit of God comes descending on to between the Caspian and the Mediterranean. That includes Armenia, even Turks, even many people will convert. So the essence of Armageddon, people don't think about it. They think it's just about war. It's about dividing the nations between sheep and goat. So here you see, if me and you, let's say, we say it's not righteous to kill poor girls in Minab, the Christian Zionist looks at us as the bad guys.
Yes.
We're the bad guys.
Yes.
We know they're the bad guys. You see, they're the bad guys because you should not kill, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit murder. And so they view us as the bad guys. No, they're the bad guys. They view the Catholic or the Orthodox as the bad guys, or the Armenians as the bad. Who cares about the Armenians? Let them die for the sake of Israel. Who cares? wait a minute here, I do care. We should care, because when Christ comes to judge, they will come to him and they will say, hey, I prophesied in your name. I preached the gospel in your name. I did this in your name. I never knew you. Who the hell are you? Why? Because there's blood on their hands. He says it very clearly. For what you did to the least of these, my brethren, you did it unto me. So, well, the Muslims are not his brethren, but wait a minute, who are you? God is going to redeem the Muslim world. He's going to redeem the Chinese world. It's very clear in Isaiah 11. He calls it Israel, Pathros, Egypt. He tells you, Shinar, Iraq, Syria, all these people will come together and will see the truth. And so God loves the Muslim world. In fact, the biggest majority of converts is going to be from the Chinese and the Muslim world. That's going to come holding hands with the Orthodox Russians and finally fighting and settling the score of this whole problem in the Battle of Armageddon. And by the way, they come through the Euphrates. By the way, when the evangelical reads the Euphrates River, he just thinks of one place in the book of Revelation. Wait a minute, the Euphrates River, that's also in Ezekiel 38:39. Gog falls in a valley. He doesn't fall in the mountains. So how could you say he falls in the hills of Judea? It doesn't work. He falls in a valley. In fact, even it says that the water will basically, be filled with his bodies. And it was called the Valley of Hamon Gog. Valley, not hills. And where is that valley of Hamon Gog? That is by the Euphrates. So the Chinese and the Russians are coming down to the Euphrates to defeat the Turks at this point. By the way, they gained Byzantium. How do we know they gained Byzantium? It's very clear. People think that they read Egypt or daughter Egypt. They think that's Cairo. No, he's addressing Assyria. He's addressing the Seleucid region. And he's calling this Assyria, this Gog and Magog, that it persecutes in the manner of Egypt. So therefore, when you read this mystical Egypt, Sodom and Egypt, in fact, the beast kills the two prophets. It's called Egypt. Why? Because the Gog and Magog will control Jerusalem at that point. And so you have to look at the Euphrates River. In fact, the Euphrates River is in Isaiah 11, the river. God will basically strike the river, and then it opens up to bring the people to flood towards the Russian-Chinese side, and will come, at this battle of Armageddon. They think Armageddon is Megiddo in Israel. That's wrong. The Valley of Jehoshaphat. Those are allegoric references. Where is Jehoshaphat? So they say, this is a little small spot in Jerusalem. What is the battle in Armageddon, in the Golan, or is it in Jerusalem? Which one is it? You can seem to make up your mind, because those are allegoric references, because the valley of decision, that's the valley where all mankind has to make a decision. The decision to stand with righteousness, or the decision to stand with unrighteousness. And so that's going to be basically the big issue. And so the evangelical Zionist at this point, who's he going to stand with? He's going to stand against the Chinese and against the Russians. He's in the wrong side of the river. You see? So the whole mechanism of prophecy is set up in this way. It's set up in a way where God traps whom he decides is on the side of the devil. That, by the way, is a problem that the Jews confronted in Numbers 24. Numbers 24 was the modus, or was the foundation, that Rabbi Aqiba ibn Yusuf declared Bar Kokhba as the Messiah. So Kokhba, is not Kokaba, which is the star Messiah in Numbers 24. A star will come out of Jacob. It's Kokhba. So Kokhba had to be changed to Kokoba, and he became the star Messiah. And so they say Israel does valiantly. You see, Israel does valiantly. That's us. No, that's not you. You're Eber. What happened? What happened was that, it was destroyed. Temple was gone. Everything was gone. And so, at that point, they couldn't rebuild the temple. They wanted to rebuild the temple. and Rabbi Aqiba, and you see the coins, praising Jerusalem and Zion and this and this and that, the same way the evangelicals think, the same exact way, third temple and all these things. Did they rebuild the temple? No, God struck them. He destroyed it. And so it was the end, and this is the crazy thing. You would think that the greatest lesson in history of misinterpreting prophecy, Rabbi Aqiba ibn Yusuf, and how the Jews interpreted literally the prophecies, you would think that would be the most important lesson to understand how to interpret, let's say, Numbers 24. That would be the most important lesson. Did they learn that lesson? No. The evangelicals interpret the exact way that the Rabbinites interpret, literally. Okay? And they're allegorically, they say they do apply allegories. Oh, Amalek, you hear that? Amalek. Oh, Edom, the Amalek. There's no more Amalek. Amalek means the giants. There's no more Amalek. Speaking Amalek, it's talking about the giants, the powers of the world. When it talks about Edom in Numbers 24, they think this is talking about Jordan. It's not talking about Jordan. The sons of tumult it's talking about. For example, in Numbers 24, it talks about the end of what's known as progeny from Seth. Seth. So, that the Messiah will destroy the children of Sheth. Well, the children of Sheth is the entire humanity. That means all humanity will be destroyed. However, Jeremiah 48 gives us the clue, because Jeremiah takes the same exact part of that prophecy, and he does not call this entity Sheth, because he understood it's the meaning of the name Sheth. He doesn't say Sheth, he says tumult, Bani Sha'un. So he uses tumult, the sons of tumult. All the sons of tumult will be destroyed. So this war, this final war, will divide the world between the sons of tumult and the sons of the truth, the sons of Christ. And so that's going to be the bottom line, And so all the sons of tumult will be destroyed. That's the ones who did not join Israel. So there's only this Israel, and everybody else dies. How is this Israel Eber? It's not. How is Moab Jordan? It's not. Moab pertains to the meaning of Moab, Me'abah, of your father, of his father. You had Bar Abba, and you had Christ. The son of the true father was Christ. The son of Abba was Barabba. So who did the Jews choose? They chose Bar Abba, the son of his own father, the son of the devil. And when Christ addressed the Pharisees and all this, what did he call them? You are of your father, the devil. So when you talk in an Eastern sense, or this Bedouin sense of how I grew up, the Arabs were masters of this language. They understand, they have what's called al-balagha. They understand this metaphor way. The Bible is written in metaphoric way that fits the Middle East. It doesn't fit the Middle West. So you had the Anglo-Germanic world coming to interpret the scriptures, and so they see the Sea of Egypt, for example, the Sea of Egypt, they think, oh, that's the Nile. No, that's not. There's no sea called the Sea of Egypt. There's no sea. There's no such sea. The Sea of Egypt, sea is multitudes, nations, and different tongues of Egypt, mystical Egypt. So we have a mystical Egypt. And we have the Sea of Jazer. That's Babylon, by the way, mystical Babylon. There's no Sea of Jazer. They think it's in Jordan. No, that's multitudes, nations, and tongues. Where's the Sea of Jazer? Across the Mediterranean Sea. That's Europe, the West. And so those secrets are hidden in this kind of language. And so when you take, let's say, Jeremiah 46, they think this is an old ancient war only, between the Pharaoh of Egypt and the Babylonians. But it has a dual nature where the power of Egypt will fall and will be given to the power of the people of the north. There's no people of the north You can't call Babylonians the people of the north. It's impossible. The people of the north is exactly where that king of the north is getting his bad news, because he is chief prince of what? Meshach and Tubal. It is Asia Minor. What is east of Asia Minor? What is north of Asia Minor? Now we have the latitude and the longitude where we can maneuver all these prophetic texts and begin to understand the full picture. And that, by the way, is impossible to do until we get to these times where you see, you know, you see Isaiah, you go like, what the heck is that? You know, they parade their sin like Sodom does. 50 years ago, who would dream about parades their sin like Sodom does in Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv and in New York, New York? And who's promoting all of this? Oh, the Jews take pride about promoting all of this. You know, so the question is that the evangelicals have to think about is, why would you support the great city, Sodom and Egypt, when it is clearly contradistinguished in the same chapter in Revelation 11 from the holy city? The holy city is in 11 verse 2. The holy city is completely contradistinguished from Sodom and Egypt in 11:8. So you have to take a side. Which one do you want? The holy city? Oh, but that Putin is there. You know, I don't like Putin. I don't like Kirill. Well, maybe you just got it wrong. Maybe you just don't understand. And so you have to understand that it's based on righteousness. So they think that they're going to measure the temple. They read Zechariah 2, measure the city. They think, oh, this is an architect measuring a city. If he's measuring a city, why does he destroy it? If measuring the temple is measuring a temple as in a tape measure, what about Isaiah? How Isaiah defines measure? He says, righteousness is my measuring yardstick. Righteousness. So righteousness. So a Muslim could have more righteousness than Jack Hibbs. He does, in fact. If he comes up on Fox News, he says, oh, they depict Jesus in urine and this and that. You dare do this in the Muslim world, we kill you. Okay, and that's more righteous than, oh, that's your freedom. He can do just, you can have this parades, and you want these parades to go in Moscow. You want to bring Jehovah's Witnesses in Moscow. You want to bring Christian Zionism in Moscow and destroy Moscow. No, they're right about throwing these assholes out. They don't want these assholes in their country. They will destroy the country. Look at America. Is it really great?
Evangelicals will just get your society to conform to American foreign policy. I mean, they'll just make your country into a colony of the United States. And that's the whole point of the American government spreading evangelical Christianity. Somebody has I think, a good question. What happens after the harlot is killed?
Okay. What happens after? We have to understand, first of all, that the harlot is Jerusalem, the mother harlot, but there is also the daughters of the harlot. Okay, that's a big subject, because you have the war of the south. The harlot, or Jerusalem, is destroyed as part of the war of the south by Turkey, Iran, Yemen, North Africa. All these countries will come together and destroy it in 1141. He enters the beautiful land. Okay, so let's pause for a minute here. They think, oh, look at God's complimenting Jerusalem. He's calling it the beautiful land. I got news for you. Go look for the beautiful land. It's called Egypt. It was described, even Lot says it was as beautiful as when he lived in Egypt, this beautiful land. And that's why he chose Sodom. It's called the beautiful land. The beautiful land is not a compliment. Daniel is calling it Sodom. Even Christ says, when you see, you know, what does he say? He says, remember Lot's wife. Lot's wife, she looked back. The church looks back, and it's really adapting the Sodom. And so what happens next, as soon as Israel is dismantled, there's going to become a war between Egypt. When you see Egypt and Turkey at clash, you're looking at in fact, Daniel very clearly says, this is still not the time of the end yet, you know. And so the time of the end begins when he goes against the strongest of fortresses. At this time will be Russia and China, not the United States. So we know the United States is going to deplete at this point. And then what happens is the Muslim spring, if you will. It's going to be major. And by the way, this Gog is going to be so stubborn. I mean, it's not going to be somebody who's easily arm twisted by the United States or Europe. He's going to be so stubborn that his mission is to annihilate the Jews and also the Christians. He goes against Russia. And so that's what's going to happen in a nutshell. So it's going to be a rape of Egypt, basically, betrayal of the Egyptian president by the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. They will be in his military attaché. They'll be part of his generals and part of, Sisi is going to be gone. The king of Jordan will be gone. That's another problem, you see. I mean, you had American bases in Jordan, what's going to happen to King Abdullah of Jordan? Okay, so Jordan is going to have a revolt. You're going to see the result. What you're going to see the next year or next few months, no one knows the exact timing, but you're going to see Jordan problems, and the King Abdullah will be no more, will be gone. In fact, why do Amman or Ammon escapes the king of the north? This is something nobody could explain in the past. Well, it's because there is no more Hashemite kingdom of Jordan. It's going to be Muslim Brotherhood takeover of Jordan. Why the Israelis are going to throw the people of Gaza into Jordan? Amos 1 verse 4. And so he throws the people of Gaza into Jordan, and it's going to create more problems. This is going to be what you're going to see. So what you're going to see is the establishment of a ethno-Zionist fanatic state.
I call it Judeo-Nazi is what I call it.
Yes, Judeo-Nazi, no difference than the Nazi. And that's why Israel somehow doesn't care if America divorces Israel, because that's what they think. They think that they have the ability to have enough strength and power. And this is why God says, I will dismantle all your power in Micah 5. Micah 5 is a major prophecy. That's a prophecy about the birth of the Messiah in our village in Bethlehem. And we continue the prophecy. What does it say? How the Jews basically finally see. They finally see because God strikes all their strength. There's no more going to be the Dimona nuclear reactor. All the strength. I will destroy your strength, all your witchcraft, all the Kabbalah, all the Zohar, all these things. The Jews are Kabbalists. This is witchcraft. So he's going to destroy all of this, and that's how basically he's going to give them the victory, not in Israel. The victory is going to come from the north. That's why you see Psalm 48, the daughters of Judah rejoice over the judgment of this global Babylon. And they will be where? In Mount Zion in the far north. It's not Mount Zion, it's Mount Sion. Sion means virtue, virtuous. Mount means kingdom. So you can't say a mount is a hill in the allegoric referencing. It's impossible, because every single mention of mountain in these prophets, mount or mountain, is always a reference to a kingdom or powers. Hear the word of the Lord, you mountains of Israel. Those mountains have ears? Is that a mammoth elephant with big ears? No. This is talking about the nations of Israel. God is punishing the nations of Israel. And basically what happens is that the Islamo, faction will begin to punish Christendom. And basically this will be the refinement. But in the end, Islamdom will see the truth. God, will basically strike Gog, and they will realize he was a false prophet. And that's a whole subject all to itself.
Well, here's an interesting update that was just reported about 20 minutes ago or so, that Trump is now saying, for one thing, the United States is lifting or has already lifted sanctions on some Iranian oil. That's interesting.
Oh, gee whiz, like they need to lift the sanctions.
Yeah, but why? But this is proof, really, that America is, for one thing, losing this war, and it's also proof that, I mean, obviously, this whole war was a terrible decision. So it just makes you wonder why they decided to do this. And then also, Donald Trump just said recently that he might start winding down the war against Iran. Now, he could just be saying this to lower the gas prices down, because not too long ago, yeah,
the 12-day war. The 12-day war was over, right? Wrong. Yeah.
So then maybe the United States is not going to send ground troops, maybe, or try to take the Kharg Island, or maybe this war isn't going to last for months, or maybe it is going to end soon, and the United States is just going to tuck tail and leave, and then hope for the best. And then maybe the Israelis and the Iranians will just continue on killing each other.
It's going to take a break. It has to take a break, because the problem is, I mean, you're out of THAAD. You depleted your THAAD system in the Orient, in the the Oriental front over there, right? You're going to fight China, right? Because they're the kings of the East over there. So you're out of THAAD, you're out of Patriot missiles, you see Iran was brilliant. It sent all its junk missiles, and you wasted all your THAAD system, your Patriot stuff. And now they have to think very, very diligently when a missile is coming. Oh, let it land over there, because that's not a major city, that's not a major spot, And so to arm the mechanism in the, let's say, the USS Lincoln, it needs a special docking place. And by the way, there's no bases operating well in the middle in Arabia. And so where are you going to do this? Why did the USS Lincoln go 1,100 miles into back? Because they realized they're running out of ammo. Not all ammo, but the major ammo. They're running out of eyes. They're running out of ammo. And the Iranians have been waiting for 40-some years for this war. They've been preparing for 40-some years for this war, because they realized they destroyed their currency. Why? Why did you destroy Iran's currency? Why did you do this to Iran? You think Iran is just going to sit back? This is in defense of their existence. You're talking about the Persian Empire. What was the Persian Empire? Roman Empire couldn't defeat the Persian Empire. Did you ever look at your history lately? And who destroys a Babylon status? It's always Persia. And so who's the Babylon status? Jerusalem. So this whole idea of just sending hoorah, hoorah, we're just going to kick ass and all that stuff, that's out the window. It's not going to happen.
I don't know. This seems like, I just get the feeling America's just going to pull out of this. That's my impression. That they're just going to pull out because Temporarily, yeah. They're going to pull out and they're going to take a break.
Yeah, they have no choice.
Yeah. I just don't see this escalating into Iraq war again or something to the likes of that. I could be wrong. I hope I'm right.
Look, Ted. You can't get to this nuclear reactor. You can't get to the Fordo. Remember the 12-day war? They said, "Oh, we bombed the nuclear. We done the job. Mission accomplished. Hoorah, hoorah!" And they came back, and now, we bombed it again. Why? Because the Americans think that, we got the GBU-57. It could drill a hole 40 feet down to the earth. But remember, I don't know, the PSI concrete that they built these things, and they're about 200 to 400 feet below. So, we just keep hitting one GBU-57, one after the other, after that. We'll get to it anyway, That's not true, because, you strike the first strike, it goes 20 feet, 30 feet, and then the dirt crumbles on top of the hole. You strike another one, the dirt still crumbles on top of the hole. After 4 or 5 or 6, you don't reach to your destiny and go to to destroy those facilities. Guess what? It doesn't matter if you shoot 1,000 GPUs into the hole. It will not destroy it. You think the Iranians did not study all of this before they made their tunnel system?
Mm-hmm.
And they make 55,000 drones a year.
Mm-hmm.
And now the question is, they think, oh, they're going to run out of drones. Really? All what they need to have is 3 drones that would strike 3 ships. And guess what? No ship is going to go through the Hormuz. All what you need is 1 drone. It's over. 1 drone, and it's over. That's it. Frozen. No insurance company is going to insure those freights. Nothing. You're frozen. In fact, I mean, if in doubt, take a look. What's going on? And Iran is not going to end the war easily. In fact, Iran wants to continue the war now. America wants to pull up, but Iran says, no. No. I got you. You're down. I'm going to punch you harder and harder and harder.
Well, there were some anonymous sources from the Trump administration who told the media recently that Israel wants to continue this war. And Israel is the one that is very reckless, more so than the United States. Because according to these anonymous sources, Israel is sort of insulated from a lot of the bad effects of the Strait of Hormuz crisis and a lot of the bad effects of the bombing of oil refineries and gas processing centers in the Arab Peninsula, because Israel, as we've said, gets about 40% or so of its oil from Azerbaijan, so it doesn't really have to worry so much about the Strait of Hormuz, and plus it gets a lot of its energy through the Red Sea, so it doesn't necessarily need the Strait of Hormuz as much as much of the rest of the world does. So Israel is sort of insulated from all of these issues, so it doesn't really care. It can be reckless, and it's going to endure through it. Whereas the United States does get affected by it economically. The gas prices go up, etc., as we all know. So the United States has more of a willingness to pull out of this conflict than Israel does. So the question is if Israel wants to continue this war and America pulls out, and then Israel says, hey, we have to continue this war, that is going to be another rift that will be exposed between the U.S. and the Israelis, and the Americans will yet again see just how reckless Israel is. And,
that's right.
And Israel will again try to pull us into a war with Iran. So I think eventually the United States, as I've said, is going to say, we're tired of being tethered to this mad dog.
Yes.
They're just going to throw us under the bus. Go ahead.
You deal with it all the time. You deal with it all the time. For years you've been talking about how the support of Israel is going to diminish. And what kind of comments do you get? America will always be with Israel.
Always,
America will always be with Israel. Always with you get these comments from these idiots. But then you say, okay, well, what's the percentage of Americans support Israel pre-Gaza and post this epic fury? What does the numbers look like?
Well, for the first, go ahead.
Go take a look at how many people are watching the 700 Club these days. How many people are listening to John Hagee preach these days? Go take a look at their whatever.
How many people are watching Mark Levine?
Well, Mark Levine, dead.
I mean, we were looking at Mark Levine's YouTube channel yesterday or a couple of days ago, and yesterday, and he did his channel uploaded a video in which he is condemning Joe Kent, calling him a traitor and all this stuff. 7,000 views. Now, 7,000 views for me, a 26,000 sub channel, isn't bad, but 7,000 views for Mark Levine, who was this massive best-selling author years ago, that's a downfall. That's a massive decline in views.
Yes. In fact, the best thing to do to deal with Mark Levine and the pro-Zios is not to pay attention to them. They're going to die out.
Yeah, they're going to die out.
Don't pay attention to them. Don't give a damn what they say about Kent or whatever it is, and they'll die out because they want the attention from people like Tucker to interview them and to have... Exactly, because I understand this. Yes.
You were going to say something? Sorry, you understand what?
No, I'm pausing for you.
Oh.
I want you to kind of shoot your Patriot missiles right now.
Well, you have this whole situation going on in the Middle East, and there's all this talk about World War III. I mean, all the time, we're in the precipice of World War III. But do you see it that way, or do you think we have some more time before this whole thing blows up into a global conflict?
Yes, yes. There's, don't let people rush you into Armageddon. No, this is going to take time. Not even close there yet. Not even close. You're still going to see revolutions in Jordan, revolutions in the Middle East, unrest. This is going to take a long time. It's not going to happen overnight. Things don't happen overnight.
Yeah.
So I'd say the next 5 years, I believe in 5 years from now, I dare for anybody who makes a comment at you and says, "Oh, America will always be with Israel." I dare them say that 5 years from now. Look at the rate it's going down. I mean, you're talking about Gaza, 10%. The war with Iran, 10%. That's 20%. That's huge. I mean, this is not even within a year. I know we had a new year, but within a year, that's it. You had this much collapse of the support for the state of Israel. That's a huge collapse. Netanyahu's talking about buying TikTok, this and this and that. And the more they talk, this is why I watch what the Zionists say all the time. I watch how they behave all the time. The more they talk, the worse it becomes. The worse it becomes. You take a look at all the comments. Take a look at what's his name? Piers Morgan. Look at his shows. Look at just read the comments. Just read the comments. You can have the lousiest anti-Zio debater doesn't probably make a crappy argument, and the Zio is making the better arguments. But just look at the comments. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The anti-Zios win, and the Zios are just basically depleted.
Yeah, and you see it, for example, in the numbers. I mean, for the first time in the history of the explosion of American Zionism, the majority of Americans are now siding with the Palestinians. The majority of the American population now sympathizes with the Palestinians as opposed to sympathizing with the Israelis. And then you have the Pew Research Center's numbers. I mean, that is quite shocking. I remember in April of last year, Pew Research said that, I want to say it was like 53% of the American population was critical of Israel. And then in October, it went up to 59%. So, and I can guarantee you it's a lot higher now. I mean, guarantee you. That's why I'm thinking. I hear people saying, oh, America's going to send a big ground force into Iraq. I'm thinking, man, now it could happen. Like, truth is crazier than fiction, as they say. But if America does that, you're talking about the end of the American empire. The American empire would not survive war with Iran. It just wouldn't. It's a political suicide of the entire thing. It'll be like the Roman Empire getting into a forever war with the Parthians and watching the empire slowly decline from within.
Right.
I mean, that's what it would be like. Because, yeah.
I mean, the sterling was the standard at one point in time. It became the dollar. Did the Great Britain went into oblivion? No, they still survived. America will still survive.
Yeah, America will still survive.
The problem is not its survival. The problem is the type and style of warfare that happens once it involves great powers like China and Russia, the United States, Europe. That's the fear. It's not like it happens in Europe and France and this and this and that. It's going to be like sending email messages in the form of a nuclear bomb. That is unimaginable. Nobody imagined this kind of warfare. And we're already seeing this missile warfare. Okay, the Scud was a toy. Now we see, Fateh 2 and whatever those missiles that the Iranians are sending. It sends this 100 and so grenades into,
Oh, yeah, a little
you
cluster
know,
bomb.
you cluster bomb. And okay, so what's next? What's next? It evolves to even worse and worse and worse. So that's the worrisome part. It's
Mhm.
not like man hatcheting other man with a sword, even with the guns and bayonets in the World War One, or that's going to be a completely different ball game. Like you said, the Ukrainians and the Russians have mastered the drone,
Yeah,
and you
drone
can give the
warfare.
example. Yeah, you can give the example of how a drone can defeat. Uh,
Hmm.
you know,
Well, they had a little experiment that they did in last year in I want to say Latvia. They had the annual Hedgehog military exercise, which NATO does every year in the Balkans. And what they did was they got two NATO battalions. So we're talking about somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 soldiers, and they had them do a mock battle with a 100-man unit that was supposed to be that was acting as the enemy unit in this mock battle. And in that 100-man enemy unit, they had 10 Ukrainian drone operators who were battle hardened, experienced drone operators from the battlefield against the Russians. And because the 100-man enemy unit had those 10 Ukrainian drone operators, they were able to wipe out two entire NATO battalions in a
that's
day.
right.
We're talking about literally
Yeah.
in
So
less than 24 hours.
yeah, and so I mean, Americans are good in football. They sucked in soccer. They didn't know how to play soccer worth a crap. But then Americans learned how to play soccer,
Mm-hmm.
and they were pretty good at it. So what are you going to see? We're going to see a change. That's why the United States have to take a break from this war. They got to go to the drawing board
Mm-hmm.
and really revamp their method of warfare. They
Mm-hmm.
have to revamp all of this. It didn't work. And so that's why the Americans need the break. They really need the break to
Mm-hmm.
revamp the way and the style. Imagine they're copycatting the Iranian, these Shahad, whatever you call those,
Oh, they're little.
drones that they're
Yeah, yeah.
flying. Yeah, and look at the cost that the Americans have to pay when they make their spying thing that throws little rockets, whatever, and it's
Mm-hmm.
costing how many millions? And they did $30,000. They can get those drones done.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if the West thinks it's smart, Easterners are smarter, a
Mm-hmm.
lot smarter than Westerners. They don't understand that. They will be able to make nuclear bombs. No question in my mind. Iran will get its nuclear bombs,
Mm-hmm.
and Turkey already has American about 100 bombs. They say, oh, they can't. The codes are. They can't break the codes. They not. Don't need the codes. They can take the uranium in those bombs, and they can make their own missiles. And so,
Mm-hmm.
the Incirlink has American nuclear bombs for the Turks.
Mm-hmm.
All what you need is a revolution in Turkey, and Turkey already has nukes. Pakistan has nukes.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's gonna be nothing good. I people say, what do you think's gonna happen? What do you think's gonna happen? The answer that I have come up with in my head is very simple. What will happen is what has always happened.
Yes.
Israel is gonna lose in the end. I mean, they always talk about their history. They always say, well, in our history, we were defeated by this people and that people and this people and that people. Okay, well, that is the trajectory for the future. Is they will lose. Israel will lose. This idea that Israel is going to dominate the world and just defeat everybody and rule over everybody and just ride every country, that is not going to be forever. And this idea that that's going to last forever is just, it's nonsense, because you would have to believe that something can last forever, and nothing on this earth lasts forever. Nothing. Alliances don't last forever. They don't. So all of this is going to come to an end. And America, like every empire in the past, is going to collapse. The American empire will collapse. And the Americans have pledged to be the protectors of the Middle East, of the Gulf Arab states. Well, the Romans also made pledges of protection for their subjects, for their provinces. I mean, the Romans pledged to protect Judea. It's in the Bible. It's in the book of Maccabees, the pledge between the Roman Empire and Israel. And the Romans agreed to protect the Judeans if the Judeans were ever attacked, and the Judeans agreed to fight for the Romans if the Romans were aggressed against. Well, how did that end up? The Romans ended up vanquishing the Judeans and destroying Judea, sacking Judea. And if you look at, for example, the Roman Empire in what is now England, the Romans were protecting England from barbarian incursions, barbarian invasions. And it became so logistically draining for the Romans to have to continuously defend what is now England that the Romans eventually withdrew out of England, and England eventually got invaded by the Anglo-Saxons. So this idea that something is going to last forever and alliances are going to last, no, things get exhausted. And the American Empire is exhausted. It's emotionally, psychologically, logistically, everything is being exhausted out of the United States, especially psychologically. And if America decides to do a full-out ground war against Iran, I mean, you're talking about a massive political overhaul in this country. Where people, it won't be, oh, 60%, hate. No, it's going to be close to 100% of Americans are going to hate Israel at that point. Because you're going to see a bunch of dead American soldiers in coffins draped with the American flag. So, and people are going to say, oh, it's Israel. They're going to watch Tucker and they're going to hear, oh, it's Israel. They're going to hear Joe Kent saying it's Israel. And they're going to see this war and say, oh, look, America and Israel are doing a joint war effort against Iran. It is Israel. So no matter what Israel does, if Israel has succeeded in getting America into a war against its biggest nemesis, the Middle East, in the Middle East, which is Iran, and Israel thinks it's winning, but it's not winning. All it's doing is it's getting the world to hate it more and more. So,
and you see the problem with the evangelical thinking is that they say, okay, 1948 Israel was established, and therefore, wow, Jesus is going to come soon. Mm-hmm. Wow, a temple is going to be rebuilt. Wow, And so what they do is they try to push the prophecy to be fulfilled. Mm-hmm. And by the way, that's a major problem. Prophecy is not fulfilled by you pushing it, because take a look at, say, Daniel 11, very important, probably one of the most important chapters in the prophecies of the Bible. Mm-hmm. And it says, part of your people will try to push the prophecy or invoke the prophecy to happen, but they will be destroyed during the Seleucids. And so trying to fulfill prophecy, to Jimmy rig prophecy, to make it happen is absolutely a sin. You shouldn't do this. Mm-hmm. And, they enter the land. Well, they wanted to enter the land, and they were afraid the giants, and God punished them in the Sinai and said, hey, you didn't have faith. And so then they tried to force, without repentance, to enter the land, and God punished them. Mm-hmm. So that did, Moses prohibited, Joshua prohibited, everybody prohibited entering the land without repentance. And so they're trying to force the event to happen. Mm-hmm. And so this whole thing falls apart. And so they hate to see that the foundation they built since 1948 till now fall apart, and they see it in front of their eyes. So that is, that's the whole thing. They want to save face, because all these books they wrote and all this hoopla they wrote, and all the money and the billions of dollars this televangelist made, and and it's all about money, really. If you take a look at it, it's all about money, book sales, all these things. Sainthood is not made by book sales and all this mega market, and so it's falling apart. And so that's the issue. And that's the same issue with the country. It's going to fall apart, and it's at the, at the last, it's running on fumes. And so the spiritual fumes as well. Mm-hmm. So they're very, very concerned, and they see it that they're losing the war, and Orthodoxy is winning the war, the spiritual war, that is, the conversion to Orthodoxy is skyrocketing. And that's why they're angry. They're angry because they're jealous, and that's the problem.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. And the Iranians, when the Israelis hit the Pars gas field, the Iranians responded by hitting the Qatari side of the same gas field, and then the Iranians decided to hit the Kuwaiti oil refinery, but it wasn't as ferocious as the strike on the Qatari gas processing plant. And the Iranians said, "We're doing this to give you a message.
Yes.
We're de-escalating. We're showing you that we can hit less. We can go from ferocious to less ferocious. We're trying to send you a message that we can attack with ferocity if we want to, but we've decided to de-escalate." So it was a message that was sent to the Israelis and to the Americans that we can end this peacefully. But
Yes.
it's like with what Eric Weinstein said to Piers Morgan. He said after the 12-day war that that Iran was sending a message to the Israelis: we can hit you with a nuclear missile. And so the
Yeah.
Israelis thought, oh, look, they didn't really hit us that hard. And Eric Weinstein said the Israelis just don't get it. You're looking at the end of Israel. So I think we're gonna end with that. I think we're gonna have an off ramp. That's a very popular term nowadays. Off ramp. We're gonna have an off ramp from this interview now.
Okay. So I'll be excused, and you will continue your program.
I'll continue. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me.
All right. It was good talking to you. Always.
Yes, sir.
All right. God bless.
God bless.
God bless. Let's see. I think I'm gonna get some. All right, here I am, back to normal, back to the normal stream, guys. Let's see. Is this is the capture device? Yeah. All right. Let's see. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, I'm going to continue the stream for a few more hours. I'll be here. We're going to do the normal 6+ hour stream. So we decided that the first half of the stream would be my dad and I, and then the rest will be me, and I will just do the stream like I normally do. Let's see here. God bless. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Brian Thomas. Yep, they just don't get it. That's right. Ugly Truth. Yep. They want to be raptured. They do. What's going to happen when they don't get raptured? That's the question, though. That's the question. Are a bunch of evangelicals just going to do a mass conversion to atheism? That's the question. The Maccabees, yep. The Southern Wall is to keep Americans in for the next draft. I think that you could be right. I think you're onto something there. I agree with you, Theodore. It's obvious to those paying attention. Yep. The extensional reach is a fact that is too crumbling. The dominance is fantasy. The American empire is basically coming to an end, and we're going to see basically regional blocks replacing them by China, Japan. Absolutely. Professor Jang is a fraud. He said Israel will become a global superpower. I don't know. I think the guy's a psyop. That's my suspicion about him. No trolls today. Amazingly, we had maybe a couple of them. I had to ban 2 people. But overall, I mean, just to have just 2 trolls, that's not that bad. That's pretty good for the stream. That's pretty good. That ain't bad, guys. That is not bad at all. We're doing a really good job. Let's see how many people are on. Let me just real quick change the let me just real quick change the thumbnail because people are going to think that my dad's still on. So let me just change the thumbnail real quick. And let me just change the title. I'll play some music for you guys. Hold up. Let's see here. Hold up. Need some RPG music. Absolutely. I love that music. I listen to it even when I'm not streaming. I listen to it. 1 second, hold up. One second. All right. All right, guys. Let's see here. Jang has been astroturfed, and some in independent media have fallen for it. It's just very bizarre that this guy who hasn't really, I mean, it's not like he said anything amazingly original or anything like that, and he just goes viral. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's just, there's something very off about it. Thank you, Waleed and Ted, for the stream. Appreciate that, Mr. Kowalski. Let's see here. Well, he was on fire. Appreciate that. I'll let him know. Putting out bangers. Appreciate that. I'll let him know. Let's see here. Cafeteria has been up. Pick a side, truth or the lie. Jang is from my city in Canada originally. I thought he was from Singapore. Or he lives in Canada. Okay. Yeah. The evangelicals will worship the Antichrist. I think a lot of them will. Yeah, they will keep believing in the rapture and just keep thinking it hasn't happened yet into infinity. Yeah, I can see that. But if they see Israel being destroyed, they're going to think, okay, this is it, guys, this is it. And then the Antichrist is going to continue on for a prolonged period of time after that. And then they're going to wonder if any of the stuff that they were taught is true in the first place. He's from Guangdong. Oh, okay. All right, guys. I have some stories to show you guys. I should probably get myself a glass of water real quick because my mouth is pretty dry. Let me just real quick get some water real quick, guys, because my mouth is very dry right now. 1 second. Hold on. All right, guys, I am back. So let's talk about some articles that I read earlier, and they're quite interesting. I read a number of articles on the current rift between the United States and Israel. Israel struck the Pars gas field, which is a part of the biggest gas field on Earth. The Americans did not like that because it brought the price of gas up. And so the Americans tried to do damage control. Donald Trump said, well, I didn't like that. I told not to do it. The Israelis said, hey, America, we told you we were going to do it. What are you talking about? And America said, Donald Trump said, yeah, they did tell me, but I told them don't do it. So someone's lying. Did the Americans want this? Did the Americans want for Iran to retaliate by hitting the Qatari part of the biggest gas field on Earth? Destroying the biggest gas processing plant in the world, destroying around 17% of the gas processing plant? Did the Americans want this? The Israelis don't give a damn because, well, they don't really need the Strait of Hormuz to import their energy resources. They get 40% of their oil from Azerbaijan, which is in the South Caucasus. It's up north. It's north from Iran. And they also get their energy resources through the Red Sea. So they don't really need the Strait of Hormuz. They're insulated from the economic instability that they cause. And so the Americans told the Israelis, don't do this again, Israel. Israel said, okay, we're not going to do it again, America. Sorry. Well, this happened before. Last year, America hit Qatar. Sorry, Israel hit Qatar. I said America, silly me. Israel hit Qatar. And America said, Israel, what are you doing? You can't be doing this. Israel said, oh, sorry, Trump, it's not going to happen again. And what does Israel do just recently? Israel hits the Pars gas field in Iran, which is a part of the biggest gas field on Earth, getting the Qataris all terrified, getting the whole world terrified, getting the Iranians to retaliate by hitting the Qataris. And the Israelis, I am pretty certain the Israelis knew what the consequences were going to be. I believe the Israelis knew if we hit the Pars gas field, the Iranians are going to retaliate by hitting the Qataris. So the Israelis basically told the Americans, you told us not to hit Qatar, America, but guess what? We got the Iranians to do it for us. And so really, this rift between the Americans and the Israelis is really just a sign. It is a presaging sign that bespeaks of something. It bespeaks of America telling the Israelis in the future, you know what? We are tethered to you. You are a mad dog. Israel is a mad dog that cannot be controlled. And we're tired of being tethered to you. We're tired of being leashed around you. We're tired of it. Because you being tied to us does not help our relations with the Gulf Arab states. It is damaging. It is devastating to our relations to the Gulf Arab states. Being tied to you is terrible for our relation with the rest of the world. The Japanese hate Israel. The South Koreans hate Israel. The Thais hate Israel. The Greeks hate the Israelis. The Europeans hate Israel. Being so tied to Israel in such a dogmatic way that America is not good for America as a global power. It's not. So eventually the Americans are going to say, we have to cut the leash. And Joe Kent resigning from his position as director of counterterrorism intelligence is another sign of this. It's yet another sign of the fault lines being pressed upon between the American-Israeli alliance. And Joe Kent leaving and saying, Israel dragged us into this. I'm not going to be a part of this. I will not be a part of this unjust war. For this major figurehead within the American intelligence apparatus to come out and say this is a sign of this further erosion of American-Israeli relations. And the American people watched Tucker Carlson interviewing Joe Kent. They watched as Joe Kent said, Israel pulled us in. They watched as Joe Kent said, hey, we tried to further investigate the murder of Charlie Kirk to see if some foreign hand was behind the assassination of Kirk, but we were prevented from continuing the investigation. They're watching all this and they're thinking, wait a second. This Israel thing has way too much power. This Israel entity has way too much undue influence over our country. And they saw, as Marco Rubio said to the press, well, we knew that Israel was going to attack, so we attacked the Iranians. In other words, the Israelis forced our hand and they pulled us into a war. People aren't stupid. They're watching all this stuff. They're watching all this stuff unfolding. And they're wondering, when is enough going to be enough? And when are we going to come to the breaking point in which the fault lines have been pressed enough and America's going to say enough is enough? And I think that time will come. So I want to show you guys a couple of articles. This one is from the New York Times. This article came out recently. And let me see here. Why is this... Hold on a second. What? Good grief. Why is this not showing? 1 second, guys. Sorry. Let's do window. And thank you. And here we go. There we go. And where is me? There I am. So it says here, Israel and the U.S. are starting to show their different priorities in Iran. And the media has been talking a lot about this. The New York Times, the Washington Post, BBC, the media, the Western media has been really talking a lot about this. And there's a reason for this. The reason for this is because there is indeed a rift between the Americans and the Israelis, and it is being exposed to a certain extent. And it says here, the United States views Iran through a prism of global responsibilities and strategic goals. Israel has a more regional approach. After nearly 3 weeks of war, their paths are diverging. Israel wants total destruction of the Iranian regime. The United States at this point would be happy just to clear the Strait of Hormuz, just to have free access, freedom of movement through the Strait of Hormuz. That's what the Americans want more than anything. And the Israelis, like I said, they don't give a damn about the Strait of Hormuz. They don't care because they are insulated from the destabilization of the Strait of Hormuz. Guys, do you know how bad it is with the Strait of Hormuz? Do you know how deep the crisis is with the Strait of Hormuz? So I'll just give you guys this explanation to put it into a better perspective for you. Before this war broke out, 100 ships on average would go through the Strait of Hormuz every single day. Since the beginning of this war, only around 100 ships have passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It used to be 100 ships a day. Now it's just 100 ships in a matter of weeks since the beginning of this war. That's how bad it is. The Israelis don't care because, like I said, they get their oil from Azerbaijan. They get their energy resources through the Red Sea. They have the Red Sea. They have the port of Eilat. They don't need the Strait of Hormuz. They don't care. This doesn't affect them. So they don't give a shit. They could be reckless. They could be chaotic. They could be a force of instability. They could be Captain Chaos. They don't give a damn. They don't care. The Israelis don't give a shit about your high gas prices. So the Israelis are saying, well, we have to destroy the regime. We have to destroy the regime. The Americans are saying, okay, listen, that is right now not within the realm of possibility. That is not a practical objective right now. We need to clear the Strait of Hormuz. We need to have freedom of movement through the Strait of Hormuz. We need to destroy much of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. And the Israelis are saying, we have to destroy the entire regime. Well, you're talking about a full-blown, full-scale conventional war. And that's something that America can't afford to do right now. And if America decides to do a full-scale conventional war right now, you are talking about, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, and other people have said the same thing, you are talking about the end of the American empire as we know it. And you are talking about immense Words cannot really describe how immense it would be, but you're talking about, for lack of better words, immense political instability within the United States, to the point where the level of distrust and incredulity that was shaped, that was formed due to the Iraq War would be dwarfed, would be magnified a million times over by a conventional full-scale invasion of Iran. You're talking about massive distrust for the United States government. You're talking about, we already got enough distrust because enough distrust was already formed, was already sparked towards the United States government because of the Iraq War and because of the COVID situation. This would magnify the distrust that is already present against the American government and its institutions by a million times. So, it would just be, it would be really the final nail, or at least one of the final nails on the coffin of the American empire. So I'll read on here. President Trump first insisted the United States, quote, knew nothing about the strike that Israel did on the Pars gas field in Iran. Then Donald Trump later backtracked and said he warned Israel against attacking the complex. His attempt to distance his administration from the strike underscored the diverging aims of the United States and Israel as their war against Iran grinds on. As a superpower with global responsibilities, the United States cares deeply about global energy supplies and the safety of its Persian Gulf allies. And with crucial midterm elections later this year, the Trump administration cares deeply about the rising price of gasoline in the United States. I'm sorry, guys. Is this music way too loud? Let me know. But as a regional power, Israel has different strategic aims and more narrow concerns. Analysts and former officials say Israel has its own natural gas, little dependency on the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran has a chokehold on the transport of fuel, and no responsibility for the free flow of global trade. Israel is really protected from the instability that it is causing in the Middle East. And it says here, Washington is focused much more now on the problem of the Strait of Hormuz, she said, since a lengthy closure could mean a sustained global recession and higher fuel prices. Israel doesn't care as much about this. They have a set of strategic objectives and believe they are succeeding. And they're not as price sensitive as the White House. They are more willing to weather the storm and try to finish the job. The Israelis, they're way more reckless than we are. They don't care. They could cause a war between Iran and Qatar. They would love it. Right now, you have the Saudis talking about a potential war with Iran over Iran's attack on Qatar, and also attacks on Riyadh, and attacks on Kuwait, and attacks on the UAE. And if the Gulf Arabs decide to go to war against the Iranians, the Israelis will say, great, we don't care, we don't give a damn, because that means the Gulf getting weaker. That means our Middle Eastern rivals getting weaker. That means Iran getting weaker, because Iranians would also be killed, obviously. The Israelis would not give a damn. They wouldn't care. They love the chaos. Israel is like that parable that was articulated by Batman's butler in the movie Batman. Alfred, the butler in Christopher Nolan's Batman, had this story about when he was in Africa. There was a bunch of diamonds that were stolen or something like that, and he said that he saw a little child somewhere in Africa playing with one of these diamonds. And in other words, the villain didn't really care so much about the diamonds. He cared about the chaos that he would cause through the diamonds. And Alfred, Batman's butler, said some people just want to see the entire world burn. And Israel is sort of like that. Israel is that type of villain to a certain extent. They don't care. Price of gas goes up. The Arabs and the Iranians are killing one another. They don't care. Turkey and Iran are in a war against each other. They don't give a damn. Because that just means their neighbors getting weaker. That's all that means. So this political... Hold on a second. Why are there... So this political analyst is saying Israel doesn't really care about the chaos that's being caused, the chaos that is being sparked. And she goes on to say, okay, never mind, I'm done with her quote. So it says here, Israel is more determined than Washington to change the regime in Iran, dismantling the Islamic Republic and its ballistic missile program, and to degrade Hezbollah, Iran's proxy force in southern Lebanon, to the point that it cannot threaten Israel again for many years. Israel is also more amenable, analysts said, to the possibility of state collapse and chaos in Iran than Washington appears to be. So a civil war could break out in Iran. Israel wouldn't care because it would mean a weak Iran. So Israel is fixated right now on weakening Iran in Lebanon and Syria, weakening the Iranian regime within Iran itself. But as I've said many times, the weaker Iran gets, the stronger Turkey becomes. And Turkey is a member of NATO. It's the second biggest member of NATO. So if Turkey becomes strong to the point where then it becomes Israel's biggest threat in the Middle East, and Iran is no longer Israel's biggest threat, then that would mean Israel facing NATO. That's what that would mean. And is America going to go to war against a fellow member of NATO to save Israel? And the answer is emphatically no. America is not going to go to war against Turkey to save Israel. And you see, what makes Turkey a bigger threat to Israel than Iran is the fact that Turkey has legitimacy. That is what makes Turkey more dangerous than Iran. It's not just that Turkey has all of the high-tech gear and that Turkey has all of this NATO military technology. It's not just that. It's not just the fact that Turkey has this massive army and can amass an army of tens of millions of soldiers if it has to. It's not just because of that Turkey is a bigger threat to Israel than Iran is. It's also because Turkey has legitimacy in the eyes of the American empire. Because America looks at Iran and says, well, that's an enemy. Iran is an enemy of NATO. It's aligned with China and it's aligned with Russia. Iran is a massive seller of oil to the Chinese. Iran is helping to keep the Chinese afloat, energy-wise. So Iran is an enemy, obviously, in the eyes of America. And so Iran does not have legitimacy in America's eyes. And so because it does not have that legitimacy, America doesn't mind going to Tehran and dropping bombs and sending the B-2 bombers to Tehran and destroying civilian infrastructure and killing a bunch of kids. America doesn't mind doing that because Iran is an enemy. Who cares? But Turkey has legitimacy. America has military installations in Turkey. America has a massive military base in Turkey, the Interlink military base. America has nuclear warheads in Turkey. America has a lot of stuff in Turkey. Turkey is a massive ally for the United States. Turkey has legitimacy. And so when Israel tries to twist America's arm to get America to go to war against Turkey, it's not going to work. It's not working. Because America is saying, what are you talking about? Turkey is a legitimate country. It's an ally. It's a part of the American empire. So that legitimacy is what keeps Turkey insulated from Israel's influence, from Israel influencing America to try to push the Americans to go to war against Turkey. And so Turkey is militarily very powerful. Turkey is a country that can destroy Israel in a war. And Israel really can't do much about this because Turkey has that legitimacy. So they can weaken Iran, they can cause a civil war in Iran, whatever. all they will be doing is weakening the Iranians and making the Turks stronger. All they will be doing is making their biggest existential threat more powerful. And they will be making this massive existential threat more powerful. But that's going to be so much more dangerous than Iran because it has legitimacy. That's the reason why. It has that legitimacy. Anyway, so they're going to say, oh, look, Iran's weak. Okay, but Turkey's going to get stronger. And what are you going to do about Turkey? You can't do anything against Turkey. You can't do anything against Turkey because Turkey has the legitimacy of the United States. That's what makes Turkey so much more dangerous to Israel than Iran. Anyway, so it's just Israel is nailing more nails into its own coffin. Israel is further paving the path to its own demise because they're just strengthening the country that can destroy them. And they're also at the same time strengthening this country that has legitimacy. Anyway. Let's see here. So it says here, having been on a war footing since Hamas attacked it from Gaza in October 2023, Israel is more willing to bear the costs in casualties and economic damage than the United States is likely to be. So Israel's saying, hey, a few Israelis get killed, we don't care. Now 12 Israelis get killed, it's not a big deal to Israel. 12 Americans get killed because of an unjust war that Israel pulled us into. That is an international headline. And Americans don't like that. And if more and more Americans get killed, obviously the more unpopular this war is going to become. So it's political. It's for America to continue to escalate this war is just politically not viable. It's politically disadvantageous. And that's to say the least. If America decides to do a full-scale war against Iran, you're talking about political suicide. So it says here, so Israel sees an extraordinary opportunity to clobber Iran with American help. And it is likely to want to continue the war longer than President Trump, these analysts said. So Israel wants the war to continue on until the regime is destroyed and Israel can then sink its claws further into Iran. The Americans are more willing to end this war than Israel is. And it looks like the Americans want to pull out of this war because politically it's not good and it's just making everything more difficult. And it is, it's eroding America's relations with the Gulf states. It's making the gas prices higher. It's not good for the Republican Party. The whole thing is a disaster to the point where America has decided to lift some of the oil sanctions that it was imposing on the Iranians. I mean, we're getting to the point where America is lifting sanctions on Iran, rescinding sanctions on Iran. We're being nice to the Iranians here. It's come to the point where America has lifted the oil sanctions on Russia. It's come to the point where America is asking the Chinese for help, asking the South Koreans for help. It's come to the point where you see tens of millions of dollars in oil going through the Strait of Hormuz, helping Iran's economy. You're seeing tons of Iranian oil going through the Strait of Hormuz, nice and calmly, and American oil tankers are getting bombed. And America is saying, okay, Iran, we're going to lift some of the sanctions that we imposed on your oil just to be nice to you guys, because we want to relieve ourselves of a lot of the pressures on our economy that were caused because of this war. I mean, it's becoming a joke. It really is becoming a joke. Now, here's the thing is, there are really only two explanations as to why America did this. One is because America is retarded. And two is America did this war to create the environment wherein it would be easier for America to cut ties with Israel. I mean, that's the only two explanations that I'm seeing here. Because the Americans are saying, well, we thought that the Iranians would not put up such a fight. Well, that's bullshit. Everyone knew that the Iranians were going to put up a fight. I mean, you had Eric Weinstein on the Piers Morgan show saying the Iranians were being nice with us. The Iranians were being nice to the Israelis during the 12-day war and were actually showing restraint when they were sending their ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv and into Haifa. And the Iranians were trying to send a message to the Israelis, hey, we can hit you guys. And one day we may just arm one of these ballistic missiles, one of these hypersonic missiles with a nuclear warhead. So let's be nice. The Iranians were showing restraint. Every analyst, every think tanker, every journalist, every imam in a mosque in Pakistan said what was going to happen if America decided to go to war against Iran. Everyone knew, all of the analysts, all the think tankers, they all knew, all these journalists, they all knew, if you go to war against Iran, you're going to have a crisis on the Strait of Hormuz. Everyone knew this. Everyone knew this except for America? Everyone knew this except for Donald Trump? Everyone knew this except for Marco Cain Rubio and Pete Hegseth and the rest of these loons? Everyone knew this except for Lindsey Graham? Everyone knew this except for Netanyahu? You don't think the Mossad... They always say, oh, the Israeli intelligence, it's the most sophisticated intelligence agency on the planet. So you're telling me that the most sophisticated, the most brilliant intelligence agency on earth, the Mossad, did not foresee what is happening? Really? If that's the case, then all this talk about the Mossad being the most intelligent intelligence agency on earth is a bunch of bullshit. Someone is lying here. Either this war was done due to retardation, or this war was done for another motive. The Israelis have their motive. Their motive is what? You don't think the Israelis knew what was going to happen? Of course they knew. So what's their motive behind this war? Their motive is to weaken the Middle East. I think that's quite obvious. Why do you think they hit the Pars gas field, which is a part of the biggest gas field on earth? I think they knew that the Qataris were going to retaliate. Sorry, what is wrong with me? I think they knew that the Iranians were going to retaliate by hitting the Qataris. I think they knew that the Iranians were going to retaliate by hitting Qatar's most important natural gas processing plant. I think they knew this. I think they knew that it would cause a ripple effect to the point where now you have the Saudis talking about possibly going to war against the Iranians. The Israelis want Middle Eastern people to kill each other. They want the Iranians to kill each other. Why do you think they gave guns to all of these rebels in Iran? Why do you think you saw videos of Iranian rebels with shotguns fighting Iranian police officers? Why do you think these rebels were in Iran, who were backed by the Mossad, were wandering around beheading Iranian police officers? Because they want chaos. Israel is Captain Chaos. Israel wants to see the Arabs and the Persians killing each other. Israel wants to see the Palestinians killing each other. Israel wants to see the Lebanese killing each other. Because that means all of their rivals, all of their neighbors being weakened and continuing to be weakened. And that means Israel being strong. Why do you think they were talking about missiles being launched to Turkey? A missile was launched and it almost hit Turkey, but because of NATO's interception systems, the missile they were able to shoot the missile down. NATO was able to shoot the missile down, blah, blah, blah. What do you think the Israelis are trying to accomplish here? They want to get the Turks and the Iranians to kill each other. That is obvious. Because if truly the Iranians launched missiles into Turkey, if truly the Iranians were aiming at America's Incirlink military base in Turkey, then why in the hell was not Article 5 triggered? Why didn't NATO trigger Article 5? Why didn't Poland and the UK and all these other NATO countries come together and say, hey, we got to stand together. Let's all trigger Article 5 and let's go to war against Iran. Why do you think that didn't happen? Why do you think that did not take place? Because everyone knew it was bullshit, including the Israelis. And just recently, the Iranians said, we have not fired any missiles to Turkey. And the Iranian government said, this is Israel playing a game. This is Israel playing tricks. So Israel's motivation is hopefully to destroy the regime. They would love that. But if the regime is not destroyed and the Arabs and the Persians are killing each other, that's also a win for the Israelis. What is the motivation of the Americans in all this? Well, you could say it's to weaken the Chinese and it's to weaken the Russians. That's what they say. And maybe that is the motive. And maybe they launched this war with this motivation in mind, but the whole thing backfired on them. Because who is really getting strengthened here? China is getting strengthened. Because America had to pull out its THAAD from South Korea, which is exactly what the Chinese have been asking for since the damn THAAD system was installed in South Korea many years ago. The Chinese have never liked that American THAAD missile interception. What is wrong with me? Why do I do this during the stream? I hate this. I'm so sorry, guys. I really have to stop doing this. The Chinese never liked that America installed missile interception systems in South Korea. The Americans had to pull out its THAAD system from South Korea to use it to defend the Middle East against Iranian missiles. So the Chinese have gotten what it has wanted for many years. America lifted oil sanctions that it was imposing on the Russians. So the Russians have benefited. Russian oil is now being sold a lot more because the Japanese need to buy Russian oil. So the Russians are making a lot of money. The Iranians are winning in the sense that, well, they're blocking the Strait of Hormuz from American traffic. They are hindering the free travel of American oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So the Iranians are winning in this whole thing. The Americans have to go through the humiliation of calling up Russia and saying, hey, yeah, we're going to lift the oil sanctions that we have been imposing on you. The Americans have to go through the humiliation of going to the Iranians and saying, yeah, we're going to lift some of the sanctions that we've been imposing on you. So how is this weakened China? How is this weakened Russia? It's strengthening the Chinese. It's strengthening the Russians. The Chinese can now tell their neighbors, hey, the Americans are not really that reliable. You guys should be following us. So the Chinese are capitalizing on this whole situation. So again, like I said, there are really only two explanations for all this. Either it's retardation. America is just really that dumb and that retarded. And you have a bunch of uneducated Zio loons running things. And they really thought that they could pull this off. And they really thought that they could overthrow the regime. Or America has another motivation. What is that motivation? I mean, what is the result? What has been the result of starting a war against Iran? Israel is getting bombed. Israelis have been killed. The Israelis don't really care because they think God is on their side, but really all they're doing is strengthening Turkey so that in the future Israel is going to have to face a massive Turkish power and it will lose against this power. And the world now hates Israel even more. And the Americans hate the Israelis even more. And anti-Israel sentiment has exploded 1 billion times over. So maybe, perhaps, and this is me just putting on my conspiracy theory hat, but perhaps the reason as to why America agreed to do this war was to create the conditions in which America can then cut ties from Israel. Because what has this war done? It's just gotten the world to hate Israel even more. It has made America's relations with the Gulf Arabs much worse. It has eroded. It has further eroded America's relations with the Gulf Arabs. And it has shown the world that Israel is uncontrollable. And so the Israelis hit the Pars gas field in Iran. The Americans don't like this. And the Israelis will continue to prove how uncontrollable they are. America can tell the Israelis, Israel, don't do this. And Israel will say, okay, yeah, we're not going to do it again. And then Israel is going to do something else that will be against America's interest. And so America will then have the excuse. This is me just theorizing here. This is me just putting on my conspiracy theory hat. America will then have the excuse to say, we're done with Israel. We have our excuse. Israel cannot be controlled. Israel is ruining our relations with our allies. Israel is ruining our relation with Turkey, with Saudi Arabia, with Riyadh, with Bahrain, with the UAE. It's not good. It's not working for us. Israel is a mad dog and is just unstable and is unpredictable. And everything bad that Israel does is then blamed on us. And so it worsens our relations with other countries. And we can no longer really afford this. It's becoming too unviable. It's becoming too unstable. Israel has proven itself to be a force of instability, and we don't want to be a part of it. And we don't want to continuously have to do damage control for Israel. So it's time to just cut Israel off. Perhaps that is the reason why America agreed to do this war. And perhaps Joe Kent coming out and saying, hey, we got pulled into this war is really a part of this scheme to give America the excuse in the future, to give America the pretext in the future to throw Israel under the bus and cut Israel off. I could be wrong, but this is just a theory. Perhaps this is the reason why America got into this war in the first place. Because everyone knew, every analyst, everyone and their mother knew that if you start a war against Iran, you're going to have a crisis on the Strait of Hormuz. Everyone knew this. So then why do this? Why make America's economy worse? Why make America's situation worse? Perhaps America wants this to happen so that America can have the excuse in the future to say, we're done with the Israelis. It's either that or America really is just retarded. Maybe Joe Kent is a psyop. It wouldn't surprise me at all that Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson, they're all psyops to prime us for the future abandonment of Israel. Just a thought. Just a thought. So it says here, okay, so the attack on Iran's South Pars facility, from which Iran gets most of its natural gas for domestic consumption, was a logical move for Israel, as was an earlier bombing attack on Iranian fuel depots, which Washington also criticized privately, analysts and officials say. So again, this is yet another example of Israel not being controllable. Israel bombed Qatar last year. America said, don't do that, Israel. You're being naughty. Israel said, oh, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Israel hit fuel depots in the Arab Peninsula. America said, stop doing that. Israel said, oh, I'm sorry. Israel just hit the Pars gas field. America said, don't do that again, Israel. Israel said, oh, I'm sorry. They're going to do it again. They are going to do it again. And the argument that says Israel is not controllable and Israel is bad for the American empire is going to get stronger. This argument that it is disadvantageous for America to continue this emphatic, indiscriminate alliance with the Israelis is going to get more. This argument, oh God, there you go again. This argument that America needs to end this emphatic, indiscriminate alliance with the Israelis is going to get more grist. It's going to get strengthened. And eventually, it's going to come to the point where America's going to say, okay, we're done with Israel. We're just done with this whole thing. So it says here, Mr. Trump's strong initial response to the South Pars strike, he said that Israel had violently lashed out at the gas field, was the reaction of a global power. So Donald Trump getting upset with the Israelis was not just Donald Trump getting upset with the Israelis. It was the American empire getting upset. And the Israeli strike on the South Pars gas field prompted Iran's retaliation against Qatar and Saudi Arabia. And this worsened America's position in the Middle East. And this worsened America's gas crisis because the gas prices went up. Either way, Mr. Trump's fury will have an impact in Israel, where Mr. Netanyahu, who must conduct elections by October, cares deeply about keeping the American president and the U.S. military on his side. And America told the Israelis, when Israel was slaughtering the Gazans, the Americans told the Israelis, okay, it's time to wrap up this slaughterhouse. It's time to end it. Israel did not want to end it. And then Israel bombed Qatar last year. And Kushner and Steve Witkoff both went to Netanyahu and they said, you have to end it. And both Witkoff and Kushner did an interview on 60 Minutes and they said, Israel was becoming uncontrollable. We had to put a leash on Israel. That's effectively what they said. So, examples of Israel being uncontrollable are continuing to manifest, and they will continue to manifest in the future. So it's going to come to the point where America's going to have to say, we can't really do this anymore. You guys are a fetter. You guys are a chain and ball wrapped around us. And Israel wants to drag America into a major war against Iran, and it doesn't care how destructive that war will be. It doesn't care about the consequences that America would have to endure because of such a war. Israel doesn't mind dragging America down into the grave. And America knows this. So eventually America will have to cut the Israelis off. And once Israel is abandoned, Israel will have to face a massive Turco-Iranian axis, and Israel will not be able to win such a war. So it says here, as a result, Israel will likely feel intense pressure to heed his, meaning Trump's, orders to stop hitting Iran's gas fields and even to stop the war. This is what the New York Times is saying. They're saying that Israel will likely be pressured to acquiesce to America's demand not to hit any more gas fields. And there is a chance that Israel will be pressured to stand down and to end the war. And so it says here, at some point, said Mr. Miller of the Carnegie Endowment, Netanyahu's interests in creating some different Iranian reality will confront Trump's need to stop. And when Trump needs to say stop, Netanyahu will reluctantly do so. So there will come a point wherein the Americans are going to have to tell the Israelis, we have to back off. This is not politically advantageous for us. This is not economically advantageous for us. It's draining us. And Israel will say, oh my God, America has stabbed us in the back. We've been stabbed in the back. And that psychopath, Jonathan Pollard, will come out and say, oy vey, Trump stabbed us in the back because of the anti-Semites, Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent and the rest of them. They're the ones who did this. They pressured the president to stab us in the back. Oy vey, we've been stabbed in the back. We've been stabbed in the back. Us Israelis, we're always getting screwed over. We're always getting betrayed. The world hates us for no reason whatsoever. And America will tell the Israelis, no, you have to stop. And the Israelis were talking this way when America was talking about possibly allowing Turkish troops to be deployed into Gaza. And the Israelis were saying things like, oh my God, look, America is working with Turkey and America could allow Turkey to encircle us. This is terrible, etc., etc. America is stabbing us in the back. The Israelis were talking like this. They were talking like this. And so if America tells Israel, you got to pull out, you have to back down, the Israelis are going to say, oh, look, America is going against us. And it's going to be yet another example of the American-Israeli rift, the American-Israeli divide that is currently transpiring. So it says here, on a secondary level, Israel is focused on Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs and the pillars of the regime, like the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Basij militia. The United States, Mr. Sachs said, is far more focused on Iran's short-range missiles and drones that can hit the Gulf, as well as its naval capacity. Most immediately, the need is to open the Strait of Hormuz. So before, when all this bullshit began weeks ago, and I remember because I was about to sleep and I was just winding down, I was watching a little YouTube, I was watching a little bit of Legendary Drops live stream, watching a little bit of video game commentary, and I just thought, I'm going to check out the news, guys, before I relax, before I finally just rest after hours of streaming, because streaming is an exhausting job. Let me tell you, I know. Well, try being a coal miner once in your life. I get it, okay? It's not the hardest job, but there is something very exhausting about talking for hours. It's a jaw workout. You're really burning a whole lot of calories. But I remember I said, okay, I'm going to check out the news before finally relaxing, and I saw in the news 6 minutes ago, America and Israel are invading Iran, and I thought, oh my God. So I went back to the computer and I live streamed until 4:30 in the morning. And I only got about 30 minutes of sleep. It was pretty horrendous. I felt like shit afterwards. But nonetheless, during that live stream, I remember watching Donald Trump's speech. And here he was acting all victorious, acting as if he had already conquered Iran. It's like that scene from the movie Gladiator when Commodus is on a chariot and the senators are watching him. And these senators say, he comes in acting like a conquering hero. But what has he conquered? And Donald Trump gave that Commodus vibe. What has he really conquered? And so Donald Trump was saying, well, we're going to enable the Iranian people to overthrow the regime and blah, 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 and all this talk, all this bullshit. And I said during that stream, I said, oh my God, it looks like they're talking about regime change. Well, are the Americans talking about regime change now? Not so much. All they're trying to do right now is to open the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they want to do. Because what? 40% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, you're talking about America. America decided to mess with the country that can single-handedly devastate the shipping and the flow and the exportation of oil. And what? The literary rate of Iran is somewhere around 98%. And they have a lot of people in Iran who have degrees in engineering and degrees in other realms of technological occupations. I mean, we really decided to declare war on tech support. We decided to go to war against tech support and against the country that can single-handedly mess up the flow of the world's oil. That's why I'm saying the reason for this war is either due to retardation or because America has another motive that goes beyond weakening China and weakening Russia, because this war has done so far the opposite of weakening the Chinese and the Russians. The Russians are getting richer because America had to literally lift oil sanctions that America was imposing on the Russians. The Iranians are getting stronger, especially in regards to its prestige. It's not just the Shiites that are now revering Iran. You have Sunnis all over the world revering Iran because Iran is bombing Israel. So the Iranians are getting benefit out of this. The Iranians are watching as their oil is comfortably going through the Strait of Hormuz without any hindrance. And America has to watch as its oil tankers are getting bombed by Iranian drones. And now, only 90 or so, only around 100 ships have gone through the Strait of Hormuz since the beginning of this war. Whereas before this war began, 100 ships would go through the Strait of Hormuz every single day on average. So Russia's getting richer. Iran is getting its prestige increased. Iran is watching as its oil is going through the Strait of Hormuz without any sort of hindrance. And the Chinese are getting what they want to a certain extent because they had to watch as America withdrew its THAAD system out of South Korea, which is something that the Chinese were asking for many years. So the Chinese are benefiting, the Russians are benefiting, Israel's getting bombed. The anti-Israel hate is massively increasing because of this war. A major member of U.S. intelligence, Joe Kent, is now saying Israel pulled us into this war. America is telling the Iranians, hey, we're going to lift some of the oil sanctions that we imposed on you. Who's really winning here? Who's getting weakened here? Russia's not getting weakened. China's not getting weakened. So what was the motivation behind this war? What was the reasoning behind this war? Either it was due to American retardation, or America has another motivation. And that motivation is to get the world to hate America even more, to get America to hate the Israel lobby even more, to get Americans to hate Israel even more, so that America can then say, this whole pro-Israel thing was just one big, massive screw up. And now we have to just cut our losses and we have to cut our ties from Israel. That is a possibility. Either way, if it's, listen, it doesn't really matter, because if it's due to retardation that we're in this war, or if it's due to America wanting to create the political atmosphere in which it would be very easy to cut ties with the Israelis, it doesn't really matter, because cutting ties with the Israelis is going to happen anyway. Abandoning Israel is going to happen anyway, because the anti-Israel rage is changing the political atmosphere in America to the point where in the future it is going to be very, very easy for the Americans to tell the Israelis it's time to piss off Israel. It's really time to piss off. That is what I foresee. So the Americans are saying, okay, this whole regime change thing, it's not really going to happen, at least not now. Maybe in the future, it'll be easy for the Americans to do regime change. Maybe in the future, Iran will get so weak that regime change will happen. But right now, it's not viable. I know. I did a video some months ago saying the writing is on the wall. The regime is going to go down. And that could happen in the future. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. So the Americans are saying, all right, Israel, we know you want regime change, but that right now is not a realistic possibility. We just want to get the Strait of Hormuz cleared out. So it says here, the price of oil, pressure from the Gulf states, and even the international markets matter to Israel, but far less than to the United States. So the Israelis are saying, oh, we do care about the oil markets and the international markets to a certain extent, but not as much as you do, America. So who has most of the incentive to end this war? Is it the Russians? The Russians are profiting out of this. Is it the Chinese? The Chinese are benefiting out of this. Is it the Israelis? No, the Israelis want there to be chaos. They want for there to be chaos and violence in the Middle East, because that means Israel getting stronger to a certain extent. Do the Arabs want this war to be prolonged? Absolutely not. The Arabs want this thing to end. So who has the most incentive to end this war? It's the Americans and the Arabs. It's not the Israelis. It's not the Russians. And the Iranians are saying, we are dug in and we are prepared to go through a prolonged war with the Americans. We have been preparing for this for decades. The Iranians have been preparing for this for decades. And as has been said by many analysts out there, the bar for an American victory is very high. America would have to send ground troops. America would really have to do a prolonged war to really crush and to obliterate the Iranian regime. For the Iranians, the bar is very low for a victory. The Iranians just need to dig in and endure. until the Americans decide to give up and throw the towel in. So it's easier for the Iranians to win this war, and the incentive to leave this war is much higher on the American/Gulf Arab side than it is on the Iranian side, and it's much the incentive to end this war is much less for everyone else than it is for the Americans and for the Gulf Arabs. So it says here, but Israel is sensitive to those concerns, the concerns of the Americans, to the degree that they influence Mr. Trump. So it says here, even if there is no regime change, Mr. Sachs said, Iran would be much weaker and it would be easier for Israel to apply forceful containment, a more elegant term for intermittent attacks. So even if there is no regime change, Iran could be weakened to the point where Israel can just go into Iran willy-nilly, nonchalantly, and just hit the Iranians to continue to keep Iran weakened. That is a possibility. And so it says here, but the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey, all key American allies, do not want a broken Iran that creates migration flows and more terrorism. So if you have a, let's say, migrant crisis out of Iran, and you have millions of Iranians fleeing Iran, trying to get to Europe, trying to get into NATO countries, trying to get into Turkey, more so than any other country, it's going to cause, obviously, political instability in these countries, especially if you have, let's say, hundreds of thousands or a million Iranians entering Germany or entering Spain or entering France. The Europeans do not want this. In fact, the European Union just recently stated that they are ready to prevent a refugee crisis coming out of Iran. Now, when it comes to a potential refugee crisis out of Iran, the country that I am most focused on is Turkey, given the fact that Turkey borders with Iran. So if there's going to be a refugee crisis out of Iran, the country that will most likely, the country that's going to, I'm not going to say most likely because it's quite obvious what's going to happen. The country that will be most affected by that refugee crisis will be Turkey because it borders with Iran, and Turkey is, it's a powerful NATO country. It has a better economy than Iran does. So the Iranians will be fleeing into Turkey in the case of a Iranian refugee crisis. So the Turks are ready for this. And the Turks have made it very clear. If the Iranians want to flee as refugees into our country, we will have no choice but to send troops into northern Iran, into northwestern Iran, to set up military installments, to deploy troops into northwestern Iran in order to prevent refugees from entering Turkey. And you will have Turkish expansion into Iran. That's in the case of a greatly weakened Iran to the point where you have so much instability that you will have an Iranian refugee crisis, and you'll have Iranian refugees trying to get into Turkey. And in such a situation, what you will be facing is Turkish expansionism. Turkey will take advantage of the situation to strengthen its own position and to further expand in the Middle East and to further expand this idea of Greater Turkey. Because you already have Turkish expansionism in Syria, you already have Turkish military expansionism in Libya, in Lebanon. You have Turkish troops in Lebanon. No one really talks about this, but it's a fact. You have Turkish troops in Iraq. You have Turkish troops in Somalia. So Turkish military expansionism, or really Turkey expanding its military presence, is an ongoing phenomenon. And if you have a destabilized Iran, Turkish military expansionism will become intensified. It'll be intensified, and you will have Turkish troops in Iran. And so the Israelis will then have to face an even bigger and even more powerful Turkey. So as I've said many times, this idea of weakening Iran will be yet another nail on Israel's coffin, because it's just going to make Turkey more powerful. And Israel will have to face that as its final boss. And Israel Israel will not win that war. Right now, Israel is trying to anticipate for this revived Turkish power, and they're trying to get the Americans to go against the Turks. America is not going to go against Turkey. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So it says here, the broader U.S. strategic interests include global energy markets, the Strait of Hormuz, how many munitions the U.S. is expending, the extended deployments of the Navy and air crews, the impact on the Ukraine war, and how it affects U.S. readiness in the Asia-Pacific, said Daniel Shapiro, blah, 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 a former Pentagon official, blah, blah, blah. So America is very interested in being militarily active in the Indo-Pacific to support its regional allies in Asia, which are really Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. But here is the thing. How can America be defending countries like South Korea and Japan against North Korea and or China when America has had to withdraw its THAAD missile system out of South Korea to defend the Israelis and to defend the Gulf Arabs against the Iranians? How is this focusing on the Indo-Pacific? How is this protecting South Korea and Japan? So America is having to do the opposite of what it said it would do. America made an agreement with Japan that it would have the responsibility over Japan's security. America made an agreement with South Korea that it would protect South Korea, or it would be to a great extent in charge of South Korea's security against the Chinese and the North Koreans. So how is America really fulfilling its responsibilities for these countries when it has to, for example, remove or withdraw partially its navy out of Okinawa to go fight against Iran? Or when it has to withdraw its THAAD system from South Korea to go fight against the Iranians, to use it against the Iranians? So the American empire has spread itself too thin. That's one thing. But secondly, and here is something that I really want to focus on. Here's a point that I really want to drive home for you guys. What is being demonstrated here is that Israel is such a burden on America that America is not able to fulfill its responsibilities in Asia. Now think about this. America's biggest threat, economically speaking, and even to a great extent militarily speaking, is China. China can destroy the United States in a war. China has enough nukes to destroy the United States. China has enough military capacity to crush us in a war. China can hit us. China is the second biggest economy in the world, and China can defeat us economically. And look at what this war has done to the Americans. It has strengthened America's biggest threat. It has strengthened the Chinese in Asia. It has strengthened the Chinese in Northeast Asia. Because for years, the Chinese have said, America, remove your THAAD system out of South Korea. Those THAAD systems are pointed at our ally, North Korea. They're pointed at us. We do not feel safe with those missiles right next door to us. Remove them. And America has always just flipped its nose towards China. America has always given the middle finger to the Chinese and said, no, we're not going to do a damn thing. We're not going to do that. We're not going to remove our THAAD system. And what happened just recently? America removed its THAAD system out of South Korea. America removed some of its naval armada from Japan. And so now China is getting what it wants. So the argument can now be made by people in the Pentagon, by people like Elbridge Colby, who's a big influence in the Pentagon. He's a part of Trump's cabinet. The argument can be made that Israel is such a burden for us that it has forced us to withdraw from our responsibilities in the Indo-Pacific. It has forced us to withdraw to a certain extent from our position in Northeast Asia against our biggest enemies. It has strengthened China. It has forced us into a position wherein China is now strengthened. And so the argument can be made that Israel is such a burden that we're not really able to focus ourselves against the Chinese. And so we must cut ourselves off from this thing called Israel. That argument can be made, and more than likely will be made. And the argument in defense of America cutting ties with Israel will be more easily articulated because of what is currently transpiring, because of what is currently taking place. Look, America can't really defend Japan. It can't really defend South Korea. China's getting stronger. Russia's getting stronger. Why Israel? Why? Because America has the burden of Jerusalem. That is why. And what does the Bible say? What does it say in Zechariah? What does God say in Zechariah? Jerusalem will be this trembling cup that will make the world drunk. Jerusalem will be this burdensome stone. The burden of Jerusalem will be exposed. The burden of Jerusalem will be pointed out. And the Americans will say, Jerusalem is such a burden on us that we are not able to defend our allies in Asia. We are not able to focus against China, our biggest enemy. We have to focus on defending little old Israel. It's time to cut Israel off. That argument will be made. Yeah, Trump's biggest obsession has been what? China. Trump nonstop, like a broken record. China. And what was being said before Trump entered office? What was being said was America is going to focus on China. America is going to focus on the Indo-Pacific. America is going to focus on going against China and Beijing and North Korea. We're going to focus on helping the Japanese. We're going to focus on helping the South Koreans and the Taiwanese against China, blah, blah, blah. And they were doing that. When Trump entered office, they were focusing on getting Japan's military stronger. They were focusing on getting South Korea stronger. They were focusing on arming Taiwan more to prepare Taiwan for a potential Chinese invasion. They were preparing for all that stuff. They were doing all that activity. But then what happened? Israel decided to attack Iran, pulled America into a war. Joe Kent resigned from his position as director of counterterrorism intelligence. And Joe Kent is now saying, oh, look, Israel pulled us into this unjust war, and I want no part of it. And so this is furthering the anti-Israel rage in the United States. This is further morphing, further altering the American political climate, which has been so conditioned to be pro-Israel. But now that climate is being amended to be against Israel. And now we're not focusing so much on the Indo-Pacific. We had to remove the THAAD system from South Korea. We've had to remove some of America's naval armada from Japan. We're not focusing on China right now. We're helping the Chinese to a certain extent. We're helping the Russians to a great extent. And we are helping the Iranians to a certain extent, because the Iranians have now increased their prestige for fighting against the Americans and Israel. Iran right now is the most famous country in the Muslim world. Iran right now is the center of the whole world because of its war with the Israelis and the Americans, because of the fact that Iran is the only country that has actually bombed Tel Aviv. And when you have people online singing some skinhead song from Spain saying boom, boom, Tel Aviv, that tells you something. When you have people on X and on YouTube saying, boom, boom, Tel Aviv, that tells you something. It tells you that the world is ready to abandon Israel. And so now the argument can be made that we're not focusing on the priorities that we said we were going to focus on. The priority was focusing on China. The priority was focusing on Taiwan, South Korea, Japan. The priority was sort of leaving the affairs of the Middle East and sort of leaving the affairs of Europe, leaving the care for Ukraine to the Germans and the French and the other Europeans, and focusing on China. We're not doing that right now. We're focusing on Israel. And so the Americans are going to say, we're not really fulfilling our priorities. We're not really fulfilling our responsibilities because of this thing called Israel. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. Let's see here. Trump was spitting feathers when he was talking to the oil tycoons. He said China's getting oil from Iran. He took note of that fact. Yep. America wasn't ready for Ron Paul in 08, wasn't ready for non-interventionism. Meade's attacking. Yep. Rand Paul, etc., etc. Yep. Thomas Massey. No, I don't see that happening. Jerusalem is also known as the whore city. Yep. Israel is the cancer in the U.S.'s body. That's how a lot of people see it. Thomas Massey for president? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. There is no mention of Babylon has fallen, Isaiah 21. Okay. Seems Israel is out to weaken us on purpose. Maybe. Maybe. I'm pretty certain Netanyahu said he was reading a book on the Roman-Judean War, and he said that the reason why he was reading the book was because he wants to prepare to defeat Rome. He said Rome beat us, but in the future, we're going to beat Rome. Well, who's the Roman Empire right now? It's America. America is the Roman Empire right now. Here in the UK, I was heartbroken when the Syrian crisis broke and a little baby Syrian drowned in the English Channel. Yeah, pretty depressing. May Allah protect Iran. Taking in more refugees, again, will be the end of Erdogan. Maybe, yeah, but it'll definitely be a pretext for the Turks to militarily expand into northern Iran. The Turks are sick of refugees. They are. Rare Theo L. predicting the fall of the Ayatollahs. Respect the course correction. Well, it could happen. Listen, the Ayatollah, listen. It took 11 or so years for America to overthrow Assad. So it could happen in the future. But I'm just going to say that I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. And I think I jumped the gun and I got a little bit too confident when I made that video. I'll just put it that way. But I appreciate your comment. Let's see here. Another immigration crisis will blow up Europe, especially Germany. Yeah, and if you have massive refugees from Iran going into Europe, I mean, it's just going to increase racism. It's going to increase nationalism in countries like Germany and France and Sweden. And it's actually going to get the Europeans to hate Israel even more because the Europeans are going to say, it's not the fault of the refugee. It's the fault of Israel. It's the fault of the Jewish state. And so the Europeans, they hate Israel already, but they're going to hate Israel even more. And that European rage against Israel will become intensified. And I think the Europeans are just going to go back to Sieg Heiling again. Not all of them, but I think enough of them will. And they will say, Israel, the Jewish state, is the enemy. That is the cancer. That is the parasite. And we have to resume from where Hitler left off. I'm not saying that's a good thing, so don't strike me, YouTube. Don't penalize me for that, YouTube. But that is my prognostication for the future. Now, my prognostication is not that there will be another refugee crisis, but my prognostication for Europe is the Europeans are going to Sieg Heil, and they will say the Israelis are trying to drag us all into war. They're trying to drag us all to do their bidding. They want to get the Goy to do their wars while they sit and watch, and Israel needs to be gotten rid of. That's what they're going to say. That's my prediction. Hello, Theo. Hello, James Jones. I definitely see a regime change happening in the future, but for now, the big winners: China, number one; Turkey, number two. Yeah. Turkey is also one of the big winners here because Turkey is getting stronger, and Turkey has been awkwardly silent, and they're not really saying much. And I think it's because they're just waiting, and they're waiting to see what's going to happen, and they're looking for the opportunity to strike. They're looking for the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and to militarily expand into Iran. They are looking for the opportunity to get stronger. And that's it. And they're preparing for a war against Israel as we speak. They are preparing for it. But can it if Israel owns all of the Congress? Well, I mean, this pro-Israel thing is going to continue on for a while. There's no doubt about it. But as the political climate changes over the years, it's going to come to the point where being pro-Israel is just not going to be advantageous for a politician. Being pro-Israel is not going to help you win. Pro-Israel policy will be extremely unpopular and will probably guarantee that you're not going to win another election. So my perspective is that the political climate is going to alter to the point where America will no longer be pro-Israel and America will abandon Israel. America had a deal ready with Iran. Yep, it did. It's a damn crime what we did to the Iranians, I'll tell you that. Kent and Carlson, PSYOP agents. Iran is accepting only yuan payment. There you go. And like I said, China is getting stronger because of it. So my whole point is, the narrative was that America did this war to weaken China, to weaken Russia, to help Israel out. But it's actually strengthening China. It's strengthening Russia. It's strengthening Iran. It's doing the very opposite that it said it wanted to do with this war. So then the question is, what was the purpose of this war? And what was the reasoning behind this war? Like I said, it could be just plain old American retardation. Or it could be that America wants to actually foment more anti-Israel rage amongst the American population so that it'll be easier in the future for America to cut ties off for Israel because America will have the excuse to cut ties off with Israel. Let's see here. Average American doesn't know they're Middle Eastern peoples. Persians are not Arabs. They are not. Oman's foreign minister said a deal with America had a deal with America had a deal ready, and U.S. Israel attacked the city. That's right, because Israel does not want any deals between the Americans and the Iranians, because the Israelis want for America and Iran to be enemies. That is the bottom line. Trump was like, the war will be over soon, but it might last a while longer. Yeah. All the Netanyahu is dead rumors may have been toe in the water propaganda. Could have been a giant psyop. That's why I didn't talk about it at all. The weird videos that appear to be AI were coming out, and everyone was saying these videos are AI. Must be dead. Netanyahu must be dead. Blah 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 blah. Someone online said that these videos are being put out to look like AI or to look fake on purpose so that anti-Israel people will say that Netanyahu is dead, so that when Netanyahu does come out to the public and it turns out that he's not dead but he's still alive, the anti-Israel movement will look like a bunch of kooks and it'll delegitimize the anti-Israel cause. That's what I read. And I think that actually makes sense. I think it could be that these videos were just a psyop. They were a form of psychological warfare. Yeah. Like Stuttgart has one of the biggest first aid treatment facilities in the world, and I heard of non-censored injured and dead U.S. soldiers. The public not really is a total lie. Are you saying that the casualties for the Americans is much higher than what they're reporting? If so, then yeah, I agree. I don't think it's 13 or 14 dead Americans. I think it's much higher. When I read that 150 American soldiers were wounded, the death count is much higher than just 13 guys. Let's see here. I noticed that Turkey has been silent even on UK. Yeah, Turkey's been very quiet because they're waiting. That's the reason why. Valid. Yeah, America made the final blunder. It is already over. Christ is king. Amen. And you have Ted Cruz saying, don't say Christ is king. It's anti-Semitic, everyone. That is anti-Semitism, if you ask me. That sounds like a bunch of anti-Semitism. False Messiah rising. Pretty much, yeah. So here is another article. This one was published by the Washington Post. And it says here, U.S.-Israeli rift widens over potential endgame in Iran. Israel's assault on the world's largest natural gas deposit has renewed tensions between the two allies and goals in Iran. So Israel striking the Pars gas field has made more tensions, has deepened tensions, I should say, between the Americans and the Israelis. These are Israelis, by the way. They don't look too happy. And it says here, when the United States and Israel initiated the war against Iran last month, their messages were perfectly in sync on the sweeping goal of regime change. Oh, yes. The Americans and the Israelis are holding hands and they're standing side by side to do regime change in Iran. The people of Iran have had enough of the Ayatollah despotism and they will get their freedom and we will enable them to get their freedom, damn it. And look at what has happened. Look at how that whole plan has turned out. It's a bunch of bullshit, guys. We have the Americans literally getting on their knees for the Russians. Oh, Russia, we're going to lift those oil sanctions on you. Oh, Mr. Putin, I'm so sorry that we imposed those horrible oil sanctions on you because, you know, Japan has to buy their oil. Japan ain't got no oil. Japan is, as far as energy resources go, Japan is basically locked out. They don't have any oil. They don't have any natural gas. They gotta buy all that stuff from Iran, from the Arab Peninsula. They really need help. So we're gonna make it easier for the Japanese to buy your oil. We're so sorry, Russia and Iran. Man, we're so sorry, Iran. We're gonna be lifting some of those oil sanctions that we were imposing on you as well. Oh my gosh. And Israel's like, America, what are you doing? America says, shut the F up, Israel. We have money to make. We have an economy to preserve. Our interests are not really your interest. Our interests are not entirely your interest, Israel. We don't care if you want to prolong the war. You guys are insulated by the Red Sea. You guys are insulated by the fact that you're getting your oil, 40% of your oil from Azerbaijan. So we have an empire to preserve. You guys have some sort of a weird ethno-state to preserve, some Judeo-Nazi state to preserve. We don't have that. We have a global empire. So we're going to have to kiss Iran's ass a little bit. We're going to have to kiss China's ass a little bit. We're going to have to kiss Russia's ass a little bit. So the whole thing is really falling apart. This whole thing is collapsing. And if America decides that it's going to dig itself in this war and continue on because it doesn't want to be humiliated, well, it's just going to get worse for the Americans. And it's going to get worse for the Israelis as well, because the world is just going to continue to hate Israel even more. Israel will be more isolated. Israel will be seen more and more as a pariah state. And Turkey is going to get stronger. Bottom line. So it says here, President Donald Trump told Iranians to seize their, quote, only chance for generations to take over your government. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu implored them to cast off the yoke of this murderous regime. Oh, yes, we slaughtered 100,000, at least 100,000 people in Gaza. I'm not believing this number that says, oh, it's the Israelis killed 70,000 Gazans. I'm not believing that, guys. When you see the level of destruction that Israel inflicted on Gaza, when I see all those destroyed buildings, all of that destroyed infrastructure, all of those destroyed homes, I'm not seeing 70,000 dead. I'm seeing at least 100,000. I think the Israelis killed hundreds of thousands of people. That's what I believe. I think the Israelis murdered hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza. But the Iranians are the murderous ones. Not the Israelis. No, the Israelis, they're great. They're wonderful. The Israelis are great. They're perfect. I've never seen a country as wonderful as Israel is. Oh, yes. And there's Sheldon. There's Miriam Adelson over there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. There's Miriam Adelson. Stand up, Miriam. Clap your hands for Miriam Adelson, guys. You know, Miriam Adelson, she loves Israel more than she loves America. That's right. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And yes, Donald Trump really did do that when he did his trip to Israel last year. And Miriam Adelson was in the crowd. And he said, stand up, Miriam. And he said, Miriam loves Israel more than she loves America. Exposing Miriam Adelson. I don't know if he knew what he was doing. I don't know if he intended for that to happen. But he exposed Miriam Adelson as someone who just is Israel first and not America first. And so all this regime change talk was a bunch of bullshit. That's quite obvious. And it says here, but nearly 3 weeks into the conflict, the war aims are diverging between a U.S. president who saw the historic opportunity of a quick military victory with only modest economic pain and an Israeli leader with grander visions, a grandiose vision of toppling a regime he sought to vanquish for 40 years, said multiple U.S., Israeli, and Middle East officials and lawmakers familiar with the matter. So Netanyahu has grandiose visions of empire, and America just wants to have its freedom of movement in the Strait of Hormuz. So the Israelis are saying, oh, continue the war. And America's saying, let's just get the Strait of Hormuz cleared out. And you got a bunch of brothers online. If you guys don't believe me, go on Instaho. Go look this up. You got a bunch of brothers on Instagram saying, leave those people alone. Leave them Iranians alone. And I saw this one post that I thought was so hilarious. Some black dude does this reel on Instagram, and he says, we decided to declare war on the country that can single-handedly fuck up the entire world's flow of oil. And we decided to declare war on a country that has a 98% literacy rate and is a country that has a very high rate of people getting degrees in fields like engineering and other technological occupations. And he said, we practically declared war on tech support. Now, I thought that shit was hilarious. But the thing is, you got brothers on Instagram that got better geopolitical analyzation than any think tank out there. You got think tanks that are like, well, you know, the bilateral, trilateral apparatus of the situation is really unfolding in this whole scheme of things. And America actually miscalculated the situation. And they said, well, we thought that we were going to overthrow the regime in a matter of days, but actually the regime is still there. And there was some very, very gross miscalculations that were done by the Mossad and by the CIA and blah, blah, blah. You got some brother in North Carolina who's like, man, we fucked up. We declared war on tech support. Every think tank, every journalist, every analyst, every intelligence specialist, every intelligence analyst, every genius, every grandma who watches InfoWars, every imam in every mosque in every Islamic country, every John, Dick, and Harry and Mary in every bar in the Western world knew if you hit the Iranians, you are going to have to expect a crisis on the Strait of Hormuz. So you're telling me everyone knew this, and literally everyone knew this. I knew this. Everyone knew this. Every redneck drinking a beer in his backyard knew this. You're telling me they all knew this, but Donald Trump didn't know this. Do you really believe that? They all knew this, but Netanyahu didn't know this. They all knew this, but the CIA didn't know this? Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Joe Kent was a part of American intelligence, and he knew this. So the American intelligence world knew this. And you're telling me that Trump didn't know this, Naughton didn't know this, Lindsay didn't know this, the Mossad didn't know this, CIA didn't know this. The Turkish intelligence, no one knew this. Well, Turkish intelligence definitely. No, they all knew this. That's my whole point. My whole point is they all knew this. Charlie Kirk knew this. Yeah, Charlie Kirk knew this. And Charlie Kirk went to Trump and said, Trump, please don't do this. And Trump screamed at him, shook him up, made him feel lesser than, and poor Charlie had to walk away with his head down, feeling humiliated, being yelled at by a guy that he really considered to be his friend, being yelled at and being berated by someone that he really thought was a good man. And then Charlie was killed. Coincidence? I'll let you decide. But none of these people knew this. I think it's very obvious that everyone knew what was going to happen. Just like if you read the works of analysts before the Iraq War, I took the time to do this many years ago, but I remember reading these books written by analysts that were written before the outbreak of the Iraq War. Hell, before 9/11. And these analysts would talk about what would happen if Iraq went through regime change. What would happen? What would happen if Saddam Hussein got toppled? And these books that I was reading all said the same thing. They said, well, if you take out Saddam Hussein, you're going to have instability. Everyone knew that, right? They all knew that instability was going to break out in Iraq if you topple Saddam Hussein. And they also said, if you topple Saddam Hussein, there's going to be instability in Iraq, and that instability will boil over into Syria. And Bashar al-Assad is going to have to deal with that. So the Americans knew exactly what was going to happen. They're not stupid. You can sit there and say, well, the average American is dumb because, they spend all their time watching sports or whatever. But the people on the top, people in the CIA, people in the Pentagon, they're smart people. When I look at Joe Kent talking, he's a smart guy. He's a very articulate guy. Mark Levine wants to debate him. And last I checked, they're supposed to have a debate. I don't know if that's still on the table. But I can tell you right now that if Joe Kent and Mark Levine actually do have a debate, I know who's going to win that debate. I already know from just watching both of these guys talk who's going to win that debate. Joe Kent, hands down, will win this debate if they do debate. Joe Kent, hands down, will win a debate against Mark Levine because Joe Kent is educated, he is articulate, he is very knowledgeable on the Middle East. He worked in the Middle East as a soldier, and plus his wife was murdered in Syria by ISIS because of the instability that we caused. So he has all the arguments in the world. Plus, he was deep within the American security apparatus. He knows that world. And he knows things that we don't know. So, hands down, Joe Kent would crush Mark Levine, screeching Mark Levine in a debate. But Joe Kent knew this. He was in intelligence. He knew this, which means that American intelligence knew what was going to happen. They knew that the war was bullshit. So everyone knew what was going to happen. Maybe Donald Trump got manipulated by Israelis and other people in his circle to do this, and they really just pumped up his ego. But the American security apparatus, the Pentagon, they all knew what was going to happen. And maybe they just manipulated Trump to give the okay so they can say, well, the president wants this. Because they got the president to think that he was going to be a king and he was going to be the Prince of Persia. He was going to be Aladdin flying on the magic carpet with his harem of Iranian beauties. Who knows? All I know for certain is that American intelligence knew exactly what was going to happen and the Pentagon knew exactly what was going to happen. So the question is, why did they do this? Why? If everything that is happening in regards to China and Russia is the opposite of what America intended to happen by doing this war, was the motivation really to weaken China and Russia? If China and Russia are getting stronger as a result of this war, was the true motivation really to weaken China and Russia? If America did not want this crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, then why in the hell did they do this war? You see, I'll give you guys an example as to how American intelligence knows what's going to happen and how they can predict the results of American foreign policy with more or less pinpoint accuracy. When the Shah of Iran, back in the 70s, was dying from cancer, the Americans told the Iranians, you should send the Shah to a hospital in New York City because American medical science is just so much more advanced than Iranian medical knowledge is. We have some of the best hospitals in the world. You can just send the Shah to America and we'll help him out. Well, maybe we can save his life. So the Americans were saying, bring the Shah to New York City to have him hospitalized. Maybe we can save him from cancer. Jimmy Carter sends out an internal memo to his people objecting to the idea of sending the Shah to New York City. And Jimmy Carter said, if you send the Shah to New York City, it's going to cause a riot in Tehran because the radicals in Tehran could then use the Shah's presence in New York City as an argument that the Shah is in cahoots with the Americans. And the radicals, the imams, the ayatollahs in Iran could start a riot. And you could say, well, maybe that was just a general prediction, but you would be wrong. Because Jimmy Carter, with more or less pinpoint accuracy, said, what are you going to do when the radicals in Iran take over the American embassy in Tehran? What are you going to do? In other words, they knew within the White House, they knew that the radicals were going to take over the American embassy in Tehran as a reaction to the Shah being in New York City. Jimmy Carter had no power to stop it, and the Shah was sent over to New York City anyway. And what Jimmy Carter predicted happened. Riots, and you had the American embassy hostage crisis. So they know what's going to happen. They know if you do this, this is what's going to happen. If you do that, the result is going to be this. If you do this, the ripple effect is going to be this. So they knew if you start a war, it's going to create a crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. They knew this. They knew if you attack Iran, it's going to deepen Iran's alliance with the Chinese and the Russians. If you attack Iran, you're going to have a crisis on the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to have an oil crisis, and we're going to have to lift some of the Russian oil sanctions so that Japan can buy Russia's oil, so that we can release some of the oil pressures caused by such a war. They knew this was going to happen. They're not stupid. The question then is, what was the true motivation? And maybe the true motivation was to create an argument that says, because of Israel, we are now tied down to the Middle East. China is getting stronger. Russia is getting stronger. Because of Israel, we have had to withdraw from our responsibilities to Japan and to South Korea to defend them against China and North Korea. We are now weaker because of Israel. And now the Americans can form an argument that says we are now justified to cut our ties with the Israelis. Listen, if that's not the conspiracy, if this conspiracy is total bullshit, it doesn't really matter because that's what's going to happen anyway. What's going to happen anyway is an American abandonment of Israel. And the Americans are going to say this. They're going to say Israel is a burdensome stone, a burdensome weight wrapped around our necks, and we have to cut it off. Because if we don't, it will drag us into the sea and drown us with it. So it says here, Trump's latest outburst against Israel's attacks on Iran's huge South Pars gas field on Wednesday laid bare the tensions between the two allies and the inconsistency of the president's approach to the conflict. Trump said Israel had violently lashed out at Iran and distanced himself from the assault on the world's largest natural gas deposit, which Iran shares with Qatar, a close U.S. ally and host of Washington's biggest military base in the Gulf. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it. So look at how fast the Americans threw the Israelis under the bus. Israel attacked the Pars gas field. Iran retaliated by attacking the Qataris. And Trump comes out and says, wait, Iran, no, don't do this. It wasn't Qatar. It was Israel. Israel did it. They did it. Go bomb them. That's what Donald Trump was essentially saying. Go bomb them. And Iran bombed Tel Aviv again. And did Trump come out and say, Iran, and here's another thing. Iran, as retaliation to Israel, bombed Israel's oil refinery. Didn't destroy it, but nonetheless damaged it. And Donald Trump didn't say, hey, Iran, you better stop bombing Israel's oil refinery. You better not bomb Israel's oil refinery again. Don't do this. America didn't do this. Donald Trump said, Iran, it wasn't Qatar. Don't blame Qatar. And he threw the Israelis under the bus. That's my whole point. But multiple officials directly contradicted that. Now, I think the Israelis are trying to do damage control, but it says here that multiple officials directly contradicted that claim in conversations with the Washington Post, saying that while the U.S. was not involved in the strike, the Israelis informed Washington about the attack. Now, this may be true. It may be that the Americans and the Israelis are playing this game of good cop, bad cop. I've heard this argument before, and that the Americans wanted the Israelis to bomb the Pars gas field, and the Americans are only condemning the Israelis to save face. But for one thing, it's also possible that the Israelis told the Americans, we're going to hit the gas field, and America told Israel, don't do it, and Israel did it anyway. And then Israeli officials anonymously told the American media, told the American press, we told the Americans we were going to do it, but that they are omitting some of the truth. They're only telling half the story, because the other half, according to Donald Trump, is that, yeah, the Israelis did tell us that they were going to hit the Pars gas field, but that we told them not to. So it's possible that that is the case, that the Israelis told the Americans, yeah, we're going to hit the gas field, and America said, don't do it. And the Israelis did it anyway, only to later say, well, we told you guys. And the Israelis are playing this game. They're playing this manipulative game. It's also possible that the Americans wanted the Pars gas field destroyed or bombed, but why would the Americans want that? Why would the Americans want to further intensify and further worsen the already very bad energy situation that the world is currently in? It doesn't make sense, really. It doesn't. Maybe the Americans wanted the Israelis to hit the gas field to then blame the Israelis and make the Israelis look bad. That's another possibility. But the fact that when Israel hit oil refineries in the Arab Peninsula, that America condemned the Israelis, that tells me that America did not want this strike to occur. That's what that tells me. So it says here, Netanyahu's months-long campaign to convince Trump to attack Iran and Secretary of State Marco Rubio's off-the-cuff disclosure that Israel's determination to strike compelled U.S. officials to act infuriated Trump's America First supporters, who questioned a foreign power's role in bringing the U.S. to war. Yup. So Marco Rubio, he really spilled the beans on this whole thing, and he said, well, the Israelis were going to attack, so we had to attack. In other words, the Israelis pulled us into this war. And the Americans, according to the Omanis, were about to establish a deal with the Iranians, and the Israelis didn't want that, so they dragged America into a war. And Joe Kent has pretty much said just this. Joe Kent said, no, the Israelis dragged us into this. Now you can say, well, that's a lie, that's false. It doesn't really matter. What matters right now is the perception. And the perception of the majority of Americans is that the Israelis are trying to pull us into the sea. And if we continue to let them, they will drown us. They will pull us with them and they will drown us. And we can't let them do this. We have to cut them off and let them sink. Let them sink to the bottom of the ocean before they drag us into the sea and drown us to death. And so the perception is, no, Israel dragged us into this war, which means that Israel is the enemy, which means that Israel is the source of our instability, which means that Israel is the source of our foreign policy problems. Israel is the source of the gas prices going up. Israel is the source of this economic situation that is making life more difficult for the average American. And so to make the argument for America abandoning Israel is just so much easier now. So much easier now. So it says here, the administration tried to reset the narrative that the war was Trump's decision alone, but that message was undercut by this week's resignation of the president's top counterterrorism official, Joe Kent, who wrote in his resignation letter that the U.S. was dragged into another Middle East war, quote, due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. So Donald Trump said, well, no, it was my decision to cause this war. So let's rewind a little bit here. Marco Cain Rubio comes out and says, Israel dragged us into the war. Then Donald Trump said, no, I'm the one who dragged Israel into this war. He was doing damage control. And then right after that, Joe Kent resigns. It's almost as if they want the anti-Israel sentiment to intensify. It's almost as if they, the powers that be, want this anti-Israel sentiment to only increase. They don't want the damage control to be successful. They want for the American people to hate Israel so that it'll be easier for the Americans to abandon the Israelis. Now, again, this is just me being conspiratorial. This is just me pontificating here. I'm just spitballing here. But it just seems weird that Marco Cain Rubio would come out and say Israel dragged us into the war, and then Trump said, no, it was my decision. And then you see this rift taking place between America and Israel, where Israel bombs oil refineries in the Arab Peninsula, and that pisses off the Americans, obviously exposing a divide and a rift between the Americans and the Israelis. And then you see Donald Trump saying, well, I'm the one who made the decision. And then Joe Kent resigns and he says, actually, no, Israel did drag us into this war. The conspiracy theory is actually true. AIPAC is full of shit. The ADL is full of shit. F all these people. Israel is the problem here. And this is now giving a further justification. This is giving further grist to the argument that Israel is the source of instability in the Middle East, and that Israel really is the source of America being dragged into these unjust and these chaotic wars and destructive wars. And so it's really just not looking good for Israel at all. That's the bottom line. It's not looking good for Israel. And, nature hates a vacuum. And when you have an imbalance that is formed in the world, something has to happen to bring balance back. And this is not some new age stuff. This is just, I think, a part of the natural law not natural law, but it's a law that God established, I believe. When you have an imbalance that is caused by great inhumanity, when you have an imbalance that is caused by great evil, something has to happen to really counter it. Something has to happen to bring justice to the world. And so Israel brought an imbalance. Israel did a grave injustice when it slaughtered countless people in Gaza. And that can't just be ignored. Something is going to be done, whether Israel likes it or not. Something has to be done to bring amends for that evil that Israel did. Something has to happen for Israel to go through its comeuppance for the evil that it did. And Israel cannot stop it. It's like that movie, Final Destination or whatever. You can't stop what's coming. You're not going to stop what's coming. Justice is going to come after you. It's like that. It's like that movie, The Time Machine. Have you guys ever seen the film The Time Machine? There's a guy who is building this time machine. He's this mad scientist, and he's building this time machine. And he has this girlfriend that he's madly in love with. Her name is Emma. And one night he goes on a date with Emma. He meets up with Emma at this ice skating ring, and they're walking around this ice skating ring, and they're happy. And the scientist proposes marriage to Emma, and he gives a ring to Emma, and Emma gladly accepts it, and she gladly accepts his proposal of marriage. And our mad scientist is very happy. He is ecstatic. He is euphoric. He's winning. Everything is just going great for him. He has this very good job as a professor at this prestigious university. He's building this time machine. He's this accomplished scientist, and now he's about to marry this beautiful woman, and he's just so happy. And then all of a sudden, this thief comes, and the thief comes along, and he says, "Hand over the ring," and he refuses, and he tries to fight the thief, and the thief shoots his girlfriend, shoots Emma, and Emma dies. And it's very tragic. And so he completes his time machine, and he tries to go back in time to the time before Emma was killed, so that he could prevent her being killed. And so he goes back in time, he goes back into the past, and he meets up with Emma at the ice skating ring, and he says, "Well, let's not go down this route. Let's go down this different route. Let's go to the shopping center. Let's get away from that thief over there." And so he takes her to this shopping center, and then boom, there's a horse carriage that's driving by, and the horse carriage accidentally runs her over, and Emma is killed. So no matter what he does, Emma is gonna die. Now, this may not be the best example, because the mad scientist wasn't really doing anything unjust. He was actually a victim in this case. But I'm simply using this as an analogy of Israel trying to prevent what is to come. Israel trying to prevent what's coming. And Israel will not be able to prevent what is coming against it. Israel has done horrendous injustice. And when you do that level of evil, something is going to happen to you. Something is going to happen to you. Justice will follow you. And you can try to escape it as much as you can, but you can't. It's going to come. And so, let's see here. It says here, the goal of regime change is reflected in Israel's military tactics. About 40% of its estimated 8,000 strikes have been against Iranian security forces and installations that would be used to suppress another popular uprising, a Middle East security official said. So this is interesting. So Israel is bombing Iranian military installations. Israel is bombing Iranian security forces, because Israel wants to make it easier for a rebellion to rise up against the Ayatollah, against the Iranian government, so that Israel can facilitate regime change. So they're really working on a regime change. They really want to completely remove the regime. Now, will they succeed in the future? There's a chance, obviously. I mean, it took a long time. It took over a decade for Israel to succeed in toppling the regime in Syria. So it could happen. Is it going to happen tomorrow? Obviously not. And so it says here, besides the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, at the outset of the war, Israel has killed scores of Iran's political and military leaders, including Ali Larijani, secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and Gholam Reza Soleimani, commander of the Basij paramilitary forces. Israeli officials denied that the two countries are misaligned. So Israel is saying, no, Israel and America are totally friends. We're totally on the same page. There's no disagreement at all, blah, 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 blah. And these Israeli officials are saying that Trump and Netanyahu talk almost every day and are pursuing a divide and conquer strategy based on their mutual strengths. Israel coordinates everything with the U.S., an Israeli official told the Post last week. But why would America want for the gas prices to go up? Why would America want for the biggest gas field on earth to be bombed? Why would America want for a massive Iranian retaliation against Qatar to happen? Why would America want for the Iranians to bomb the biggest gas processing plant on earth? These are things that are against America's interest, but they really don't contradict Israel's interest. They don't really go contrary to Israel's interests. Israel's interests are either to do regime change or to cause as much chaos as possible to weaken its Middle Eastern neighbors. So there is definitely a rift that is happening. I'm not buying this nonsense about, oh, well, America and Israel are just totally on the same page about everything. I'm just not buying that at all. I'm just not. When you see Lindsey Graham, who's the biggest Zionist in America, or at least the biggest Zionist in Congress, saying, Israel, don't bomb the oil depots in Saudi, don't do it. When you see that sort of thing, I think it's very obvious that there is definitely a divide between America and Israel. So it says here, but other officials say significant cracks in the alliance begin to emerge in the second week of the war as Israel's attacks on Iran's oil facilities unleashed clouds of toxic smoke and acid rain, and the compounding economic impacts of Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz began to sink in. So by the second week, you already had tension between the Americans and the Israelis. It did not take long. It did not take long at all. It's like when Israel was slaughtering the Gazans. America said, okay, Israel, it's kind of time to have restraint here. Let's do a ceasefire. Israel bombed Qatar. Totally against America's interest. Totally against America's foreign policy interest. But Israel did it anyway. Why? Because Israel has interests that are antithetical to America's, and vice versa. So it's really not that surprising that you have these rifts between America and Israel. So a senior U.S. administration official told the Washington Post, Israel is pursuing a scorched earth campaign of regime change, which is not what our goal is. Bibi wants to wreck Iran's economy and decimate its energy infrastructure. Trump wants to keep it intact. So Trump does not want to destroy the energy infrastructure in Iran, nor does Donald Trump nor America want for Iran to be doing these retaliation attacks on Qatari and Saudi oil and gas fields. America does not want Israel to be bombing the oil refineries and the gas processing centers in the Arab Peninsula. It's very obvious that America doesn't want that. So Israel is doing it anyway because Israel doesn't care. You see, here's the thing. People, on average, do not understand the mentality nor the spirit of Israel. The spirit of Israel basically says, I can do what I want, and I will do what it is that I want until someone actually stops me. And really, it's the mentality of the criminal. Have you guys ever seen body cam footage? Police body cam footage where a police officer is facing a criminal and the criminal has a knife, and the police officer points his gun at the criminal and says, drop the knife, and no matter what the cop says, it doesn't matter that the cop is pointing a pistol directly at this guy. The guy keeps charging at the police officer, and then the cop shoots the guy, and the guy drops and says, oh, I give up, please don't kill me, I give up, and he drops his knife. All of a sudden, he's complacent. All of a sudden, he's acquiescing. All of a sudden, he's obedient. Well, why weren't you obedient before? Why weren't you obedient when you were seeing the pistol pointed at you? Because these criminals have the mentality that says, I am going to do what I want until you actually stop me. That's the criminal mind. They see that the speed limit is 30 miles per hour. I'm going to go 80 miles per hour. Wait, that's against the law. Now, a decent person, a normal person says, hey, that's against the law. That's dangerous to be going 80 on a 30. The man with a criminal mentality says, well, they should stop me. I'm going to break the speed limit until they stop me. That's the mentality of Israel. You are dealing with a criminal mentality. You're dealing with a criminal mind. It doesn't matter what America says. Israel is going to do what it wants. And the only way for Israel to learn, I'm sorry to say this, is to actually have to face countries that can defeat it. That is the only way Israel will learn. And America can reprimand Israel until it's blue in the face. Israel is going to be disobedient to America. Now it'll be diplomatic. It'll say, okay, we won't do it again, and it'll behave itself for a while, but eventually Israel will break the rules again. They don't give a damn. They don't give a shit. And so if America says, okay, Israel, we're done with you, maybe Israel will beg for America to come back. Maybe. Or maybe by that point, Israel will be in a position where it'll say, we're independent and our GDP is close to $1 trillion a year. So we're good. Goodbye, America. We got what we wanted out of you, so we don't really need you anymore. Goodbye. And when that happens, when America finally abandons Israel, it's going to be mask off for the Israelis. The Israelis are going to show their true diabolical form. It's like when you play a Resident Evil game, and let's say you're playing Resident Evil 7, and for most of the game, you're running away from Mr. Baker. And Mr. Baker is this hillbilly zombie. I mean, Resident Evil 7 is one of the most interesting games I've ever played, because the entire game takes place on a single property. You're playing in a house, and then you're playing in the back. You're in the backyard, but you're running away from this zombie family. And the head of the house is a guy who I'll just call him Mr. Baker because I forgot his first name. But Mr. Baker is a hillbilly who's also a zombie with superhuman strength, and he's going after you. But then when you get to the end of the game, Mr. Baker shows his true form. He's no longer human. He no longer looks human. He has giant tentacles, and he's a monster. He's a Leviathan. So eventually once Israel says, okay, there's no point in us being diplomatic at all, there's no point in us even having a modicum of diplomacy, Israel is going to go mask off. It's going to fully show its true diabolical form, and it's going to be like one of those Resident Evil bosses. It's going to show its true monstrous self. And I'm talking horrendous crimes against Palestinians out in the open. I'm talking about systematic crimes done by the Israeli government with impunity without even trying to hide it. I'm talking about something worse than what we have already been seeing and what we are already seeing. It's going to be mask off for the Israelis. So it says here, all right, hold on. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard said, quote, the objectives that have been laid out by the president are different than the goals laid out by the Israeli government. So the Director of National Intelligence is explicitly saying that America and Israel have divergent goals. They have differing goals. Now, she's being very diplomatic about it, and she's saying, well, we have different goals, but she's not saying that there's a rift, but there is indeed differing goals. And one of America's goals is not to bomb oil depots. One of America's goals is not to provoke the Iranians to bomb the biggest gas processing plant on earth. One of America's goals is not for Israel to be bombing oil depots in Riyadh. That is not America's goal. So just from all these facts, we can deduce that there is indeed a rift in this whole thing. So it says here, Netanyahu said he would only offer 2 facts. This is what Netanyahu himself said. These are Natan's words, okay? These are not the words of some anonymous Israeli source. Netanyahu says, fact number 1, Israel acted alone against the Asaluye gas compound. So Netanyahu is saying, America had nothing to do with us bombing the Pars gas field in Iran. This is what Netanyahu is saying. He is saying America had nothing to do with it. We alone decided to do that. And he goes on to say, fact number 2, President Trump asked us to hold off on future attacks, and we're holding off. So Netanyahu is saying America did not tell us, did not coordinate with us to attack the Pars gas field, and America told us not to do that again, and so we're not going to do that again. That's what Israel's saying. So Israel is cowering, not cowering, but Israel is backing off, and they are going to acquiesce, at least for now, temporarily, they are going to acquiesce to America's demands. So again, there is a rift. I mean, you can't hide it. You can sit there and say, oh no, they're friends and they're coordinating everything together. There's a rift. And the fact is that this rift is going to get bigger. It's going to get wider. The tensions are going to get more intense. So eventually America's going to say, listen, Israel, you are a fetter. You are a ball at the end of the chain wrapped around us, and we don't want to drown in the ocean with you. We're going to cut the chain. So it says here, declaring ambitious goals for the war serves Netanyahu politically at home, where 93% of Jewish Israelis support the war and most want it to continue until the regime falls, according to polling by the Israel Democracy Institute. So Israel really is an insane ass country. 93% of Israelis are supporting this bullshit. 93% of Israelis are supporting this. Israel is really one giant insane asylum. They really believe that they're going to be victorious no matter what. They really believe that they are going to win this thing no matter what. They really don't care about the fact that by weakening the Iranians, they are strengthening the Turks, because they believe we can defeat Turkey. They believe Israel can defeat Turkey. You're dealing with mad people. This is absolute madness on a national level. Absolute madness on a national level, guys. And you can't reason with them. 93% of Israelis support this. They support a war that is actually strengthening their biggest existential threat, which is Turkey. Again, what have I been telling you guys for a long time now? What I have been telling you guys is that Israel's hubris, Israel's arrogance, Israel's insanity is getting Israel to further pave its own path to its own perdition. Because with its arrogance and its hubris, it thinks, no one's ever going to beat us. We're always going to win. Well, your war against Iran has been strengthening Turkey. And what's going to happen when you have to face Turkey? That is a war that America will not be willing to participate in. And that is a war that Israel will lose. So because of Israel's madness, it is walking to its own destruction. So it says here, Trump is now weighing a decision whether to escalate, including by sending in ground troops, which would be political suicide. Officials familiar with the matter said such a move would be politically risky. That is a complete and total understatement. Such a move would be politically risky for Trump, but could be necessary to open Hormuz or effect regime change. The president seemed to pull back from the idea Thursday, at least for now. No, I'm not putting troops anywhere, he said. So Donald Trump is saying he will not be sending in ground troops, but who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But if Donald Trump decides to do that, it will be political suicide. Be rest assured of that. It'll be political suicide. I'm going to eat a snack real quick, guys, because I got to get some calories in me. What kind of planes did the Israelis use when they bombed the gas field? Let me see. Hold on. F-35s, F-15s, F-16s. Does Israel need America's permission to use F-35s? I don't know. Doesn't say. Kitty cat. My cat's here. Israel is like that smile entity from the movie Smile. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Hold on a second. Watched that movie so many times. Israel is the only F-35 operator to receive a fully sovereign variant. Well, there you go. Katie, what do you want? I got a cat here. Well, Bibi said that Iran no longer has the ability to make a bomb right now. So the war is over then. End it. Hold on one second. Okay. Guten Hunger. Yup. Takes calories to do these streams, guys. Takes a lot of calories. All right, we got some more stuff to talk about. Let's go. Let's do this. So, I want to show you guys a CIA document from 1986 talking about why America needs to lessen its support for Israel. And this document was written by a CIA analyst by the name of Hal Ford. And you can see here Hal Ford, Vice Chairman, National Intelligence Council. And the title of this analysis is A Dark Long-Range Future for Israel. He is saying it is bad for America to have this emphatic alliance with Israel. America needs to become a little bit more heavy-handed on Israel if the alliance is going to continue in a healthy way. Because he says, if we continue this hardcore support for Israel, he says Israel will continue to become more and more belligerent, and Israel will be more and more difficult to control. And so because Israel will be more difficult to control, Israel will do things that are very reckless and that will damage America's alliances in the Middle East. And it'll ruin America's position in the Middle East. And so what Mr. Hal Ford is here saying is America needs to lessen its support for Israel. It needs to bring down its support for Israel. Because if it doesn't, Israel will ruin America's position in the Middle East, and everything bad that Israel will do will be blamed on the United States. It will reflect on the United States in a very, very negative way. And so my point of me bringing this up is to show you guys that not everyone in the U.S. government is on board with this very, very strong, indiscriminate alliance that America has with Israel. There are people in the CIA who hate Israel. There are people in the CIA who hate this unfettered alliance between the United States and Israel. For example, you have people like John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou was a CIA agent, and he has said numerous times that there are people in the CIA who do not like Israel. In fact, he said that Israel was very unpopular in the CIA, and that CIA agents didn't mind going to Riyadh. They didn't mind going to one of these Arab Gulf states, but they did not want to work in Israel because the Israelis were always trying to take information from the CIA. They were always trying to steal information, and they would also very cruelly and sadistically bully CIA agents. So, for example, he has the story of this CIA agent and his wife, who was also a CIA agent, and they were working in Israel. They were working, I think, in Tel Aviv, and the Mossad would just send agents into their home when they weren't there, and they would do things like they would take dumps in all the toilets. They took their dog one time and cut the dog's tail off and then sewed the tail back in, just to show the Americans, we can go into your home anytime we want and do this to you. And it was a way of psychological control. It was a way to psychologically torment the Americans. And so John Kiriakou recounts these stories to demonstrate the tensions between the Israelis, really between the Mossad and the CIA, but also to demonstrate why the CIA does not like Israel to a great extent. So it says here in this document, quote, this is what Mr. Hal Ford said. I am concerned that the long-term outlook for Israel and for U.S. interests relating to Israel may be much more troubled than the U.S. intelligence and policy-making communities have yet appreciated. Attention has been drawn to certain of the discrete problems Israel faces, but the long-term challenge of Israel's many problems has not yet been recognized in either their totality, cumulative force, or very serious implication for the United States. As outlined below, this memo highlights the principal interacting... Okay, what is wrong with me? Why can't I read when I'm streaming? I don't know why. As outlined below, this memo highlights the principal interacting forces that are eroding Israel's long-run strength and stability, and 2, points up certain consequences for U.S. interests and policy. Principal erosion forces. 1, a potential for rising instability. This is very interesting. Distorted budgets and severe inflationary pressures. The absence of political consensus. Indeed, the increase of divisions within the Likud party as well as between it and labor. So he's talking about how there's going to be a lot of division between the Labor Party and the Likud Party, and how this is going to bring instability in Israel. Look at Israel right now. You have this massive tension between the right and the left. So you have this massive battle over what's going to happen to the Supreme Court, what's going to happen to the judicial branch of the Israeli government. You have the you have the Israeli right that wants to really render the authority of the Israeli Supreme Court to be utterly useless. And then you have the other side, which wants to preserve the authority of the Supreme Court. And so the right wing, they want to weaken, or they want to render the authority of the Supreme Court to be really useless, because they don't want the Supreme Court to hinder any of their political or their ideological or religious aspirations. So for example, they want to build a third temple. Well, if they want to build a third temple, maybe the Knesset will one day pass a bill saying, yeah, let's build a third temple, or let's build a synagogue on the Temple Mount right next to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. If the Israeli Supreme Court is still authoritative, if it still has authority, if it still has weight to its decision making, the Supreme Court could intervene and say, no, this is not what Israel is about. We're not going to allow this. This goes against the morals of Israel. This goes against our interests, because when Israel was established as a country, the idea was for the Muslims to have the Al-Aqsa Mosque so as to prevent religious chaos and instability within Israel. And you can't do this. If you remove the Supreme Court and all you have is the Knesset, then all the right wing has to do is just take over the Knesset. All that it has to do is just be the majority faction in the Knesset, and then it'll be able to pass whatever it wants without any sort of external hindrance. And so you have this massive political divide in Israel over what is going to happen to the Supreme Court. And if the right wing gets what it wants, the Supreme Court will be rendered useless, and the right wing will be able to pass any laws that it wants if it just takes over the Knesset at that point. So you do have massive political division in Israel, and what is keeping Israel together is the war with Iran. That is it. If you have no war in Israel, then all of that political contention, all of that political instability will come back. Bottom line, it will come back. And so if you have this massive political instability in Israel, and you have right-wingers killing left-wingers, and you have a huge amount of murders being done against Arabs and against Palestinians, then the Arab Gulf countries will say, hey, America, do something about this. Why aren't you doing something about this? Israel is under your control. You have the authority to stop this. And then America will say, Israel, you have to stop this. And then Israel's going to say, well, okay, we'll be nice. And then Israel will go back doing the same thing. And so that political instability will act as a justification, or it will provide grist to the political faction that wants right-wing and or religious violence. And so what's going to stop Israel from becoming more and more insane? If you have political instability, it's going to get worse. And anything bad that happens in Israel, or anything bad that Israel does, is always blamed on the United States. Israel will do something horrendous, and the world will blame America, because America is in control over Israel, supposedly. And how long is America going to be taking the blame for everything that Israel does? For how long is America going to be the sponge to absorb all of the blame for Israel's wrongdoing? Eventually, America is going to pull out of this whole alliance with Israel. And so it says here, the absence of political consensus, indeed the increase of divisions. Okay, I've already read this. Steady progress toward a future majority Sephardic population, hitherto largely composed of have-nots. So, the Mizrahi, or the more Middle Eastern Jews, are, I think, outpopulating the Ashkenazi white European Jews. And maybe the Ashkenazim don't like that. I don't know. I'm not really entirely sure about that. So it says here, the growth of religious fundamentalism. What is happening in Israel? All of this talk about building a third temple, all of this talk about red heifers and wanting to pray on the Temple Mount and wanting to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and all of this talk is what? It's the intensification of Jewish religious fanaticism in Israel. So Hal Ford, this CIA analyst, the CIA agent, wrote in 1986, America, it's time to cut the weight of Israel off. It's time to relieve ourselves of this burden called Israel. Because if we don't, what is going to happen when Jewish fanaticism becomes more fanatical? What is going to happen when religious fundamentalism increases in Israel to the point where the Jewish fanatics start becoming more and more reckless and start killing more people and start slaughtering Arabs on the streets and they start raping Arabs, and they're already doing that. And what are we going to do when these fanatics start talking about building a third temple? How is this going to make America look good in the world scene? How is this going to make the American global empire look legitimate? Because everything bad Israel does is blamed on America, because Israel is America's responsibility. And if Israel goes down the path of the Sanhedrin, if Israel goes down the same path of those religious leaders who called for Jesus' crucifixion, it will be blamed on Israel. And if you have fanatics butchering Arabs on the streets, and if you have fanatics beginning to work on this construction of a third temple, it's going to be blamed on America. And does America want the blame for that sort of insanity? Does America want to hold up the burden of all of the madness of Israel? That is the question. And so Hal Ford was saying, you can't be doing this all the time, America. You can't be continuing on with this emphatic, indiscriminate, unfettered alliance with Israel, in which Israel has no pushback and Israel has no consequences. You can't be doing this because it's going to be to your detriment, America. And so what this proves is that there is indeed a faction within the American intelligence apparatus that is against Israel. And the fact that Joe Kent came out, and this guy was a massive intelligence director, he came out against Israel, proves this whole point. There is indeed not only a rift between America and Israel, there is a rift between the American intelligence apparatus. There is a rift within the Pentagon over Israel. There is a factional war going on in America over what to do with this thing called Israel. What do we do with it? Do we continue doing what we've been doing for decades? Do we continue doing the John Hagee policy of just worshiping Israel? Do we continue to do what Hucksterby wants to do? What do we do? Because if we continue down the same path, if we continue to tread upon the same road that we have been treading upon for decades, then the entire Middle East is going to be engulfed in this horrendous conflagration of fire and oil and natural gas. It's going to continue to spiral downwards into horrendous war in which millions could die. Or we can tell Israel to go piss off and put a leash on it and say, no, that's it. No more of this nonsense. If America cuts ties off completely with Israel, Israel will go mask off. That's another thing that you have to keep in mind. Israel will go mask off and say, there is no point in even pretending to be nice. Let's just go full on Third Temple Sanhedrin insanity. But America will say, the blood on Israel's hands is no longer on our hands. And America will pull a Pontius Pilate and say, I wash my hands of this. Israel, whatever evils you want to do, whatever butchery you want to do, I wash my hands from it. And the evils of Israel called for Christ's crucifixion. And Pilate said, I see no fault in this man. And they said, crucify him, crucify him. And Rome had an alliance with the Judeans. There was a treaty that was signed in the time of the Maccabees. You can read about it in the book of Maccabees. The Romans agreed to defend Judea in the case of Judea being invaded. And the Judeans agreed to militarily fight for Rome in the case of Rome going to war. There was really an ancient version of a NATO agreement that was done, that was established between the Americans and between the Romans and the Judeans. And so they had this alliance. The Jewish religious establishment was very influential. They had a lobby to the point where Pontius Pilate said, "Why do you guys want to kill Jesus? I see no fault in this man. This man has not done anything that would warrant him being crucified. What are you guys talking about?" And they said, "Crucify him, crucify him." And they told Pontius Pilate, "If you do not crucify Jesus, we will go to the Caesar and we will tell the Caesar that a terrorist uprising is being done in Judea against the Roman government, and it is being led by a man who declares himself to be the king of Judea, when the reality is that the only king over Judea is Caesar. We have no king but Caesar, and you, Pontius Pilate, you will be implicated in all this, because we're going to say that you have done nothing against this rebel leader named Jesus, and you will be implicated and you will be punished, and it just may be your head on the chopping block." And Pilate acquiesced to the demands of the lobby. He acquiesced, he submitted to the demands of the lobby. And Christ was crucified. So you look at all that, and if you were living in that time period, you would think, oh my goodness, look, there's an alliance between Rome and Judea. Rome is acquiescing to the demands of this Jewish lobby. They murdered this innocent man at the behest of this evil Jewish lobby. Rome will always be a slave that Israel will ride on. And what happened in the end? The hubris of the synagogue was so high, the arrogance was so strong, that the synagogue thought that they could block the Caesar himself from having a sacrifice in the temple. The synagogue, the government of the Second Temple, issued a decree saying that no foreigner will be allowed to make a sacrifice in the temple, including the Caesar himself. And the Caesar declared war and said, no. Actually, no. It was the other way around. That was a declaration of war on the Caesar. And Caesar said, okay, we have a war. And a war was commenced. And Judea was destroyed. The temple was destroyed. And so now what do we see? We see what? We see this thing called Israel. It has an alliance with America. It's very powerful. It has a very strong lobby. And Israel butchered all of these people in Gaza. And America, like Pilate, did not stop it. Did not stop it. But what's going to happen eventually? What's going to happen eventually is what has always happened. And what has always happened is Israel in the end gets defeated. That's it. And the fact that you have this faction within America's intelligence apparatus that says, it's time to really end this alliance with Israel. It's time to end the way that we have been conducting this alliance with Israel. And the fact that that voice within the American intelligence apparatus is growing louder and louder. And it's getting louder than the pro-Israel voices. It's getting louder than Mark Levine. It's getting louder than Jonathan Greenblatt. It's getting louder than Ben Shapiro. It's getting louder than Josh Hammer. The fact that the voices of people like Tucker and Kent are louder than the pro-Israel voices tells me that in the future, the voices of the pro-Israel people are going to be drowned out by those who are against Israel. And Israel will eventually face its final boss. Israel will eventually face this Turco-Iranian axis, Turkish-Iranian alliance. And that will be a war that Israel will try to pull America into. And it's not going to work because America is not going to go to war against the second biggest member of NATO. So it says here, the growth of Arab terrorism within Israel and the West Bank. Now, he does not mention Gaza, but we had 10/7. And 10/7 was a terrorist attack that was done by Hamas. Hamas came from Gaza. They went into Israel and they did a terrorist attack. And they massacred people and they killed IDF soldiers and they also killed civilians. And so what Hal Ford is here saying is Palestinian terrorism is going to increase. And then what will happen inevitably is a brutal Israeli reaction to that terrorism. That's exactly what happened with Gaza. You had 10/7, and then you had Israel's murderous reaction to 10/7, which consisted of Israel slaughtering at least 100,000 people, if not hundreds of thousands of people. So Hal Ford goes on to say, a potential for increasing Israeli hawkishness, this too resulting from various trends, the possibility of hardening Israeli attitudes towards any West Bank accommodation, the de facto ending of any realistic movement on the part of either Israelis, Jordan, or the PLO toward a negotiated settlement of the Palestinian problem. In response to continuing and probably heightened anti-Israel terrorism on the part of various Arab elements, an almost certain rise of occasional Israeli raids and preemptive armed actions. Well, that's exactly what happened with Operation Cast Lead. You had Operation Cast Lead, which happened years before 10/7. Operation Cast Lead. There was a ceasefire that was agreed upon between Hamas and Israel, and Israel decided to assassinate several Hamas officials, and Israel broke the ceasefire. Israel broke the ceasefire and said, well, it was a preemptive attack. This is exactly what Hal Ford was warning about. And then what happened? Years later, in 2023, you had 10/7. You had the 10/7 attack done by Hamas, and then Israel responded with what? Hawkishness. Israel responded with what? Military expansionism. Israel responded with what? With genocide. And so what Hal Ford was warning about was, you're going to have Palestinian insurgency, and because you are inevitably going to have Palestinian insurgency, the Israelis are going to respond with killing and with preemptive strikes on the Palestinians. And so this is not going to make America look good. This is going to make America look bad. It's going to make America look terrible. Do we want to continue to hold up the burden of every evil that Israel does? That is what Hal Ford was asking. This is what Hal Ford was trying to get people to answer. And Hal Ford was saying, if we're going to continue this alliance in a healthy manner, we have to become critical of Israel when Israel does wrong, and we have to also hinder Israel from being reckless. Has America done this? To a certain extent, but not to the extent that it should have. And because of that, we are paying the consequences. Everything evil and reckless that America does, America gets blamed for it. And the question is, does America want to just make this sort of thing last forever? Does America want this burden to last forever? The Joe Kents, the Tuckers, their voices are rising up for a reason. It's because Americans are tired of holding up the burden of Israel, and they're tired of doing the work of Israel. So it says here, a consequence. Okay, I didn't mark that part. It says here, a context of increasing Arab radicalism, the product of depressed economies, Palestinian frustrations, growing Islamic fundamentalism, and grievances against Israeli acts of commission and omission. A long-term erosion of Israel's regional military supremacy. So Hal Ford was saying you're going to see the erosion of Israel's regional supremacy. That is what has been occurring within recent years. Turkey has a very powerful military, and it's getting stronger. America is entertaining the idea of selling F-35s to the Turks. The Turks are on their way to having their very first indigenously made fighter jet become operational. by, I want to say 2029 or the 2030s. So the Turkish military is rising up. Iran has the ability to nuke Israel. Iran has the capacity to bomb Israel, as we have been seeing since 2024. And as we are seeing right now, Iran has this capability. And Israel does not have the ability to defeat Iran in a conventional war. So we are seeing the decline of the aura of the Israeli military. We are seeing the decline of this facade of Israel having the most supreme military in the Middle East. And we also saw that in Lebanon. When Israel decided to invade Lebanon, I want to say in 2008, hundreds of IDF soldiers were killed. And the Israelis were not even able to get to the Litani River because the Israelis want to control all of the territory in Lebanon from the Israeli border all the way up to the Litani River. And the Israelis tried to take that territory in the last Israeli-Lebanese war. And then what happened was the Israelis, they didn't even fight Hezbollah. This is the big misconception that people have. They say, Israel fought Hezbollah. Israel did not fight Hezbollah fighters directly. Israel was fighting the proxy of Hezbollah. They were fighting the Shiite proxy militias who were fighting at the behest of Hezbollah. Hezbollah told the Shiite militias that were not even part of Hezbollah to fight the Israelis. The Shiite militias fought the Israelis when they invaded Lebanon, and the Israelis withdrew out of Lebanon before they could even reach Hezbollah's fighters at the Litani River. The Israelis were not even able to make it to the Litani River to fight Hezbollah. And by the time they withdrew, already hundreds of Israeli soldiers had been killed by the Shiite militias, who were not even members of Hezbollah. So that also demonstrated that Israel is really not as strong as a lot of these evangelicals think it is. So it says here, for the main problem of the Israelis, which they also impose on the United States, is their perception that they also, okay, I'll read that again, sorry. Okay, for the main problem of the Israelis, which they also impose on the United States, is their perception that they must be so strong that no one will ever even consider any kind of attack. If the Israelis lose anything in a limited conflict, they consider this psychologically unacceptable to their strategic superiority, a definition of security few nations can afford to maintain or even attempt to justify. So the Israeli philosophy is they can never be defeated in any way. Not psychologically, not physically. They can never be defeated in any way. If Turkey has a fighter jet that can beat the F-35, they need a fighter jet that can defeat Turkey's fighter jet. That's how this works. If Gaza launches fireworks into Israel, even if they don't kill anyone, that's it. They have to pulverize everything, kill tens of thousands of people, the whole thing. So the Israeli mentality is, if you hit me even by a little bit, I'm going to hit you harder. If you're better at me in one aspect of warfare, I have to get better at you in that aspect of warfare. Israel has to be superior in every aspect over all of its neighbors. It has to be superior to all of its neighbors in every single field, be it economic, be it military, be it technologically. It has to be superior. But the thing is that this is not really the case. Hezbollah was able to slaughter hundreds of IDF in the 2008 Israeli-Lebanese war. 1,000 IDF soldiers were killed in the war with Hamas. Israel cannot defeat Iran without America's help. Israel is being bombed. Israel's missile interceptors are not able to intercept all of Iran's missiles. Israel was not able to defeat the Houthis. I mean, Israel doesn't have this superior position that it thinks it has. So what is going to happen when it comes to this full realization? It's going to lash out ferociously, violently. It's going to lash out. So it says here, implications for the United States. the potential of being tied to a more unstable, vulnerable, and volatile Israeli ally. Woo! You see, this is exactly what I was telling you guys. They are people in the CIA who are saying, and who have been saying for decades. I mean, this was written in 1986. But they are people in the CIA who say maintaining this hardcore alliance, maintaining this very deep alliance with Israel, to the point where Israel is barely even restrained or criticized, is not healthy for America, because now we are tied to this fanatical state. And anything evil that Israel does is going to reflect on us. Do we want that burden? That's the thing. Do we want that burden? And I don't think America wants that burden anymore. And the clearest demonstration of this burden is this war with Iran. That is the clearest demonstration. Because look at how it unfolded. Look at how it began. Israel was going to hit Iran without America. America knew that Iran was going to retaliate by hitting the American bases. America felt like it needed to go into war. Israel pulled America into the war. Now America is in this war. Now the Strait of Hormuz is being blocked. Now America doesn't have freedom of movement through the Strait of Hormuz. Now America has to withdraw its naval armada from Japan. It has to withdraw its THAAD system from South Korea. It can no longer be in charge completely of the security of Japan against the North Koreans and the Chinese. China is getting what it wants, which is the lessening of America's military presence in its neighbors, Japan and South Korea. So now China is winning. Iran is selling oil to China, and they're receiving yuans. The petrodollar is weakening. Russia is being relieved of the oil sanctions that America was imposing on it. Russia's making bank. So China's winning, Russia's winning, Iran is looking more and more prestigious. The Islamic world is worshiping Iran. Iranian oil is able to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is making tons of money. America's oil tankers have been bombed by Iranian drones. And all of this because America got dragged into a war by Israel. That is a burden. And so the question that people like Hal Ford were asking, the question that Joe Kent is asking, the question that Tucker Carlson is asking is, how long are we going to hold up this burden? Because look at what's happening now. We're going through this energy crisis, which is forcing us into an economic crisis because Israel dragged us into a war. I think it's best that we cut ties off with Israel. That is the argument that is being made. And there were people as far back as 1986 in the CIA who were saying this. We need to lessen this burden of Israel from our shoulders. We need to lift up this burden from our shoulders. So it says here, the prospect of that ally becoming even more dependent on U.S. assistance at a time when the United States will find it much more difficult to sustain Israel and other allies economically and militarily. That is exactly what's happening now. America is dealing with this war to protect the Arabs, to protect the Gulf states. They're trying to protect the oil depots. Israel doesn't give a shit. They're bombing the oil depots. It's not just Iran who's bombing the oil depots. It's the Israelis too. They're bombing the oil depots against America's interests. So America's trying to protect the oil depots. They're trying to protect the natural gas field in Qatar. Israel is causing more and more problems. They bombed the gas field. Iran retaliated by bombing Qatar's part of the gas field. And so America is running out of THAAD missiles. They had to divert THAAD missiles from South Korea, jeopardizing South Korea's position against China and strengthening China's position in Northeast Asia, thus weakening America's position in Northeast Asia and strengthening China's, all because Israel wants this war. This is a burden. That's the conclusion that people are coming to. This is a very dangerous burden. And America is really showing its limits. The war that Israel pulled the US into is showing its limits. It's forcing America to expose all of its limits. Okay, we have THAAD missiles in South Korea, divert those THAAD missiles. We got a naval armada in Okinawa, divert that naval armada, bring it into the Middle East. But I thought we were supposed to be prioritizing China in our foreign policy. I thought we were supposed to be prioritizing our shadow war against the Chinese. Well, that's going to have to be paused for right now. China, can you help us, please? America is begging China for help. Russia, we're going to lift the sanctions on your oil. Iran, we're going to do the same thing to you. Literally lifting the sanctions on Iran just to relieve itself from the energy pressures caused by this war. This is the clearest example I have ever seen of how this pro-Israel policy is a massive burden on America. This is the clearest example I've ever seen. And so Hal Ford was warning that the implications for America will be that America will be burdened by having Israel's security as its responsibility. Well, what happens when America can no longer sustain this security umbrella? What happens when America can no longer be responsible for Israel's security and for the security of the Arab Gulf states? What's going to happen? All of these limits, all of these weaknesses have been exposed. So the question now is, what happens when this war is over? What's going to happen? There's going to be a massive, massive debate over America's relationship with Israel. And the anti-Israel people are eventually going to drown out the pro-Israel people. And eventually America will come to the decision to just abandon Israel. That's what I think is going to happen. So it says here, because of continuing close ties to Israel, a prospect of increasing Arab hostility to the United States. Arab hostility to the United States because of America's alliance with Israel. That's what's happening right now. These Arab Gulf states are saying, because of your bases, we are now a target. And because of this war that Israel wanted, we are now a target. We're now a target. So yes, this is causing more and more hostility by the Arab states towards the United States. Absolutely. It says here that U.S. facilities and personnel will be the target of Arab terrorism on a continuing and probably growing scale. U.S. policies will meanwhile encounter increasing flack from moderate or previously moderate Arab governments. That's what's happening right now. Now, is there Arab terrorism against America? Yeah, there has been a lot of Arab terrorism against America's military in Iraq and in Syria. But also, moderate Arab governments are getting very frustrated with us. We have proven that we're not exactly entirely reliable. Not only that, but our U.S. bases in these Arab countries make these Arab countries into targets for the Iranians. So Israel starts a war, drags America into it. The Arab Gulf states become the targets. America has to hold up the burden of the security of Israel and these Arab countries. It's exactly what Hal Ford warned about. It's exactly what this guy warned about, almost to the T. And so what Hal Ford was saying was, do we really want to go through this? And right now, we're going through this. We're going through what Hal Ford warned about. And so the anti-Israel sentiment in this country is going to skyrocket. And because of this war, it's going to skyrocket even more. It's going to skyrocket up to the fucking sky. It's going to skyrocket. Because as I've said, Israel already lost the Democrats when it exterminated the Gazans. When it butchered the Gazans, it lost the vast majority of the Democrats. Now, if you look at the percentage of Democrats who support Israel, it's literally in the single digit number. It's in the single digits. The vast majority of, not the vast, but the majority of Republicans still support Israel. But that's going to go down. Because what pisses off the Republicans is a foreign country having control over us. A foreign country having undue influence over us. That's what pisses off the Republicans. So the Republicans see this. They see Marco Cain Rubio said, Israel dragged us into this. Oh my God, a foreign country has that much power over us? And so now you're going to start seeing more and more Republicans abandoning Israel. A further diminishing of prospects for any negotiated settlement of substantial Palestinian or Arab-Israeli issues. Continuing U.S. inability to restrain Israel from dramatic unilateral military forays. Now, I have to focus on this one. See, this is why I highlighted this one in red. I'm going to read it again. Continuing U.S. inability to restrain Israel from dramatic unilateral military forays, yet continuing widespread blame for the consequences of our alleged puppets' initiatives. Hello! He's saying Israel is the puppet. And he's saying that Israel is going to become more and more reckless, more and more unrestrained, and America is going to lose its ability to restrain Israel. That is what's happening. That is what's happening. I mean, this guy was able to predict the future more or less with pinpoint accuracy in 1986. And this is why I find it very difficult to believe that the Trump administration didn't know what was going to happen if they started a war against Iran. It doesn't make any sense. When you have intelligence agents like Hal Ford saying, in 1986, pretty much exactly what is happening now, they know what's going to happen in the future. They know. They study the geopolitics of all these situations. They study history. They know how countries are going to respond to certain actions. They know what's going to happen more or less. I do not believe this nonsense that America didn't know what was going to happen if they started a war against Iran. But this guy, Hal Ford, in 1986, this CIA agent wrote, Israel is going to become more and more unrestrainable. So what is America going to do? And everything reckless, everything destructive that Israel is going to do will be blamed on us, the U.S. So again, do we want to continue to uphold this burden? The evangelicals say yes. The majority of Americans say no. And so it says here, in the event of another Arab-Israeli war, severe policy dilemmas for the United States, caught between conflicting interests concerning our Israeli ally, oil, moderate Arab states, the risks of escalation, and perhaps not least, a divided U.S. public. Let's read that again a little bit here. So he speaks of severe policy dilemmas for the Americans, for the United States. America being caught between conflicting interests concerning our Israeli ally and oil. Now, this prediction is not exactly, it's not being said with pinpoint accuracy because he's saying in the event of an Arab-Israeli war. Well, right now there is no Arab-Israeli war. There is an Israeli-Persian war that is happening. But still, look at what's happening here. He's saying that we're going to be caught in between conflicting interests concerning our Israeli ally, oil, and moderate Arab states. What do you see happening now? You have a war between Israel and Iran, and you have conflicting interests between the Americans and the Israelis over what? Over oil. Over natural gas. America tells Israel, don't hit the oil depots. Israel hits the oil depots. America tells Israel, don't hit the gas fields. Israel hits the gas fields. America tells Israel, don't bomb Qatar. Israel bombs Qatar. Conflicting interests over oil and over moderate Arab states. That's what's happening right now. And he also says that this is going to lead to a divided U.S. public. Divided on what? Israel. And that's what's happening right now. Right now, Israel is one of the most contentious issues in American political discourse. Right now. Right now. Israel is one of the biggest topics right now in American political discourse. Do we continue to support Israel? And it's happening in the midst of what? In the midst of a conflict between the Americans and the Israelis over oil. How to treat the oil, and how to maintain the balance for diplomacy with our moderate Arab government allies. And so he says here, in sum, unless present patterns are changed markedly, close and increasing ties with our Israeli ally will, over the long run, probably confront the United States with substantially more expense, risk, diplomatic isolation, and Soviet pressure from the Near East. Now, again, he was writing this in the Cold War, so he's talking about the Soviets. But just replace Soviet with Russia. Russian pressure on the Near East. Well, Russia definitely does have interest in the Middle East. They have a naval base in Syria that's still there, last I checked. They definitely have a presence in Iran. They are very deep allies with the Iranians. And so the Russians see what the Americans and the Israelis are doing against Iran, one of Russia's biggest allies, and a very important ally for Russia, geostrategically speaking, because Iran lies right on Russia's underbelly, that Russia is being pressured to put more pressure on this whole situation. Russia is being put into a situation where it has to put pressure on the Americans to stop this, on the Israelis to stop this. And also, just to add something here, he says that if we continue the alliance that we have with Israel in the manner that we are doing it, over the long run, hold on a second. Close and increasing ties with our Israeli ally will, over the long run, probably confront the United States with substantially more expense, risk, and diplomatic isolation. Well, yeah, it's definitely increasing our expense because of the Middle East. Absolutely, trillions of dollars have been spent in the Middle East. It's definitely increasing our risk. Israel acts very recklessly, and that puts our interest at risk in the Middle East. Absolutely. So again, Hal Ford's prediction was correct. And he says here, one has to acknowledge that something markedly different is needed in long-range U.S. Middle East policies. Serious consideration of realistic alternatives is badly needed now. So he says here that we need an alternative to the way that we are maintaining our alliance with Israel. We are way too deep in this alliance. We are very much so indiscriminate in how we deal with the Israelis. We do not deal with the Israelis with putting restraint on them. We do not deal with the Israelis with harsh criticism. We baby the Israelis. We allow them to do what they want, and we allow them to get away with it. And so Hal Ford, this CIA analyst, is saying, unless we change the nature of our alliance, it's going to be to our detriment. And it says here, this is in no way a new conclusion. It has been voiced by many to date. The only problem is that the U.S.-Israeli relationship continues basically unchanged on its present losing course. So he's saying here that the American-Israeli alliance is a losing course. It's a course that we are continuously treading upon, and we are going to inevitably lose because of that. It's going to be to our detriment. And look at where we are now. Look at where we are decades after Hal Ford made this warning. We are now kissing up to the Russians, to the Iranians, and to the Chinese because of a war that Israel pulled us into. And we are exposing all of the limits of our empire because of the war that Israel pulled us into. And we are allowing Israel to act recklessly without any serious consequences, with really no consequences. We watched as Israel blew up oil depots and bombed the biggest gas field in the world, to the point where it got so bad that Donald Trump had to throw Israel under the bus by saying, Iran, please, don't bomb Qatar, because the Israelis hit Iran's gas field, the Pars gas field, and Iran retaliated by bombing the Qataris. And the Americans said, no, please, don't hit the Qataris. It wasn't Qatar, it was Israel. Donald Trump threw Israel under the bus, thus showing yet another crack on the American-Israeli alliance, and thus showing yet another sign of the rift between America and Israel, and thus showing yet another sign of the future end of the American-Israeli alliance. And I just want to show you guys one last article here. But before I do, let me just get a snack real quick, guys. Hold on one second. One second, guys. Trump just used diplomacy to keep hegemony? Yes. The Iran deal. They should have just kept the Iran deal. They say Bibi is a moderate and the rest of the Likud party is much more extreme. Yeah, if he dies, it'll get worse. This is some great research. I appreciate that, Mr. B.M. Kajin. I now despise Zionists more than libtards. Yeah, there you go. I was looking up this CIA Hal Ford. It says online that he separated from the CIA in the 70s, so did they hire him as an independent consultant? Well, for one thing, this document that I read to you guys is in the CIA archives, and it was not declassified until I want to say 2011. So it's a part of the CIA world, and he was a CIA analyst. Evangelical as yup. Israel is a satanic country. Agreed. Trump's rambling. Yeah, I agree. Trump keeps saying we're winning, guys. Okay, he says the war is pretty much over with. All right, let's stop. Let's end the whole thing then. Everyone is worshiping Iran. Yeah, it's the most praised Islamic country in the world. This was even before Mearsheimer. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, that 1986 document. Why did it take so long for the rest of us to see what those CIA agents saw? It's because of evangelical Zionism clouding our vision. Going on 5 hours, you're amazing. Dude, appreciate that, sir. Thank you. It is said that Israel took part in the massacre on 10/7. Yes, yes, absolutely. Hello, Mr. Harris. That document from Hal Ford is amazing. You do great research. Appreciate that, Mr. Short Farrell. True wisdom. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Requiem Germania. I wouldn't call myself a prophet, though, but I definitely appreciate that. My deepest respect to you. Really smart. Appreciate that, Mr. Requiem. Doesn't matter because the orthodoxy has gotten him to the White House since Jimmy Carter. Facts are sensational. That's good. That's a really good saying. I'm going to use that. America was created by Masonic forces. True. Very true. Sorry. Yeah, I lowered it down. Iran, the land of the Aryans or noble ones, most famous country in the Middle East. Yep. Ford was appalled by what was known as the Church Committee's explosive revelations of illegal covert operations by the CIA during the early decades of the Cold War. For one thing, I don't think anyone really leaves the CIA. I know. You're a CIA agent. You're going to be a CIA agent to your grave. I don't think John Kiriakou ever left the CIA. Maybe he did. I don't know. But I think he's still... I don't know. It just seems like he's part of that world. But like he's still part of that world. Is that Christmas blend? It is. Good stuff. Tobacco sounds good right now. Yeah, it's amazing. Could Trump just use diplomacy to keep hegemony? Yes, the Iran deal. I think the Iran deal was a great example of that. They should have maintained Obama's... They should have maintained Obama's Iran deal. The best thing Obama ever did was the Iran deal. They should have maintained it. The IAEA was saying Iran is following the rules. Oh, Mr. Adelson didn't like that. Miriam Adelson didn't like that. They wanted the deal torn up because the Israelis hate the idea that their rival is reasonable. Israel hates the idea of their rival being reasonable. When Saddam Hussein said, okay, UN, you want to check out my chemical weapons arsenal? Go right ahead. Go look at it. I don't care. Israel hated that because it showed Saddam could be reasoned with. When Iran said, okay, IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Association, you guys want to look at my nuclear facilities? Go ahead. Go look at my enrichment project. Go. And if you want for us to send our uranium to France so they can process the uranium to be used for energy, then do it. And that's what was happening. The French were processing Iran's uranium. That was a part of the fucking deal. And the IAEA would send analysts, inspectors to Iran's facilities, and they would say, yeah, they're following the rules. Israel said, oh, no, can't have that. Oh, no, can't have that. Iran's being reasonable. You can't have that. Iran, keep screaming death to America. Just scream death to America, Iran. Keep doing it. Say death to Israel. Don't be reasonable. Don't be reasonable. Iran's like, no. Yeah, you guys can look at our you guys can look at our stuff. Bashar al-Assad came and said, Israel, we can have talks. Let's have talks, Israel. Oh, we can't have that. We can't have that. No diplomacy, no reason, nothing. They want their enemies to always be death to Israel, death to America. That's what they want. Because that provides grist to their argument that the Israelis are the most civilized people in the Middle East, and we're surrounded by a bunch of animals who cannot be reasoned with. And the only thing that we can do at this point is to just drop bombs on people. That's what Israel wants. So when George Bush said, hey, let's maybe reason with Saddam Hussein, oh, I can't have that. When Saddam said, hey, UN, you want to look at my chemical weapons arsenal? Oh, we can't have that. When Iran said IAEA, it's kind of a tongue twister, IAEA, come look at our stuff. Oh, cancel the deal, please. Because they hate reason. They hate reason. And the reason why they hate reason is because they don't want any argument to be provided to say that they are not justified to do the violence that they want to do. They wanted a war against Iran. They didn't want Iran to be restrained. They didn't want Iran to be under an agreement. They didn't want any sort of negotiation. They didn't want a brokered deal. They didn't want a set of rules that Iran would have to follow. No. Israel, for decades, has wanted a war. And now it's getting it. Now it's getting the war. And what do we see? America going to the Iranians and say, Iran, we can lower some of those sanctions on you so that we can make the price of gas go down. Israel has single-handedly exposed the weaknesses of America, just like a woman can expose the weaknesses of a man. And Israel is a whore. Israel is a harlot. And she has her lovers, and she exposes the weaknesses of her lovers. America, we're going to go to war against Iran. Don't do it. We're going to do it. Boom. And then what happens? America has to get dragged into a war. All of America's weaknesses get exposed. Light is shed upon its weaknesses. And now America has to get on its knees for Russia and China and Iran. And so now the beast, the lover of this harlot is saying, you make me look bad, bitch. Bitch, you make me look bad. And eventually this whore that we call Israel will be abandoned. Her lovers will abandon her because they are sick and tired of her doing all sorts of very destructive shenanigans. So just recently, I did a video on Israel being Sodom, Jerusalem being Sodom. And I gave several examples as to why I am correct in characterizing Jerusalem and Israel as Sodom. For one thing, St. John the Revelator calls Jerusalem Sodom. So if it's good for St. John the Revelator, it's good for me. He says Jerusalem is Sodom. He calls Jerusalem Sodom. I'm going to call Jerusalem Sodom. I'm not going to sit there and kiss Israel's ass to, oh, Jerusalem, if my hand forget thee, may it be cut off. I will praise Jerusalem. Oh, give a shout in the house of the Lord for Jerusalem. I'm not going to do that bullshit. It's Sodom. That's it. Now, if Jerusalem is Sodom, or because Jerusalem is depicted or is referred to as Sodom in the Bible, we must then be able to see examples in Israel, actual events in Israel that reflect the evils of Sodom or that parallel with the evils of Sodom. And we have them. Oh, yes, we have them, my friends. What happened in the Sde Timon prison camp? And these are the examples that I gave. What happened in the Sde Timon prison camp? Israeli officers raped a Palestinian detainee. And you could say, well, Ted, you're going to have officers who are going to do bad things. That does not necessarily reflect the government. Okay, that is a legitimate argument on paper. But in reality, in this case, it's not a legitimate argument. Because what happened? Yes, it is true that Israeli police officers went to the Sde Timon prison camp to arrest the sodomizers. But then what happened? An entire mob of fanatics gathered together. They busted into the Sde Timon prison camp to defend the sodomizers. That is Sodom. What happened when Lot was in Sodom and the two angels came to rescue Lot? An entire crowd of sodomites came and said, Lot, hand us the men. Hand over the men to us so that we may rape them. Now, the King James Bible will say that so that we may know them. Hand over the men so that we may know them. But that really means so that we may rape them. They wanted to rape the men. And Lot said, you're evil. And they said, Lot, because you have made yourself a judge over us, we will treat you harsher than how we will treat those two men. Because you went against us, we're going to go against you. And what happened in Israel? You had a woman by the name of Tomer Yerushalmi. She was an Israeli official, very high up there in the IDF. She leaked out security footage showing these Israeli officers putting this Palestinian guy behind shields, and behind the shields, they sodomized them. Now, it doesn't show the man being sodomized, but that is what was happening behind the shields. The reason why they put the shields there was to cover up what they were doing. And Tomer Yerushalmi leaked out that footage because she wanted to expose what was happening. And so the fanatics in Israel got mad at her, just like the Sodomites got mad at Lot. Yeah. It has the spirit of Sodom possessing its soul. And then what happened just recently? Israeli officers took Palestinian men and had dogs sodomize them. Palestinian men and had dogs sodomize them. And there was one Palestinian man who went through that, and he gave his testimony, and he said they stripped me naked and they pinned me to a toilet and they had a dog sodomize me. He said this in an interview. It's very disturbing. So then there's that. Then the Israeli government comes out and actually pardons all of the Israeli officers who were involved in sodomizing that Palestinian man, that Palestinian detainee at the State Tamon prison camp. So the sodomizers are pardoned. The woman who leaked out the footage proving or further proving that this crime took place gets prosecuted. She gets punished. She gets persecuted. And the mob in Israel wants to crucify her. And then you have a recent event that took place in the West Bank in which a mob of settlers rampaged through a Palestinian village. And they took men and women and they bound their hands behind their backs and they tied their feet together. And they beat up children. They beat kids up. They told the women, we're going to rape you. If we have to come back here again, we're going to rape you. Then they took the one Palestinian guy, tied his hands together, tied his feet together, stripped him naked. They took a knife, they cut his underpants. They split his underpants apart with a knife. Then they proceeded to take a zip tie. You guys know what a zip tie is. You can't break a zip tie. They took a zip tie and they tightly wrapped the zip tie around his penis and they tightened the zip tie to sexually torture him. And I'm going to read to you guys this story. Another example of Israel, Jerusalem, being Sodom. I'm going to read to you guys excerpts from this article. Palestinian man recounts brutal sexual assault by Israeli settlers. The man said his attackers stripped him naked, beat him, and zip-tied his genitalia. An account corroborated by family members and a rights activist who were also beaten. And this is the victim. You can see they damaged his eye. It says here, Israeli settlers beat a Palestinian man in the occupied West Bank, stripped him naked, tied his arms and legs, and then zip-tied his penis. He, his family members, and another witness said on Wednesday, quote, I thought I was going to die. The man, Suhaib Abwel Kebish, a 29-year-old shepherd, told the New York Times, raping a shepherd, sexually torturing a shepherd. He said, I thought this was the end. Several family members and an American woman corroborated details of Mr. Abul Kebish's account, saying they witnessed the sexual assault on Friday by several men among a group of more than 20 settlers. So 20 of these sodomites raided the town, and they marauded through a Bedouin encampment. The relatives and the American said they had been beaten too, adding that the assailants had kicked and slapped children. These are the chosen people of Mike Huckabee. Slapping children and zip-tying a man's penis. These are the settlers that Rabbi Yishai Fleischer defends. And Rabbi Yishai Fleischer is the same guy who told Tommy Robinson that the British deserve the hottest place in hell. And Tommy Robinson sat there just listening to this guy and never even pushed back against him. Which really goes to show whose side Mr. Robinson is really on. So they beat kids up, and it says here, family members also shared copies of reports they had filed to the Israeli police. So this happened, right? This is not a fake story. This really happened. Israeli settlers have been waging an escalating campaign of violence and land theft against Palestinians across much of the West Bank. It has intensified as Israeli attitudes toward Palestinians have hardened since the Hamas-led attack on southern Israel on October 7th, etc. The attacks have increased while international attention has been focused on the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. There you go. So they're taking advantage of this war to brutalize Palestinians even more. If you look at every genocide in history, look at all the genocides. Armenian genocide, genocide of the Jews by the Third Reich. If you look at all these genocides, the genocide of the Gazans, all of these genocides were done under the facade of being in a war. They were all done during a war. The Holocaust was done during Germany's war with the Soviet Union. The Armenian genocide was done during the Ottoman Empire's war with the Russians and the Entente during World War I. Genocides take place during wars, and the reason for that is because the murderers don't want all the negative attention from the international press, so what they do is they wait for a war to happen. And in wars, as we all know, people die. A lot of people die, especially when you are in a major war, major conventional war where you're going to have a lot of casualties. So that is an opportunity for genociders to genocide, because then they can say, well, these people were killed in a war. And people die in a war, and they can use that horrible, evil argument of, well, war is hell, so these people died, and that's it. And they can hide behind that, and they can get away with it and say, well, we were in a war, and we didn't know these people were innocent. We thought that they were collaborators with the enemy, and blah, 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 blah. And they can just like exterminate entire villages and all that stuff. So that's what the Germans did. That's what the Ukrainians did to the Poles. In the 1940s, also during World War II, they massacred at least 100,000 Polish people in Ukraine, in East Galicia, in Volyn, in Lvov. The Armenian genocide took place, especially in, I want to say in the eastern parts of Turkey especially, but really a lot of the killing took place in Syria. But the Armenian genocide happened during World War I. So genociders always wait for wars to happen before they want to commit their atrocities. That's what these settlers are doing. They're taking advantage of the fact that the media is focusing almost totally on this Iran war with America and Israel, and they're taking advantage of it. Now, if Israel gets itself into an even more serious war, that's really conventional, that's really drastic and full scale, the killing of the Palestinians is going to get worse. 100% it's going to get worse. 100% it's going to get worse. What happened? Is my internet okay? Is the connection okay? Hold up. Let me just make sure, because it was kind of slowing down for a second. Oh no. Are we slowing down, guys? I hope we're not... Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. Shut up. All right. So it says here, it has intensified as Israeli attitudes toward Palestinians have hardened since... Okay, I already read this. So it says here, the settlers also stole the family's 400 sheep, its entire livelihood, along with the wedding rings and other jewelry, cell phone, cash, and identification papers, the family members said. So they're just thieves. That's all they are. They're just thieves, these people. They want to steal houses, steal jewelry, and they want to steal people's souls. They want to shatter people's souls by raping them and sexually torturing them. They're just sick fucking people. I can't stand these fanatic, satanic, demon-possessed Satanists. Oh, we have to support Israel, guys. Like, where the are the evangelicals talking about this? Is Huxley talking about this? Is Marco Cain Rubio talking about this? We have to make this into an international story. Remember, oh God. Remember what happened a number of months ago. I talked about on this stream how you have settler fanatics expanding into Beit Sahor. They are expanding into Beit Sahor, and it was a story that was not covered a lot. I think Mondo Weiss had an article on it, but it was a very obscure story. The mainstream media was not covering it. New York Times wasn't covering it. Washington Post wasn't covering it. And I told you guys, I said, guys, settler fanatics, Jewish fanatics expanding into Christian neighborhoods outside of Jerusalem needs to become an international story. We have to make it into an international story. I did the stream. I did a number of videos on it. And what happened? About 2 months or so later, Tucker Carlson starts talking about it. Bam! It becomes an international story. We have to make this into an international story. That's what we have to do. We got to get Tucker or whoever to talk about this. We have to make this an international story so we can further bring the heat on Israel. And we can further get the American government to tell the Israelis, you got to stop, you got to put a leash on these bastards. And the thing is that even if America does that, Israel's not going to put a leash on these people. But that's going to bring more and more cracks to the American-Israeli alliance. Because Israel mistreating these people in such a horrific way, and America telling Israel to put an end to it, and Israel not putting an end to it, is going to make it worse for America to maintain this alliance with Israel. Just like the Israeli government persecuting Christians does not make the American-Israeli alliance easy. It makes it more difficult to where Huckabee has to say something. We have to make this an international story so we can intensify the heat against Israel. That is my opinion. We have to. So it says here, generally speaking, Palestinians and human rights activists say much settler violence in recent years has followed a pattern that can take months to play out. It begins with intimidation or restrictions, official or unofficial, on movement, then escalates with beatings or harsher violence targeting men. Many Palestinians who have abandoned their villages recently have said that the last straw was threats or attacks against women and children. One assailant used a hunting knife to cut Mr. Abul Kabish's pants and then his underwear, he said. His left eye still black and bloodied. He described the attack at the exact site where it happened. And here, the New York Times provides a photo where you can see the zip ties. So the zip ties that were used to bound these people by their hands, by their feet. It says here, as the beating went on, he said, one attacker cinched a zip tie tightly around his penis. This is demonic. This is satanic. This is not just a case of, well, oh, you're putting my sheep on my land and your sheep are on my land and my sheep need to graze on your land. This is not that. This is not a dispute over sheep and over grazing and over someone's lawn. This is satanic. This is demonic. You've now entered satanic territory. This is not just a property dispute. This is satanic. When you start doing stuff like this, it's demonic. You are now in the realm of the demons. The demons have your brain, they have your mind, they have your soul, they got everything. You are amongst those people that St. Paul says in his letter to the Romans that God gave up. St. Paul says this in his letter to the Romans. He says, men did all these horrific things in Sodom. He says, God gave them up. God has given these people up. God has given these people up. And if you read, oh my God. If you read Josephus's history on the Roman-Judean War, what does he say? Several times in the history, he says, God gave up Israel. He says it, and he's a Pharisee. He says, God has given up on Israel. God has abandoned Israel. He says this in his book. And he gives reasons as to why he says this. And one of the reasons was that the Judean fanatics, who called themselves zealots, turned to the ways of Sodom. And he says men began to put dresses on and they began to wear mascara and women's clothing. And he says they made all of Jerusalem into a gay bathhouse. This is what he says. They made it into Sodom. And this was 40 years after the crucifixion, 40 plus years after the crucifixion, they turned Jerusalem into a literal Sodom. No historians talk about this. No, and if they do, they always say, well, Josephus was a liar. I looked into this. I can only find 2 historians who talk about this on Google Books, and they say Josephus was making this up. But no one else really says anything about this. Historians do not talk about this. It is not a mainstream issue. Anytime they talk about the Roman-Judean War, they always say, oh, they destroyed the temple. Oh, the diaspora. Oh my God, it's so horrible. They never tell you about this stuff. And what did Jesus tell the people around him? He said, this generation, the generation that's going to kill me, He says they are a generation that they are like a man possessed by a demon. This generation is like a man possessed by one demon. And that demon says, hey, this is a pretty nice place to stay. And he leaves and he comes back with 7 more demons. And now the man is even more possessed. He's 8 times more possessed. He says, so it will be with this generation. This generation is going to become even more demonic. And what happened 40 plus years after his crucifixion? They turned Jerusalem into Sodom. Jerusalem literally became Sodom. And many years before that happened, St. John wrote in the book of Revelation, Jerusalem is Sodom. And what do we see right now in Israel? Jerusalem showing that it is becoming Sodom, or that it is Sodom. It is revealing its Sodomite spirit. And it says here that the victim showed a reporter the mark that remained from the injury on his private part. He said the assault had rendered him speechless, unable to believe what was happening to him. Israeli police officers, he added, appeared shocked when he described it. So even the Israeli officers were disturbed by this. The settlers had then burst into the family members' tents while they slept, dragging the women by their hair. They beat the women and slapped or kicked the children, the adults said. Mr. Abul Kabish's wife, Niama Abul Kabish, said that when she grabbed a head covering, a settler tore it from her hands, shouted no, and threw it to the ground. He hit me, kicked me in the mouth, and said, die, die. And these are just demons. They said, if you don't leave, we will burn you. We will hit you. We'll take your children. We will rape your women. Go to America, go to Jordan, go or anywhere else, but go. The settlers eventually cut the zip ties, but not the one on Mr. Abul Kabish's genitalia. He said he needed his brother's help to remove that. I mean, this is just demonic people. And they're going to get even more demonic, just like the generation that killed Christ got more demonic. These people are going to become more and more possessed. And the thing is this, the third temple is satanic, right? The idea of the third temple is explicitly satanic. Because what you are saying, and if you claim Christianity, you're even more satanic. What you are saying is that Jesus' sacrifice does not matter. We need to still kill animals. That's what you're saying. You're saying, I still need to kill animals. But Jesus was the ultimate sacrifice. It doesn't matter. We still need to kill animals. That's satanic. And so because these people are entering the realm of the diabolical, they are being given up by God. And when you're given up by God, you go down the route of Sodom. That's why St. Paul says, and God gave them up, when he is describing the evils of Sodom. And God gave them up. And so what does this tell us about Israel? What does this tell us about Jerusalem? It tells us that St. John was right. It's Sodom. And it also tells us that God has given up Jerusalem. Anyway, I'll read you some of your guys' comments here. Let's see here. Are you saying Jesus' prophecy doesn't matter? What prophecy? Be brave and tell the truth. They will not stop. They will not stop at sacrificing animals. You're right. No. I didn't think about that. You're absolutely right. They wouldn't. I know this. I don't know this 100%, but I believe this because during the Kitos War, in which the Judeans revolted against the Roman government another time after the destruction of the temple, we read that the Jewish fanatics would actually take Gentiles and rip their intestines out, and they would drain their blood and then take their blood and then anoint each other on each other's foreheads with the blood of the Goys. Yeah, the Roman history actually tells us this. So it's satanic. I mean, it really is. And that was decades and decades after the crucifixion. And you read about Judean fanatics taking Goyim, taking Gentiles, draining their blood, taking their blood, and then anointing each other's heads with the blood of Goyim. It's pretty satanic stuff. When did that happen? During the Kitos War. Oh, I see. Okay, you're saying that those people are saying that what Jesus said is okay. I understand you. I misunderstood you. When did that happen? Kitos War. I'll give you the source. Hold on one second. I'll give you the source for this evil. Hold up. Um, Uh, Dio Cassius is the source, the Roman historian. He talks about how they took people's blood and anointed each other with the blood. The Roman historian Dio Cassius. Yeah, yeah, it's on Wikipedia. Are you from Tibet? No, my father is from the West Bank. My father is from Beit Sahor. Anti-human shit, absolutely. I feel so bad for the people. Yeah, it's horrendous. Let's see here. Can people do evil things without the influence of Satan? I don't think so. No, I think that all evil is of the devil. Because if we can do evil without a supernatural influence of some sort, then what we're basically saying is that we're just biologically determined to be evil. And if we're biologically determined to be a certain way, that means that we're robots, which is really not the case. We're not robots. We are creatures with free will. So because we have that free will, we have the freedom to choose evil, even if our own bodies say no, even if our own internal moral codes say no, we can decide to choose evil. And so I'm not saying that people don't have agency; they most definitely do, but there there are certain evils that there are certain things that really go beyond our own fleshy inclinations. And doing what these settlers did is beyond our fleshy inclinations. It's beyond normal sin. It's much graver. It's degenerate. It's diabolical. Let's see here. When Jesus told the Pharisees who were Gibeonites, okay, that disappeared for some reason. Descriptive. Oh, I'm glad you're reading it, Susan. It's a very good book. Absolute reprobate, absolutely. If you ever watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Sunnydale is like the metaphorical Israel. Really, I got to look into that one. That place is cursed. It is. Yep. Preserve the holy sites. Maybe if it's for good reason. You describe them quite literally: ghoulish monsters, soul reapers, images on the screen, or just jumping around your face. That's all we see and hear you. Fine. What? Really? That's weird. Congratulations on being one of the few Palestinians who unequivocally condemns Palestinian terrorism. I mean, I condemn terrorism. I don't believe, even if a Palestinian does it, I don't believe in it. I don't agree with it. I think terrorism just breeds more terrorism. Let's see here. Nobody thinks of that kind of torture on the spot. Yeah, it's satanic. This guy definitely thought about it and wanted to do it. See here. They sexually torture infants with circumcision. I mean, that's not torture. I'm paying attention to politics since the Charlie Kirk case. Yeah. Disgusting. Absolutely. Thanks for the response. No problem. Theo has blood from the Holy Land. I do. Iran just hit Diego Garcia. Really? Or was it Israel? Fires ballistic missiles, US, UK, Diego. They were trying to pull the British in. It didn't hit it. They're trying to pull the British in. This is all a scheme. I'm just going to blame Israel. I don't care. Anyway, guys, I got to get going. It's been 7 hours. We had a good stream. Even though I'm sorry, I really have to stop doing this. I will read an article and I will mispronounce words and stutter, and it's just, oh my god, I gotta stop doing it. I have to. It's such a bad habit. And the thing is that I don't do that when I'm not streaming. Like if I'm reading something in real life, I'm fine. It's just that when I'm streaming, it's just hard to focus sometimes, and I'm focusing on the chat. I'm reading this, and it's not good. I don't like it. I got to stop doing that. So I apologize for that, and I apologize for being late. But I tried to make it up for you guys by doing a 7 hour stream. So here we are. Let's see here. Yeah, appreciate that. I heard it was a spear. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'll see you guys later. I'll say goodbye to everybody here. I'll see you. Everything's fine. Appreciate that, Mr. Kuznet. I'll see you later. Alexis Cordell, Magnumus Q, HC2032. Wonderful stream. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'll let my dad know that you have appreciation for him. Thank you, Brian Thomas. I care a lot about actually be accusing us on this. They missed it. I don't buy these stories, man. I could, again, maybe Iran tried to hit the British base, but to me it just looks like they're trying to get the Brits to enter the war, because I know that America wanted the UK to enter. Let's see here. Salorm Lumor, appreciate that. Mr. Vickers, Susan, Circa, Before, Chris 77333, and Short Farrell, and Real Tomahawk, Susan, and everyone else. Sam, Sharif Hamida, Mr. Glowsticks, Brian Thomas, Shai Lothiel, Chris, I think I said your name. Oh, Shai Lathiel says, I have a nice setup with lights and humidity fans. Oh, you're a gardener? What do you grow? American oil companies are happy. That's true. That's a good point. They will kvetch so loudly you cannot block out the noise. I hear that you're saying I just buy Zionists more than libtards. You know, just started experimenting with growing tobacco. Wow, that takes a lot of fertilizer. Kiriakou CIA whistleblower on their enhanced interrogation techniques. Yep, that's true. Opinion on Tucker Candace, Charlie Kirk agents. Does this tie into the world events? I don't know. I think that them being popular is just a sign of the future end of Israel. Anyway, guys, I'll see you guys later. We had a good stream. Appreciate it, guys. And I'll see you soon, God willing. You guys just heard some